Just a bloke in a bar.
What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to another episode of Bloke in a Bar after a long weekend of fantastic footy. We have a new guest, Kangaroo. We've got Tim from the SC Playbook. Now, I'm going to introduce Tim like I'm a UFC announcer. I'm not actually going to do it like that, but I'm going to give you his rap sheet. So Tim actually came second in SuperCoach 2 or 3 years ago.
Yeah, 2020 it was.
2020. And you've also been in the top 1% for SuperCoach essentially the last 6 or 7 years.
Yep.
So you know your statistics. You know form guides. You know all that kind of stuff.
Hopefully, mate. I do my best too. But
you do your best?
About to get found out if I don't.
Mate, trust me, they'll fucking find you out. They'll even make shit up. It's fine. It's great. But obviously, yeah, Tim, this is your job now, correct?
Yeah, mate. So I've been in sport journalism for 6 or 7 years now, and then started up a website a couple of years ago. So full-time sort of super coaching and footying. So yeah, getting eyeballs on plenty of footy at the moment.
And your Instagram is at SC Playbook?
Yeah, SC Playbook 1.
SC Playbook 1 on Instagram, Facebook, all that jazz?
Yeah, Facey, Insta, Twitter, all the good stuff.
And podcast?
And podcast, yeah, SC Playbook NRL podcast.
Okay, so go check it out if you want to. Mate, what's interesting about the SuperCoach stuff is, like, obviously I don't play it, but statistics do show a lot. Like, they don't show everything. Like, there are certain players that they bring more intangibles. But I tell you what, statistics, like, they really do break down a game most of the time when you look at individual things, you look at trends, you look at form guides. So yeah, it's welcome aboard, bro. Welcome aboard. Hope you enjoy the episode.
Yeah, good to be along, boys. I've sort of got some shoes to fill in. Obviously, Shandor been on for the first few weeks, so every female viewer out there, they've flicked on, seen my mug on here, and just gone, "Sorry, guys, we enjoyed what you had, but so you've lost part of your audience, but hopefully, what you lose there, I can make up for with a bit of footy knowledge and do that."
Mate, I tell you what, they were only here for fucking 2 weeks, so they weren't here for me before it. Yeah, they weren't here before it. Not for that anyway. And the great Kangaroo, mate. How was the weekend?
Yeah, cracking weekend. Anzac weekend. Long one.
Long one?
Good.
Great. I mean, yesterday, what a special day. I don't know what the day obviously means to you guys, but every single time that day comes around, it's one of the most, like, I don't put a lot of value into sentimental things, kind of like, and I know this isn't a comparison, but like, you know, birthdays don't really mean that much. Like Chrissy, it's good because you get the family together, but outside of that, then you got like all the other little ones. Anzac Day to me though, like, it really, I'm thinking about my grandparents or my grandparents the whole day. Like, I can't get them off my mind and think like what they did. It blows my, like, it's hard to get into my head what these young men and women actually did. So obviously massive respect to the Anzacs, and I thought yesterday it was especially the Dragons Roosters game. I thought that was a great cracking game. But we've got some big news just come out this morning that I read. Is Josh Schuster. Actually, before we get that, brought to you by Bloke in a Bar. Here's the 12 stores in Spotlight. Bayfields Belrose, DY Hotel Bayfields, IGA Liquor George's Hall, Fleet Street Wine Turramurra, IGA Bundina, IGA Eden, Full Moon Hotel Sandgate, Paddington in Brisbane, the Paddo, Gracemere Hotel near Rockhampton, Legends Wurrungeree on the Gold Coast, The Cellar in Byron Bay and Bangalow, and in Queensland, all Celebration Superstores. We are featured in their new catalogue. There's a win, and it's all thanks to you guys. So we are now in all Celebration Superstores in Queensland. So make sure, get in there. As I said, guys, if you get in there and we do a really good next 12 months, not even 12 months, 6 months, they'll put us in nationwide into all different kind of stores, like the IGA liquor stores, the Celebrations, the Bottle-O's. So get in there. We're now in all. If you have a Celebration Superstore, get down there, grab a case of Bloke in a Bar. Also, these Bloke jerseys, they may or may not be coming out soon, so stay tuned for that. Now, major talking points. Schuster's manager, allegedly, from Danny Wilder, he has said that they have put the club on notice via email. He said he wants to be clear, it's not Schuster kicking up a stink. Apparently, it's Schuster's manager sending an email to Manly saying, you promised us he would be playing 6. He is not playing 6. Now, from my experience, actually, I'll get your first thoughts as footy fans, and then I'll tell you my experience in contract negotiations. The great Kangaroo.
Yeah, well, for me, I love Schuster. Great player. I mean, he hasn't played so far this season. Last year was his first year. He did exceptionally well. I think they've also got to take into consideration how well Kieran Foran has been playing. I don't think it's a move that I would make at the moment. In the future, definitely. But He hasn't played this year. I don't know how you could be putting a club on notice for...
Do you think it's more along the lines of if you re-sign Foran, he's playing 6, or we want some clarity? What do you think, Tim?
I think there's a few parts to sort of take apart from. We'll hear the managerial side from you in a second, but for the manager to come out and say, this is me speaking, not Josh Schuster speaking, I find that really intriguing that they're not sort of going in tandem there with that. I'm intrigued by it because I don't see a world where Josh Schuster was playing 5 out for Manly, barring injuries to Kieran Foran. We know he's had his injury issues, but he's still one of the most best controlling. He's still one of the better halves in the game. All right, maybe not as dominant as he has been in the past, but with him and DCE in there, Schuster was always going to be an edge back rower for them. So I'm a little surprised. I mean, I don't until Foran retires or DC retires. Schuster will be a back rower for Manly, barring injuries. So it's a bit of an odd one.
And a bloody good back rower too.
He's a really good back rower. And it's not like he's out in the fucking stink getting no ball. So this is what I think has happened. We have to remember the context in which Foran was signed. He was at the end of his career. We didn't know whether he could even get through a whole season. The doggies didn't even want him. Think about the doggies now going, fuck, we probably could have used Kieran Foran. So the doggies didn't even want him because of the injuries. He had to basically take a massive pay cut, a massive risk, goes to Manly. And even when he signed, the questions were, well, Schuster may get that job because now it's very obvious to us, Foran, he's a quality half. That's very obvious to us now. It wasn't so obvious 12 months ago. 12 months ago, it was like, fuck, is Foz done and can his body handle a full season of NRL? I think 90% of the NRL would have thought that. Very few people would have said Foran's going to go to Manly and play... not arguably, but he would play nearly every game and be one of their better players. So what I think has happened is Schuster, when Foran did come to the club, we hadn't re-signed yet. So they're negotiating, and they would have said to Schuster, Foran's going to play there for a year, and then we're going to put you in. Manly wouldn't have thought Foran no one thought Foran had 2 more years in him. So Manly they're banking on the fact that, look, Foran, he's going to get a job done for a year, then we put Schuster in there. Now Manly is sitting there going, fuck, Foran is playing really good footy. Probably the best footy he's played in mate, this year specifically, the best footy, I think it's the best footy he's played since,
probably since he was in a Manly jersey.
Yeah, honestly, I can't remember a time where he's contributed this much. So I think they've said, if you sign for X amount, you will play back row, but we promise you that in 2022 or 3, you'll play 6. Thoughts?
I would also add, I reckon that Schuster's manager would be well aware of the young 5'8" they've got coming through the grades, young Fainu. They just signed him on a huge deal. He is probably the best young footballer in the country at the moment. So I think that they could probably see the timing-wise that if Foran plays for another year or 2, it might be time for Fainu to come into this side. And Josh Schuster could be the guy to miss out there. So I reckon that would also be playing a role in these comments, timing-wise.
What do you think after hearing that, Timmy?
Yeah, I like your reasoning for it all, and it still confuses me a little bit. I don't see if he may not have a massive issue with playing in the back row, Schuster, but as the Guru said, he's so damn good at it. He doesn't play as a traditional back row. He plays that Wade Graham type. They go to him early. He gets early ball. He has runners coming off him. So he's not playing as a traditional back rower. He's not playing as a 5'8", but in a very good team that went within a whisker of a grand final last year. He's an important member of the club. You got to remember, he's still young. He's only a few seasons into his NRL tenure.
He'd be 21 max.
So I don't see what the rush is, and I don't see why the manager would feel the need to come and put the club on notice for something so small.
Yeah. No, I agree with you. I think it's tough because, the manager clearly has spoken to Danny Wilder. I don't know that, but it seems that the case. That's the case. I think what the manager is doing is getting clarity of I need to put this out there fucking now so that in 12 months' time, we're not sitting there going, oh, sorry, Josh, the new kid's coming through. He's just signed on a 5-year deal. You're now a back rower for the rest of your career, or at least for this foreseeable future. Whereas if they come back if Manly come back to Schuster's manager and say, look, Foran's going around another year, and the promise that we made, we now no longer can keep that promise because we have the young guy coming through. Then Schuster has clarity of okay, so at this club, I'm a back rower. And if I want to be a 6 and get 6 money, I need to start, I guess from Schuster's perspective, he could say, hey, I signed a contract under the conditions that I would be playing 6. So from a team perspective, very easy for us to sit there and go, well, of course Foran should play 6. That's what's best for the team. He's got experience. He's been playing well. But Schuster reportedly has signed a contract under the agreement that he would be playing 6. And now it looks like that agreement, even though it's verbal, has been, I guess, hasn't been followed through with yet. I know in my personal experience when I was at the Broncos, I signed a contract basically, listen, Denon, can you take unders? We know you're worth more, blah, blah, blah. I mean, I told you about it. So my debut year, I ran for the most metres of an NRL debutant, 250. I thought it was 270, but Fox has it as 256 metres. And I don't know if it still holds the record, but they put it up.
They put it up the other day.
Recently saying it was the record, so I'll fucking take that shit. It's probably not that record, but I'll fucking take it. I'll take it, baby. Woo! That's a great pub over to have, motherfucker. That's great pub over. Beat that shit. Anyway, there's been some great, think about all the great debutant records, and then there's fucking Denon Kemp there. It's like the 4 tries at Broncos. It's like Steve Renoff, Wendell Saylor, Justin Hodges, Carmichael Hunt, and then it's got Denon Kemp, and then there's Israel Folau. It's like all international, could be argued that they're the best in their position for a generation, and there's just the beak flying in the middle there. So, look, I had a great debut year. And honestly, if you had that debut year, the 4 games that I played, if you had that now, you're honestly looking at the hype would be outrageous. And you're looking at 300-400, maybe even 500K deal. That's how crazy it's gotten these days. So I go into negotiations thinking, fuck yeah, I don't care. I just want to be at the Broncos. I love them so much. I'll do anything for them. I just want an opportunity. So I go in, and I thought, in my head, I was thinking, if they offer me 75K a year, fuck, I will be stoked. That is massive. I went home, I was calculating, fuck, I'd be earning this much a month. That is fucking so good, so keen. And I go in there, and they were like, look, we got no money in the cap. Well, not only can we not offer you a bigger deal, we can't even offer you a 2-3 year deal. We can only offer you a 1 year 50K deal, but we promise you 2 things. First, we promise you'll start on the wing in 2008. Second, we promise you that you will be upgraded when there's money in the cap next year. Both of those things didn't come true. Didn't start the year on the sting, even though I ended up coming in and killing it. In 2008 was my best year. Started in reserve grade, and it was because apparently I didn't excite Wayne in the trials, which is bizarre. And my position got taken by a guy that wasn't even there the whole preseason. He came in at late December, early January. And so when I went to Wayne, I was like, you literally promised that I could start. He's like, oh, did I? Sorry. He's like, you just didn't excite me in the trials. I was like, I scored a 75-metre try on debut. Pretty sure that's pretty exciting. Anyway, so I can understand where Schuster's coming from. You're a young fella. You believed him at their word. If that is the case, look, if it's not true, Manly didn't promise him that, then he's got no leg to stand on. But I doubt they'd go public with it unless it was, it was something that actually happened. I guess, if I'm Schuster, let's say he is off it, the only way I would leave Manly is if I'm going to a better club. Don't go to a club that is look how many players we see at the moment that have gone from glamour clubs to bottom clubs, and they're probably not enjoying their footy anywhere near. You're 20 years old. It sucks. Back your ability to fight for that 6th position, and at the very worst, if you are who you think you will be, a great club will take you on board as a 6. For example, there's a club that's purple that's looking for a 6.
Well, that's the thing. I reckon there'd be guys like Schuster, you and Aiken. There's a heap of guys in the NRL that'd be looking around going, fuck, wouldn't mind landing down there next year.
Yeah, absolutely. And they need those positions. So now we need to go into ultra speculation mode. Ultra speculation. He's got a contract for the next 2 to 3 years, but, clearly there is a bit of friction. Do Manly need to be concerned because of his talent, and there is a 6 role opening up?
Yeah, I guess long term you do need to. I mean, to making this noise already, you have to hear it.
And there was a bit of noise. Remember, there was a bit of noise initially too. Remember, he wouldn't re-sign, and the noise was he was a bit miffed that Foran had been signed when he had kind of been told he was the next guy.
Yeah, and I know he has played back row last year and he's been sensational. He played a little bit in reserve grade, but I remember watching him playing growing up. He was always a 6, and he always looked like he was going to be a 6 for me. And I think as much as Schuster will play the role that his team needs wherever it is, I think this shows he does want to be a 6.
Yep, which is fair.
And we said a few months ago that I think eventually I wouldn't mind seeing them shift Jake Trbojevic up into the front row and play Josh Schuster at 13.
I'd love that. I'd love
to see him just get close to the ball and through the middle, whether it's at 5'8" or 13.
Probably could get through the work. Do you reckon you get through the work though? 13 be tough.
It would be tough. Yeah. But
you don't want to bash him into. You don't want to bash the flair out of him. I even feel like Jake Trbojevic is kind of. He works so hard. We've really lost that. Remember Jakey when he came in? He was a crazy ball player, like inside balls to Tommy, just the best in the comp. He was the best in the comp, and now he's a fucking workhorse. What do you think? Do you think Manly have to be worried?
I mean, he's one of the best young footballers in the competition. It doesn't matter if you sign a 5-year deal, a 10-year deal, a 1-year deal. There's always going to be clubs coming after you. Contracts aren't really worth the paper they're written on these days. You can get out of them if you want to with all these different clauses. So that's always going to be a thing. The one thing that stood out for me listening to you then was the money side of things. And this isn't saying Schuster's after more money. This isn't saying his manager's after more money. They might be. But the fact that realistically, if you're one of the top echelon of halves in the competitions or 5'8", you can demand $1 million a season. In the back row, you can't. So when you see the manager pushing the agenda, again, I'm not saying that this is what it's behind, but 99 times out of 100 in NRL contracts and media talk and that sort of thing and rumours, often money is behind it all. So, look, maybe he's looking down the track going, I can be an extra 250, 300K a year player as a 5'8" rather than a back rower.
Yep. And also, we like to be really clear as well, Schuster has done what's right for the team the last year and a half. Like, he has he's a 6. He came through as a 6. He was always going to be a 6. And he's done what a rookie should do for the team. He's put the team first, he's played back row, and he's played bloody well at back row. What do you think about the situation, Matty?
My question this whole time has been, what happens at training now? Like, Foreign reads this in the news. Is that going to cause a little bit of awkwardness or a little bit of friction
I think
at training?
Foreign's not dumb. He would have already known Schuster wants to be a 6. I think like a lot of footy players, people don't realise like where they're aware of what the criticisms or the pressures or they're all aware of it. It's not like I don't believe Schuster's going to be a 6. I think Foreign would know. And matter of fact, I think Foreign would be actively trying to train Schuster. So it wouldn't be as simple as like Foreign going, oh shit, you know what I mean?
Initially, like to answer your question, I was with Guru. I was like he hasn't even played. Like why is this happening? But yeah, you've made some really good points. But I still think it's a bit odd because he hasn't played a game yet. I think it's a little bit weird that it's come out in the media, in my opinion, anyway.
I just doing some research then, and Matty, maybe you can confirm. I think Foz is off contract at the end of this season.
So Foreign's off contract 2022.
That's what I meant when I think they're trying to get what is the direction going forward. That's why this is coming out now.
Yeah. And Schuster's contracted to the end of 2024.
Especially after they've just re-signed DC at the age he is at. What's to stop them from re-signing Foz at 31, So
I think they will re-sign Foz.
I think they should.
Yeah, absolutely. So look, I can understand where Schuster's coming from, but right now I just say, mate, bide your time. Bide your time. You're a gun back rower. At the very least, if you play the way you've been playing a back row, you're going to get a 400-500K, even maybe 600K if you start playing even better over the coming years. Definitely a 400K contract. You're going to get that at minimum. I would just say, bide your time. You don't want to leave a good thing. And in my experience, when I was at the Broncos, even though they screwed me out, like they told me that I was third string winger and offered me the same amount as what I was on the year before, even though that was unfair to me, I still should have stayed and backed myself. I should have said, no, I'm going to get that fucking wing spot. And I would have, because I did by the end of the year. But I'd already agreed to terms or whatever with Warriors. So yeah, interesting. I just think that like, it's going to be tough because like the Manly fans are going to be, I guess, a bit frustrated at Schuster's management. But you have to understand where he's coming from. Like he agreed to a contract under certain terms. Now, things have changed, but it is the manager in this specific case. Sometimes managers, it's just like, bro, like, come on, you're just pushing for more money. In this specific case, I can understand he needs clarity going forward. He's got the young guy coming through. Foreign, if he signs another year, you just don't know. So interesting times. I can't wait to see Schuster play again. He's such a gun. And just remember, he has been playing out of position for the team's benefit. So he is a team player. He absolutely is a team player. Now we'll get through this quickly. Ponga re-signs at the Newcastle Knights. Thoughts? We'll go, Timmy, thoughts?
I love it. I for many reasons. Number one being that he's not playing rugby union, so he's still in rugby league, which is massive for us. I love it for the club. I really thought he was going to go to the new venture up in Redcliffe. And the thing about Ponga is I'm his biggest fan, talent-wise. I think they're only scratching the surface of what he's capable of. I don't think they're utilising him well. I don't think they've worked out how to best use Kalen Ponga on field. But the big thing about re-signing Kalen Ponga and why I thought he was a near shoe-in for going out to Redcliffe was it's just that star power, isn't it? And the face of a new organisation. The one that I always think of, to use a soccer example, is Manchester United when they signed Zlatan Ibrahimovic. And they paid these exorbitant amounts of money for him. And within like 2 or 3 days in jersey sales, they'd made that money back.
Yeah.
So, while money's not a big issue for a club like Manchester United, what they do off the field, putting bums on seats and the revenue this generates for the club, it's just massive. So while when you're paying $1 million a season for him or whatever it is, you want results on field more than what the Knights are delivering at the moment, there's just so much more to it when you're getting a big money signing like that. So I'm stoked for Newcastle, Ponga, and the fact, as I said, that he's not playing for the All Blacks.
Guru?
Yeah, I actually think, if the number that we're hearing is true, I think it's pretty good value for KP.
See, I've heard, Fox reported $5 million over 5 years initially.
Yeah.
But then on 360, they're talking about 1.2 million blowing up about it. And so now it's ballooned up to 1.2. Then I even heard someone go 1.3. So,
if it is 1 million, I think they've done incredibly well.
I think it's 1 million.
Yeah.
That was what was first reported. Everything else is speculation. The report, did you get the same report? $5 million over 5 years. That's what I got. Which is weird. But as the days went on, it went up 0.1 million each day. I think it's the 1 million, and I'm just going to work off that number. I think if you looked at him on the field right now, he's worth 750 to 8, maybe even 7, if you're going to be real conservative with the concern about getting games under his belt. But when you look at everything, when you look at bums on seats, when you look at potential, you have to look. I know fans don't like to, when you sign a potential and it comes true, fans love it. Fuck, what a great deal. We're the best. How good are we? Like the Broncos with Payne Haas. When you sign a potential and it doesn't work out, fuck, never sign a potential. What the fuck are you doing? Oh my God, rah, rah. So, but you have to take into consideration potential. And he's absolutely right. He still hasn't scratched anywhere near the surface. I think with the off-field stuff that he is, Kalen Ponga and Latrell Mitchell are two biggest names in the game. Trell obviously has a much better resume, but Ponga is just a superstar. With that all into consideration, he absolutely is worth $1 million. Especially to a club like the Knights, they need a superstar to bring people in. It's not, they have a very loyal base. We saw when they lost, the wooden spoon over and over. But they're not a club that's flush with cash. So they need to try to find cash where they can find it. So I think $1 million is actually a great deal. If it's $1 million, it's a fucking fantastic deal. What do you think?
I'm of the belief that out of the 3 superstars that we've been talking about, Munster, Walsh, Ponga, in the last few weeks, he was the least likely to go, because I think if Ponga went to the Dolphins, it would have been a sideways move at absolute best. For example, Munster's already won 2 comps at Melbourne. Reece Walsh, nothing against the Warriors, but he might want to stay in Queensland. I think it would have been a sideways or even a downgrade move for Ponga if he moved. It would have made not much sense. And I love Newcastle. I'm so glad that he's staying in Newcastle, because they would have gone backwards if he left, straight up.
Yeah, I'm absolutely stoked for Newey. You asked me 6 months ago, I would have said Ponga's gone. He's gone skis. Then you started the season, I'm going, fuck, he's staying. Then the drama happened, I'm like, oh shit. What I will say though is they came out after a few people were the circus around it, they've done themselves no favours in the Pongas. And I was like, but the circus was manufactured. Ponga had time to make his decision. He actually, ended up being about a month early or 3 or 4 weeks early. I understand the clauses, that's not just Ponga's fault, that's Newcastle's not for putting him in there, which is understandable, they want to keep him. But yeah, the whole hurt their reputation thing, I totally disagree. I thought the controversy was all manufactured. It was never a quote from Ponga. It was never a quote from his father that I'm aware of. Did you see any controversial quotes from either of them?
KP's got to take care of KP at the end of the day.
Well, he's literally an employee doing what he's supposed to do. So that argument, I don't know. I feel like that was a manufactured controversy. And then Then for them to come out after it and say their name doesn't look good because of the controversy, it's like, they didn't create it. Like, if anything, you're responsible for the controversy.
When I saw them talking about that on 360, I immediately thought, everyone's going to forget it in a week anyway. Everyone's going to forget this circus. This is just rugby league.
But you know why they're going to forget it?
Why?
It's because nothing happened.
Well, true.
Do you know what I mean, though?
Yeah. Non-event.
People remember the milkshake quote from Ponga because it actually happened. Do you know what I'm saying? It was a quote out of his mouth. Whereas, like, what quote do you have to remember or action that Ponga did that was wrong? Nothing. So I'm stoked for Newey, stoked for Ponga. And, you know, although Newey Knights had a really poor showing, he was fantastic the week before. So hopefully the key now, the problem is, not the problem, but the pressure that he will be under now will be immense. So hopefully he can deliver, which I think he can. If there's one guy that can, it's Kalen Ponga. We'll get to that later. Now, team of the week. I don't know. Did we tell you? Did you, Guru, tell?
Team worded up.
Okay, sweet.
He's looked after me, yep.
So team of the week. Initially, I had Drinkwater at fullback. I thought he was fantastic. Then I had Edwards because I was like, fuck, Edwards play good. Then I had Papenhuyzen because I was like, holy shit, Papenhuyzen was fantastic. So I got Papenhuyzen at on the wing. At fullback. On the wing, I had Coates, and I hadn't really. I'm trying to think of another winger that's really stood out for me. Like Ravalawa had like some good moments. Taylor May had some good moments.
Thought Mulatalo was quite good.
Mulatalo was good, so I'll probably go Coates, Mulatalo. Centres were Talakai, Crichton, the Stephen Crichton. 5'8" was Munster. I had Moylan at the start. I think Moylan's been an unsung hero for the Sharkies. Halfback, this was tough. I had Reynolds, Cleary, Hunt, Hughes. I don't know which one to choose. I can't choose Reynolds because you know exactly what people will say. Oh, it's because he's a fucking Broncos. So Cleary's Hughes was outrageous yesterday. For right now, I'm going to go Hunt just because the Dragons need to fucking win.
No, for me, Reynolds was the clear 7 of the weekend.
Yeah, but
I know, like, I might be a bias as well because I love him, but he pulled them out of the shithole.
Literally, single-handedly.
I also went him as well. So
okay, you know with him?
Calls? Yeah.
Okay, well, I'll think about it before I put it up on my page. I know.
I had Benny Hunt with you.
You had Benny Hunt?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, going through this side and picking halves was bloody tough. Like, there was so many who stood up this weekend, but as you said, how badly the Dragons needed a win, come in as mad underdogs in one of the biggest games, close to the biggest game of the regular season.
Yep.
He was exceptional, mate. Even pumping out that, I shouldn't say an accidental 40-20, but he didn't realise he was hitting it at the end of that game there, which was just clutch. I thought he was fantastic.
Yeah, Cunt was and he's been playing so good. Now, at prop, I had Haas, who's just fucking a joke. He is a joke, honestly, so good. Maguire, I kind of like moved in there, but I'll have to go back and look at other players I had written down. But Maguire actually played on the edge. Hooker, I had Marnie. I thought he was outstanding. Second row, I had Madison and Papali'i. Lock, I had Yo. And I haven't done the bench yet. What have you got to your team?
Oh, I had Pappy at fullback. My wingers, I went Coates, and I went his teammate Nick Meaney. I thought he was really good for Melbourne as well. Centres, I went Siffer and Stephen Crichton. My halves, I thought it was tough. You know, obviously guys like, there was a heap of guys that played incredibly well this weekend in big wins. I sort of went for the guys that were good in closer contests and really stood up. So I went Reynolds and I went Brooksy. I thought he really stood up in that game the other night. So Haas in the front row, and I'm surprised you didn't mention him. I thought Corey Pakes was sensational.
Yeah.
Brisbane at hooker. I thought he was really good.
That's true.
Francis Molo for St George in the front row.
Yep, he was good.
Massive yesterday. My second rowers, I went Papali'i and I went Kolomantangi for the Bunnies. Isaiah Yo at lock for the 1,000th week in a row. My bench, I went Munster, Drinkwater, Josh Maguire and Hylam Lukey from up there at the North Queensland Cowboys.
What do you got there, Timmy?
Yeah, like the Lukey call. Had him in there for a little bit, changed it up. I had this written before the Storm game last night and thought, you know, I'll make any changes if needed. Yeah. Come out and put 70 on and went, shit, you could nearly go Storm under 17, couldn't you? Pappy at fullback, just in front of Scotty Drinkwater there. I went Coach on the wing with, actually went Nofaluma, who I thought has been a little bit underwhelming the last 18 months. Probably hasn't had the involvement and the work rate that he has. He was back to it with a few opportunities there on the weekend. I think he scored a pair of tries. Yep. Had something like 19 runs, busting tackles looking good. Talakai at centre, freakish. Pretty stellar list of centres this week as well. Joey Manu in a losing team in a pretty low-scoring game was sensational. Like, he's carrying a pretty star-studded Rooster side on his back at the moment. I don't buy into the 5'8" halfback roles these days because it's the same thing in 99% of teams. But so I've gone Hunt at 6 and Cleary at 7. I know they're both halfbacks, but you understand me. Payne Haas and Campbell Gillard in the front row. Campbell Gillard in 40 minutes had 144 metres, 23 tackles, a line break, no misses. Reid Marnie was a standout at hooker. He was unbelievable.
Yep.
Papali'i and Kaloa Matangi in the back row. Isaiah Yeo at lock. Bench basically just threw halves together. Fullback Drinky, Jerome Hughes, Adam Reynolds, and then Jay Brom just because the bench needed a middleman somewhere.
Any changes you would have made?
Oh, no real changes. I thought, Yeo was the obvious standout for lock, but I thought Josh King, he punched out 72 minutes for Melbourne, so he was great.
Wow.
But other than that, the other winger we forgot was Nofaluma. He was quite good as well.
Yeah, Nofaluma was fantastic, actually. He'll probably get me a spot. Coates, it's tough. Team of the week is so hard. Because the hard thing is, as well, is like a lot of fans only watch their game.
Yeah.
So they're like, what the fuck? My winger had 3 fucking tries and 20 tackle breaks. What are you talking about? And it's like, well, sorry, this bloke had fucking 40 tackle breaks and 6 tries. And they're like, oh, fair enough then, fair enough.
Oh, I think this week was the hardest because so many teams won by so much. There's a couple of teams that made big comebacks and there was really close games where guys in positions that stood up had guys in other games that won by 40 or 70 in some cases. So made it really difficult.
Now, on to the first review. Sharkies versus Manly. One of the most bizarre games you will watch all season. Sharks come out and absolutely pound Manly into the earth. Then it's like they came out in the second half and just said, fuck it. And Manly come back and, surely not. What's happening here? But look, although it was good to see Manly come back, Sharks just look so fucking good, and I think they're a premiership threat. I really think they're a premiership threat this year. Look, it's for me, the Sharks, as long as they stay injury free, it's a matter of, do they have enough time to buy into the systems as much as they need to in this season? Because they've got a new coach, a bunch of new players, so those things take time. And so if they are to become a premiership threat, it's like, is this season long enough for them to finally go, this is how we play as a team, this is when the chips are down and we're fatigued, we've got injuries, we still know how to go to our systems. So initially, before the season started, I thought they were about 12 to 16 months away from being a premiership threat, but because they're going so good, I'm going, fuck, maybe. What did you think about the Sharkies in this game?
Yeah, I've never seen a team gel so quickly. I think it's so incredible. And you said, if they stay injury free, even if they don't, the depth they've got, I think as long as Nico Hines is on the field, they can fill in every other spot in that team within their squads.
It's crazy how much like Hines is like literally the guy for them. If they lose Hines, but you never would have thought that going there. Like, yes, he was a marquee signing, but no one thought that Hines was the guy. They thought he was the guy next to the guy. But it's crazy how good he's been.
Yeah, I sort of thought at the start of the year that he'd be the icing on the cake. He's the fucking cake.
He is the cake, motherfucker. he's a cake with wet hair on it.
Can we t-shirt that?
I'll fucking, yeah. I'd eat it, even if, like, you know how you get food and it's like, oh, there's hair in it. I'd be like, oh, yum, there's fucking Nico Hines hair.
I thought, obviously, Siva Talakai, he was unbelievable. I think that's possibly... I was talking to a random stats guy, and he takes all the stats from the weekend, he puts it into his formula to get his team of the week. So the week before, Nathan Cleary, on his stat sheet, he scored 176 points by his formula. Sifa was on 171 at half-time.
Far out.
That was the game that Cleary played against Brisbane where he set up about 5 tries. Sifa at half-time was on 171. Unbelievable.
Have we ever seen a centre do that? That first half? Like we've seen fullbacks, maybe halves, a centre be that destructive where you just go on, every time he touches the ball he's fucking...
It'll sound crazy, and I'm sure you would have seen the old tape of it too. There's an old tape of Mal Meninga about 30 years ago playing the Roosters, and he scores 5 or 6 tries. It's the closest thing I've seen to it.
Yeah, wow.
He was just untouchable.
And what's crazy is, like, even though Mal Meninga is probably taller, they're same built-ish, like they're quite similar-ish players. What do you think about the Sharkies?
Yeah, touching on a few things there. I was at a wedding on Thursday night, so getting the odd update from the game. I actually checked it at half-time and saw Talakai with 2 tries and 3 assists, and I thought, either this is a glitch or like they're meant to be Nico Hines' stats or something. I've gone, holy shit. Mate, at the moment, what he's done the last few weeks, He's putting bloody Will Hopewadi to shame with how soft his hands are. A couple of those little tip-ons. They're unbelievable.
Yeah.
Like, we knew he could run over blokes and knock them on their asses and whatnot, but how crafty he is and how skillful he is has been unbelievable. And Guru touched on it with Nicho Hynes in the halves, and it's one of my pet hates in rugby league is having 2 5/8s in the halves. We're seeing it at a few clubs at the moment that we'll get to later. I just don't think it works. The Sharks are, proving that wrong at the moment, or at least I thought they were. Nicho Hynes is just a genuinely good organiser, and he is playing the halfback role that they needed. So it's like, on paper at the start of the season, 2 5/8, it's not going to happen. But Nicho, holy shit!
Guru thought the same thing at the start of the year, and I was like, I think Nicho can play 7. Like, I really do. After watching the Indigenous game, I was like, he's actually like the perfect modern 7. But I know where you're coming from.
Yeah.
I think we were both a bit hesitant. Like, before I saw Nicho play in the halves, I was agreement. I was like, fuck, 2 6s, not going to work. Like, if anything, you would have wished you had Townsend there with Hynes.
To run the show.
But yeah, sorry, keep going.
Yeah, well, I mean, the only way that I think you can, and it's digressing from the game a little bit, but get away with, I think, 2 6s is if you have like a Cameron Smith's a bit of an exception to the rule, but a Cam Smith, a really good organising hooker, maybe Josh Hodgson, who can just take the weight off, which Brayley's an okay organiser, but, it's not his strength, I wouldn't say. So for them to be doing that, I think it's off the back of Nicho. And Talakai, I've watched him pretty closely for a few years now because we've seen the potential in him. And other years, he's looked a little bit sluggish, some pretty ordinary defensive misses last year that you're just going, this bloke isn't first-grade quality. He just looks so fit this year, doesn't he? And quick. And I think that's the difference. His turning circle in the back line there he's getting to blokes easily. He's exceptional, isn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we have to give Fitzgibbon massive raps. He's come in and made players that Talakai at the start of this year to the general public, like Guru had big raps on him, I had big raps on him, but I was just concerned about his consistency. We saw one game great, second game not so great. To me, at the start of the year, Talakai wouldn't have been lucky to be on the bench, but his bench spot wouldn't have been cemented. He is now the form outside back in the competition. So massive congratulations to Talakai for having the humility. Sometimes when you're a guy like Talakai, it's very easy to go, I don't need to do all the hard yards because I'll just go on there next week and fucking bump 6 blokes and you've got to put me in the side. But he's had the humility to take a step back, and you can even see in the interviews where he says, I used to think I was this, that and the next thing. Now I realise I haven't really done anything. And so massive raps to Talakai for maybe taking a step back this year and going, how can I become a more fuller version of everything I could be? And you can absolutely see it on the field. He is incredible, absolutely incredible.
He has 35 tackle busts in the last 4 games, which is ridiculous.
That's outrageous.
Yeah.
That's nearly like, 35, did you say?
Yeah.
That's nearly 10 a game. Like, if you added, that's what, 8 a game.
Yeah. I remember at the start of the year when we were talking about him, and I said to you, he should be a top 10 forward in rugby league with his ability, and I got a heap of pushback from it. And on the weekend, I had a message from a guy that I read it and it said, well, you were wrong. And I looked up to the comment before that, and he said, top 10 forward in rugby league, you're an idiot, he's not a first grader. He said, well, you're wrong. Turns out he's a top 10 centre.
Yeah, I know.
Forward. I was like,
He's fucking top 3 centre right now. Matty, what did you think of the Sharkies?
2 things besides Talakai that I saw in this game. Well, actually, not what I saw. I saw Cooper Cronk talking about it, and it made me watch Hynes and how Hynes...
take the raps, bro. Fuck, Cooper Cronk, he doesn't know nothing about footy.
All right, well, this is what I saw. Hynes and Moylan, how they work together, how on some sides of the field, Hynes will be first receiver, give ball to Moylan. On the other side, some other sides of the field, Moylan will be first receiver, give it to Hynes, and they both share the role and work in different roles. And they just look like they're a team playing with complete freedom. And the brand of footy that they play because of that, off the back of Moylan and Hynes, we can't understate how good Moylan's been this year as well, as you said before. They're just playing with so much freedom, and they're a delight to watch. The other thing I saw in the game was, and I forgot this guy for Team of the Week, I genuinely think it's maybe a big call, but I thought Cameron McGuinness was their second best player off the bench. He had 2 stints, he came on, he tackled his absolute dick off, as he always does, but he just, I don't know, just the intent that he plays with when he's running the ball and making tackles, I thought he was absolutely incredible, especially his second stint.
Oh, he brings energy. He brings energy, accountability. He's not a big body, but he's running hard. And so the forwards around him, there's no way any bloke worth his salt can watch a small forward ripping and tearing and you're going, okay, well, I need to rip here. What I will say is I thought Braden Hamlin Ueli. Without them, I thought their go forward is fucked. Like, I thought, fuck me, he's been so good for them. But then, like, another bloke steps up, and that's just such an example of a great system where whoever's wearing the jersey, they may not be able to do it as well as Braden, but they do it at least to a satisfactory degree.
I posted a thing about him last week, and he messaged me and said, "Oh, thanks, mate, but the next bloke will be just fine."
Yeah.
And I sort of went, "Oh, you're just being
humble."
He goes, "Nah, seriously, the next person will be fine."
Yeah, wow.
And mate, we've been raving about him for a few weeks. The next guy was completely fine. So just on Siffer before we move off him too, can you imagine when he gets Wade Graham back inside him?
Yeah, fuck.
You think he's getting put in good spots now until Wade returns?
Crazy. Absolutely crazy. Shout out to Matty Moylan too.
Yep.
How good's he been? Like, getting through his work, silky as anything. You know what he reminds me a little bit of in the terms of statistically? Is like Dylan Brown last year, where statistically you don't really see Moylan putting up 3 or 4 try assists, but he's always the guy before the pass the try assist. He's always the guy that is making the sacrifice of going into the line that creates the space further out. Similar to Adam Reynolds. Like, Reynolds didn't get a lot of... on the weekend he did because he needed to, but when he was at the Bunnies, it wasn't like Reynolds is a leading try assist. It was Cody Walker. And I think Matty Moylan is one of the reasons why Nico Hines has been so fucking good. It's Matty Moylan. Matty Moylan.
He's playing selfless footy.
Would you re-sign him?
I would, yeah.
Would you?
Absolutely. I've always been a massive fan of Matty Moylan, and I think the criticism of him over the years has been really unjust, because I think a lot of that's been anger from fans directed at him missing games because of injury. It's like, well, he's not getting injured on purpose. It's not due to lack of effort or anything. Yeah, it'd be frustrating if he's in your side, but when he's on the field, he's always been absolute class and nothing less.
Yeah.
The fact that he's now stringing some football together, we're starting to see it. The team's starting to get success off the back of it. His just ability to read a game, and you touched on it, fullbacks these days are getting all the try assists because they sweep out the back, they throw the final pass, but the blokes dig into the line, the halves, they're not getting the stat on the sheet. But I'd say they're every bit as important. They're more important than the bloke sweeping and throwing the final pass, and Moylan is just that.
Absolutely. What about you, Matty, on Matty Moylan?
I was just going to say, not on Moylan, but on certainly, absolutely no-brainer re-sign him. But I was talking to someone who works for Newtown Jets, and apparently Lockie Miller has been absolutely killing it for the Jets. He's
What
played
position
fullback.
does he play?
He's been playing. He played the first 4 games as fullback.
Yep.
The second 2 games as 5'8". Apparently, like, he's just setting up tries, making tackle breaks.
He's the one that's come from Sevens.
Yeah, from Union.
Yeah. So, they got plenty of depth. Cronulla.
Yeah, going to be interesting though, because like, I just want to see him in first grade. Like, you can't really get a guy that comes from Union. He's clearly athletic. He's clearly solid. So he has all the little things that you would need in reserve grade to be really solid. But that little 1% step up, sometimes, I'm not saying it's going to be too much for him, but I just want to see him in first grade before I make a judgment. But as you said, you can only judge of what you've got in front of you. And if he's killing in New South Wales Cup, that's a great sign, because then they've got Kennedy, they've got depth at Kennedy, they've got depth in the halves if they need to. I mean, they've still got Connor Tracy?
Annie Cavallo aren't in this team.
Yeah.
So how's the, talking about depth and how far that can take a club? We've seen it with Penrith and a few other clubs in recent years, Melbourne, due to the quality of the systems they've got, but so many of their key players are so versatile. Moylan and Nico can both shift into fullback if required. As I said, they've got Connor Tracy, who can play anywhere in the back line, basically. We've talked about blokes coming through the grades. You look at the forward pack, and they've still got blokes out like, your Wade Graves, your Jack Williams, shout out to the Cooma Stallions, I'll take any chance I can, don't worry. Jackie Williams, who's to come back in there. At the start of the year, Jack was almost a starting lock for them. Now it's like, well, the bench makeup they've got has been so good. It's like, there's no room, mate. They're just killing it.
Crazy. Yeah, the Sharkies. And look, I guess we've got to talk about the glass half full or half empty. Thoughts about the second half? Is that a concern?
Yeah, I mean, it's not a concern, but you just see it quite often where teams just run a train in the first half, and then you could probably talk about it more than I could, but I'm not. I look at this Shark side, and if it was, if they'd been inconsistent all year and did this, I'd be a little bit more worried. But I just think they just dominated in the first half, and then took the foot off the gas. And it's not ideal, don't get me wrong, but I'm not concerned about it.
What about you, Matty? You reckon? Is it a concern or what?
I don't think it's a concern. I think because it's round 7, and correct me if I'm wrong, I could be totally wrong here. Because it's round 7, it could be a reason for Fitzgibbon to go in a few weeks, or even this week. Hey, you guys had a great first half, but there's still a lot of improvement. So, I don't know, maybe as you said about the Tigers bringing him down from the clouds last week, I know that was in jest, but in all seriousness, that second half might bring them down from the clouds a little bit.
What do you reckon?
A bit with Matty. It's early days. As I said, I watched the game in replay, but sort of skipped through it quite quickly. Was there not a pretty big tailwind, I think, in favour of all the points in that game, going down it might have been the southern corner of the ground or something, where a lot of, I think, which is where all Talakai's tries and assists came from. So I'm sure that influenced the game a fair bit. Look, if it happens in consecutive weeks, 2, 3, 4 weeks in a row, then you start going, all right, we've got an issue here that needs to be resolved. We've seen it at certain clubs. The Raiders come to mind over the years where it became a problem and it became a habit, these fade outs. But in terms of a 1 week sort of thing in round 7 of the NRL, early days.
I think as well, you got to remember, they are missing Wayne Graham and Dale Finucane as well in this game.
Yeah.
So, I mean, Cam McInnes played 54 minutes. I think, I'm confident that doesn't happen if Dale's on the field.
Yeah, for sure. Look, I don't think it's a concern, but I do believe to win a premiership, they have shown a tendency to fade out of about 20 minutes of a game. You look at the Storm game, you look at the Eels game where they just pipped them. They really, which is crazy to think, they actually haven't put together 80 minutes yet, which is understandable. New systems, new season. So it's not a concern per se, but if they want to win a premiership, I think you go look at the Sharkies' performance, and then you go look at the Storm's performance and look at the Penrith performance. Penrith and Storm, that was 80 minutes of fucking just full on to the torch. We are not going to let up. And so that's what I mean with that 6 to 12 months. Like, can they just tinker it and fix it enough to become a team that is like Panthers and Storm, where it's like 80 minutes of, like the Storm, the game is in the bag. They're winning 40 to whatever. They go and put another 30 points on. Yep. Like, that's the kind of organisation they are. Penrith Panthers, they were relentless. Like, playing them as the Raiders must have been like, I feel suffocated. And the Sharkies, again, it would be, to expect them to be that level is outrageous and stupid. But that's the level they want to get to. So it's not a concern, but if there is one thing that they need to improve in their game, it's just to make sure that doesn't happen again, going 22 or whatever.
You look no further than 2020, the prelim final, grand final, Melbourne Storm, who they're the hallmark example of playing 80 minutes of footy.
Yeah.
They won a prelim and a grand final within the first 20 minutes of both of those games just because they came out of the gate and went berserk.
Yeah.
And it was the Raiders and then Panthers, and they couldn't match them. There was too far to come back because of 20 minutes of footy. You have to play 80 minutes if you genuinely want to beat sort of Penrith and Melbourne come grand final time.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's not a concern at all. But it's actually, I think, it's a good thing for Fitzgibbon because it gives him something to work with. Sometimes as a coach, you need, like if they go out, for example, what does Bellamy say to the Storm? Not that he needs to, they're already on top. But as a team that's trying to progress to a premiership, you need some ammo to take in and be like, here's 20 minutes of you guys, or here's half a game of you guys playing like bastards. Then they go into Monday going, okay, they don't really feel that euphoric of like, far out, we were incredible. So I think it's actually good for them. I honestly do. I think, although you don't want that happening at the end of the year, it's good for them because it'll keep them really leveled.
I've got an example. 2014 South, in the first week of finals, it was South versus Manly, and it was a top 4 game, and South were winning 40-0. And then in the 60-minute mark, they took the foot off the gas. They ended up winning 40-24. There's footage after the game. South put 40 on them. There's footage after the game of Madge just absolutely laying into them. And they didn't put another foot wrong for that entire final series.
Yeah. So it can be a good thing. And I think the timing of it is a good thing. Like if they go out and put another fucking 20 on them, the Sharks, they're at top of the world. They've got nothing to worry about. So, look, Sharkies fans, I think it's time to get excited.
Yep.
I think it's time to get motherfucking excited. I think it's time to make some bad decisions, spend money you don't have, buy premiership tickets. But I'm not recovering your losses. But if you want to have a bit of fun, make some bad decisions and go, fuck you, Kempy, at the end of the year, I didn't win a premiership. That's okay. Sharkies are looking good. But what I like about the way they're looking good, it doesn't look like a flash in the pan. It looks like genuine systems in place that they're all adhering to. And what's crazy is that it's not like Fitzgibbon walked into a club with like the salary cap is all good. All the players have signed on the right amount of times. Like he's walked into a club with Graham and the two highest paid players. One's not playing, and the other one is towards the end of his career. And I really admire the way Fafita has played this year. I really admire, again, another guy, humility. This is Andrew Fafita we're talking about. Like in his prime is a generational forward. Like I think because of the injuries he's had towards the end of the year, I think people have forgotten this guy was the fucking guy. He was the guy. And he's been he's had enough humility to go, you know what, I'm not that man anymore, but I still can contribute to the Sharkies.
And I think, like, you know, as crazy as it sounds, I think you can see on social media and stuff the impact he's having. Like he's involved in everything they do. He's hanging out with guys that are 30, 32 like himself, and he's hanging out with the 18 and 19 year olds at the same time. And I think he's playing. They've obviously got leadership on field is unbelievable. But I think just the way that he sort of brings this squad together, I think is unreal what he's doing for Fafita.
Man, when you hear Fafita's like upbringing and his story, the fact that he is where he is absolutely incredible. Yeah. Absolutely incredible. And I know, he's rough around the edges, but if you heard where he's from, he's like a diamond, like an absolute gem of a person. So, and again, I know he's done wrong things. Absolutely not denying that. But I think he's matured massively. And he's a good example of give a bloke a second chance, they'll come good. Like let him learn his lesson, and I feel like he has come good. So yeah, he's been fantastic for him. On to Manly. Thoughts?
Yeah, disappointing. Obviously scored some points in the second half, but I think they were down 32-0 at half time in first grade. That's just not up to scratch. Have a look at their entire pack. Not a single forward ran for over 100 metres. So in the modern game, that's pretty alarming.
Also against a Sharks, like Sharks weren't outrageous with their line speed. Like I could understand a Raiders forward not running for 100 metres because that was honestly outrageous by the Panthers. But it was interesting. Timmy?
I think a big thing that I shouldn't say it did get exposed on Thursday night, but it's been coming for a long time is people looking there going, Morgan Harper's just been given an absolute bath by Talakai. Look, he absolutely did, but one thing that I think people overlook a little bit with Daly Cherry Evans is I think he can be a defensive liability. He not physically, he won't miss tackles and be found out that way where, even the nuffy rugby league fan sees it and goes, horrible turn to start. Doesn't happen. He really zeroes in on that lead runner, generally being the back rower every time, and just shoots up and covers him, and it just leaves Manly so short outside him. Yeah. So if you're the centre, they'll play an up and in defence as often as they can. You're a centre and you see DC just shoot and then a ball's lofted over the top or out the back and you're going, shit, I've got a lot to deal with here. So yes, Harper, he missed tackles, but it was even a case of he'd make that first contact, get fended and go back for him. By then, if your first contact's sort of even okay, you might have your half coming across and chopping the legs, whatever it might be. He was just on his own, just waiting for Taylor to go. Yeah. And I think, honestly, that it's something Manly need to work on because it's been like this for a number of years and I don't think DC can commit to that back rower like he does. He needs to do that. Most clubs do an up and out. Easier to do than an up and in. And look, it did work for them well enough last year, but I think it's a major area of concern.
Yeah, I think I
talk about this.
I think I spoke about this over a year ago.
Yeah, and this is what we always say. This is why Ola Kawatu, his defense is so underrated because he handles this so well.
Yeah, so I agree. Like DCE, he's actually, and I think I've said this on the podcast. He's a great tackler, like a great tackler. He'll make his tackles. Matter of fact, he's one of the better 7 tacklers in the game. But he's in a tough position where I think he needs time to build a relationship with his centre. And at the moment, I know he's had a while with Harper, but because sometimes DC will shoot out, like he'll shoot out, and then sometimes he'll slide, and you don't really know, I guess, where you're at. But in saying all that, like although I agree sometimes DCE can be, he can make decisions that are hard to bounce off. Some of the misses from Harper were really poor, like really, really poor. And I think that people giving him bath online, it's like, whatever, like you've never played in NRL, you don't know how fucking hard it is. Harper, he's going through a tough time right now. Like he's going through a tough time. He'll find his confidence. It's going to happen. But I do believe, like I was actually saying a couple of weeks ago, I would have given Kula the start anyway. And I think this is, I hope Harper comes back and becomes a player we all know he can, because last year, for majority of the year, he was one of my favourite centres. Like, he really, really was. And I say this every single week. So I understand Manly's frustration with Harper and the defensive decisions, all that kind of stuff. I think it's best for Harper at the moment to go back to New South Wales Cup, to learn his game, to just find that confidence again.
And I think Harper would be the first one to say that too, realistically.
Yeah,
I mean, mate, I think Siffel would have made a lot of good centres look.
He absolutely gave Gagai a bath. Think about that.
And when you take a guy, like, you got to remember with Harper, he's low on confidence. He's coming in against the most confident centre in rugby league right now. Another thing that people, take it or leave it, whatever you want. But, mate, I remember when I had COVID, the week after, I was rattled.
Yeah.
Absolutely rattled. For him to come out and be put in that spot to mark Sifa Talakai at Shark Park.
Yeah.
It's a tough gig. It's tough. It is what it is. It's first grade footy. You got to deal with that shit. Kohler will come in now, but yeah.
I thought Kohler was fantastic when he came in.
He was good, and I know a lot of people say, it was 34-0, then it was 22-2 or whatever in the second half. It's because of Kohler. It's like, as Timmy said, big win behind them. You have a look at the possession for that game. It did even out a lot. Kohler did a good job, but I think people saying that Kohler was the complete and utter difference.
Oh, no.
It's a little bit. It's over the top. It's not reality. That's your own narrative you want to sell.
As I said, I can understand Manly fans' frustration with Harper.
Yep.
He had a poor performance, but I think this is a time, as a fan, where you can see the guy is going to be under the pump. Like, cause you know one of those performances where he's going to know it's poor, his coach is going to know it, he doesn't need to say anything. So I would, some fans, just lay off him if you can. Like, it doesn't help anyone. He's going to be fucking devastated with the way he played. And it's not like he went out there to miss the tackles. So, I'm torn between... I don't want to make excuses for him because it wasn't up to first grade standard. But also, this is one of those times where it was such a poor game from him that no amount of fans going, bro, that was so shit, is going to change anything. He is going to be devastated. So I hope he does come back and play. Like, I think that time in New South Wales Cup, get confident, just get back to just loving footy again, and he'll be back in no time. What did you think, Matty?
I was pretty surprised. Like, before the game, I know it's easy in hindsight to say, oh yeah, Sharks smashed them, but I didn't know who to tip. I tipped the Sharks, but I thought it was going to be a lot closer. The Manly had won 4 in a row. And honestly, halftime saved them. Like, if there was no halftime break, the Sharks wouldn't have stopped. Now, that's all momentum. And momentum, I think, is the theme for Manly. I think last year, they were a momentum team. They'd score a try and they'd make it 2, they'd make it 3. And you could argue that the 6 again rule helped that last year. Maybe Manly this year are a victim of the rule change.
Maybe.
Could you make that argument?
They've been good, though.
They've been good, but they haven't been murdering teams like they did last year.
But they haven't had Tommy.
That's a good point.
You know? I actually think Manly's been fucking great. I just think that the weekend they were really, really, really poor. It's going to be interesting how they adjust because, like, Tommy hasn't been as good as he was last year. He's only played a few games. That right edge for Manly has been a concern for a substantial amount of time. So it's going to be interesting to see what they do to fix it up.
What did you make, before we move on from these boys, to bring out the real rugby league nerd in me? I love bench dynamics, the bench makeups going into games, and just seeing how different coaches think and the way they react and what sort of thing. Dylan Walker and Cooler on the bench, like 2 outside backs who often know like they can't really slot into the pack if need be, maybe Walker to stretch. Generally speaking, when that sort of thing happens, you might see a scoreboard and have a poor second half because they're short in the engine room. That didn't happen this week, but I found that a really interesting bench makeup with them 2 on there, hey?
Mate, I love Walker coming on through the middle. I know he's not a traditional forward, but the leg spread that he brings, I absolutely love him. But I agree. I mean, was having Cooler on the bench, was that a...
Well, it was purely because of Harper's form.
Yeah, that's...
And also, we have to be fair, Harper is coming back from COVID.
Yeah.
So, look, I don't think that they should do that week in, week out for sure. Like, for sure. I think it was a mixture of 2 things. Harper's form and also he had COVID. What's weird, though, it didn't really affect them.
No, it didn't. Yeah, so that's why I'm a bit confused.
Yeah, I don't know what to do. Maybe it's a fucking masterstroke. Maybe it's a masterstroke. But you're right, though. Like, and not only... Like, you would argue they're 2 smaller outside backs. They're not even big outside backs. They're actually... Like, Dylan Walker would be considered a smaller, even though he's rather big, outside back. Cooler, he's definitely a smaller. Like, he's nuggety-ish, but his height and everything like that. So, yeah, really interesting.
I think, just really interesting few weeks coming up for Manly. I mean, they won 4 games in a row. Canterbury, Raiders, Newcastle, Titans. Like, none of those 4 teams have won a game in the last 3 or 4 weeks, realistically. They went down to the Sharkies. They play the Bunnies next week. Then they've got the Tigers at the moment, who we'll talk about the Tigers later, but they're looking like a pretty half-decent side.
Yeah. No, it's look, the problem with the Manly is that the blueprint that has been used for them, especially in the prelim last year, is attack that right edge. Like, just run at DC all day. 2, him and Harper seem to have not be gelling, but 3, get him through a bunch of work. And if DCE is tired, that team, the chances of them winning are quite small. So, yeah, look, it's interesting because they were so good the week before. Is this a blip on the radar, you think?
I'm starting to get a little bit nervous about Manly, to be honest with you. But Turbo isn't there, as you said. So once he comes back, it is a different footy
Turbo,
side.
Martin Tapau.
Schuster.
There's
a heap of guys to come back into this side.
Josh Aloiai also didn't play.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think there's a heap of guys to come back in. I wouldn't be concerned, Manly fans. I think they ran into a red-hot Sharky side. I think that when Cooler came on, there seemed to be more connection between him, DCE, and himself. Because Cooler came on, did miss a tackle. So, hopefully that solves the right edge issue. But if I'm Cooler, bro, get your shoulders ready. Because teams are coming down that edge and seeing if that was a Harper situation or if that was a right edge situation for the Storm. That's the interesting thing. Is like the issue last year, it was Harper and DCE. So maybe Harper and DCE just don't seem to click. But what's weird is throughout the whole year they were fantastic. So yeah. Anyway.
I wonder if last year it was covered up because Manly was scoring the first 18 points, and then realistically, when you did that in games last year, it was over. It was done. There was no way to turn momentum and get back into games. So,
look, it's a great opportunity for Cooler. Great opportunity. You can cement that spot now. He's got a lot of X factor. He can build a relationship with DCE. So, yeah, interesting times. As Manly fans, I wouldn't be concerned at all yet. Before this week. Without all those players, yes, they beat teams that were struggling, but who have you got to beat to get in the 8? Struggling teams.
And just on Caller too, big opportunity for him. Comes up against the Bunnies left edge this week.
Big opportunity.
Yeah.
Big opportunity. Anyone else? Look, Lawton ran for over 100 metres. DCE ran for over 100 metres. I thought Foran in the second half was outstanding. I thought when he jumped on the ball out of pure desperation, I just thought that was like a testament to the kind of player he is and nearly turned it.
Well, Ches and Foz combined, they ran for 260 metres.
Yeah.
The starting Manly pack ran for under 400, so that's an indication of...
Garrick, I thought, was good as well. Yeah. Garrick's got 210 metres, a line break assist, a try assist. Garrick's been playing some good footy, like really good footy.
Very good.
I'd even argue he might be a better fullback than winger. Because I thought he's been really good at the back. He's safe. He's strong in the ball carries. I think he's actually deceptively bigger than a lot of people give him credit for. His goal kicking is outstanding. Yeah, so look, I think it's a blip on the radar. I thought the fact that they fought back in the second half shows at least their culture is okay. Like, they're not just going to roll over and get absolutely trounced. And to see Foran and DCE essentially lift them back into contention, I think that's also good. And also to see that DCE and Cooler seem to understand each other a little bit better in that second half because it was nowhere near as damaging. But interesting times. I think if you're missing 4 or 5 players, maybe these kind of games are going to happen when you're missing 4 or 5 key players. Now, I know the Sharkies were missing players too, but I would say right now Sharkies are probably in a better position than Manly as a team. Like, I think Sharkies are right now. Sharkies are more likely to win a comp, as in win the comp this year, than Manly. Like, I can see Manly threatening top four, but at the moment, until I see more of Tommy, I don't know. Like, at the start of the year with Tommy in the side, I had premiership threat. Now without Tommy in the side, obviously not a premiership threat. I just need to see Tommy back in the side to get them back in the premiership threat kind of category. So. Anyway, nothing to worry about, Manly fans. They will watch them next week.
Just to round off, they're missing Olakawatu this week. He got a week.
Actually, yeah, we got to talk about that. I won't muddy the waters. Timmy, what do you think? What is your thoughts on the recent head highs?
It's a hard one because I as a footballer myself, I'm not a great footballer, don't get me wrong, a footballer by definition. I'm all for the rough and tumble. I don't want to see blokes getting their heads taken off and whatnot. So I'm kind of like, everyone I see, I just go, oh, that's soft. Like, let him off. Like, blow the penalty, whatever, move on from there. But again, you're forced to sit back and look at the bigger picture. And I don't want to get into it, but we know why the high crackdowns come into the game. And they're worried about getting kids into the game and the safety, the longevity and health of players. So I understand it in that sense. So I'm a little torn. Realistically, for the future of the game, they're probably making the best decision, and it comes with things like an Olakuatu sin bin on the weekend. So I think they're making the right decision. Whether or not I enjoy watching that, not so much, but yeah.
What do you reckon, Guru?
Yeah, I completely agree with everything Tim said. I understand why they're doing it, but it's the current game that's sort of paying for it, which is it makes it hard to enjoy sometimes. But I can't push back on why they're doing it. But also, I think the execution's a bit off, but I also don't have an exact answer for how they can improve it, if you know what I mean.
Well, the problem is like once you stake out this position in the ground, it's like, where does this end? Because these head highs are purely accidental, and it's all a part of tackling technique of hitting that ball and going a little bit high. Like, for example, the Tolman one, it was because Tolman was falling that he got hit in the head. So the concern I have is like, where does this end? It ends with rugby union. You can only tackle around the nipple. That's where it ends.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm concerned that we're going to head towards, is basically to avoid these head highs, because they're not going to go away. Like, that's the concern for me is like, if these were intentional, then these decisions would make the head highs go away, because it's like, stop choosing to make that decision. Where these are intentional, they're not intentional.
Yep.
So how are you going to make something they're already not trying to do go away by adding in this rule? The only way is go more extreme, to the point where the point of contact is so low, they don't have the margin of error. That is, because at the moment, the margin of error is like my ball's there, I literally have like that. That's my margin of error. Whereas like the only way to fix that margin of error to make it big enough where it's not happening so much is to increase margin of error to like that. So that's what I'm really worried that will, and I don't want to be alarmist and reactionary and be like, oh, the game's dying. I don't believe that shit at all. Like people that are like, oh, the game's dying because there's no head highs anymore. It's like, no, like fuck
I'm
me
not
dead.
going to watch it anymore.
Yeah, like give me a break.
He'll be back.
But I just worry, like, does it get worse and worse and worse before we're getting to the union point where it's literally you cannot tackle above there? But the problem with that is if you can't only tackle there, then the guy's just like,
how do you wrap up the ball?
How do you wrap the ball up? So the game's in a really tough spot right now. I can understand where they're coming from. I can totally understand it. Like, save the game. We want kids playing it, all that kind of stuff. The argument against that would be is like MMA is one of the fastest growing sports in the world. And that is literally blokes punching each other, blokes and Sheilas punching each other in the head. So is it really a deterrent? Have the NRL got statistics or information that we don't have that is showing the specific reason for the drop in sign-ups is because of head highs? Because on one time they like, I think we spoke about this a few years ago. Oh no, this is before this, just a few years ago. So 1 year, halfway through the year, they released a report, the NRL, to say NRL is growing, sign-ups are up 300%, rah. That's when they were like trying to say, look how great the rugby league is. But then when the head high stuff started coming in, they released a report saying sign-ups is down, right? So basically they're using whatever agenda they have, they're using. So I just want to know, like, if you could present to me, not that no one has to present anything to me, but if you could put in front of me, this is young kids are not signing up because their parents are concerned about concussion, and here is the evidence for that, I would be like, you know what? It fucking sucks, but I would rather the game exist in the form of the way it's going than not exist. But at the moment, I don't know if there is any research to say that that is the reason why sign-ups are down. Because like sports sign-ups, if I'm understanding correctly what I'm reading, are down across the entire board.
Yeah.
So, yeah, anyway, I don't want to get too far into it, but I'm just confused a bit because we see that on the weekend where Tolman is slipping. I thought it was just a penalty, but okay, you sent him off. And then we fast forward to the Roosters game, and Daniel Tupu nearly kills a guy. Tupou, and I love Tupou. He's such an incredible player. He's the nicest guy in the world. He wouldn't have meant it. But how that isn't 10 in the bin, but the Olakau'atu one is, I'll never know.
If you're not going for what Tupu did, what's the point? I can't.
Tupou. It's Tupou, hey, Tupou. I keep saying Tupu.
I think it's Tupou, but
Tupou.
I don't know about
I'll tell you what, if we get to a point in the future, say 10 years down the track, which could happen where, like rugby union, you can't tackle above nip height, we're going to have like a 52-year-old Folletti Mateo come back into the NRL and he will walk in the Dally M medal because he'll have about 37 offloads a game.
Yeah.
Geez, it'd be interesting, wouldn't it? Just blokes free in the arm.
I honestly, and this is going to sound, and this is coming from a bloke, I have suffered the negative effects of concussions. I came through an era where if you got knocked out, you got picked up by the back of your shirt and he said, fucking get out there and go again. And I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that because we were, eventually when we found out that this happens, we were all consenting adults. We knew what was going on. And if, once we got the information, the NRL passes on, then that's totally fine. But I honestly think that it'll get to the point where the NRL needs to probably make a decision of, you get that each year you go to a player, here's a consent form. Here is all the dangers in this document. It's there for you. You sign it, you consent to it, and that releases them of any liability lawyer-wise, and being sued-wise. Because I think that is a huge part of the reason why they are going so hard. It's a huge part, which is fair enough. They're a business. They've got to protect themselves. That's absolutely fair enough. But I think the way to not get around it, but be like, here is all the information. So you can make a decision as a consenting adult as to whether you want to risk your physical and mental health by playing this game. If the player signs it, they are signing and consenting knowing that damage is going to be done. I think 99% of players would sign it because 99% of players we know and knew that, yeah, I'm getting damaged, but I'm willing to pay that price for the privilege that I end up getting, which is to be able to play NRL. It's a privilege to play NRL. It's something that, I mean, if someone said you can play NRL tomorrow but you'll have a few concussions, would you say yes?
Yeah, for sure.
Would you do it?
Of course.
Matty, would you do it?
I was watching the Penrith this morning and I saw Stephen Crichton score and I literally thought, I wish I was him.
Yeah, yeah. And you do it understanding there's going to be long-term damage, some way worse than others. So, yeah, it's really interesting. I think the one thing that everyone wants is just consistency. I think we could all live with whatever decision they do, just as long as it's consistent. Yeah. But anyway, Manly, nothing to worry about. Olakau'atu, 1 week ban. I don't agree with it, but I totally understand where they're coming from. Now, Broncos v Doggies. Reynolds comes out firing. I thought he played well the whole game, not just the second half. But Doggies come out. They put a score on the Broncos, and when everyone's sitting there going, uh-oh. The Broncos, the team that the NRL, as in fans, love to hate because they've been successful, which is understandable. They're sitting there licking their lips going, please, Doggies, please put one over the fucking Broncos so that Broncos fans can feel our pain. Then the Broncos fight back. Timmy, what do you think about this game?
It's a really interesting one, wasn't it? I was in that bandwagon of please pump them Doggies. Didn't eventuate that way. If some massive, some standout performances like TPJ going on stats, they're 23 offloads in his last 6 games. I think in a dog side that are struggling to score points, you need this second phase play created, and that's where TPJ just becomes invaluable. Payne Haas played pretty well the whole game with a grade 1 AC joint injury, 23 runs, 31 tackles is just ridiculous. It's a real pain tolerant sort of thing, the old AC joint, so you can get through, but it bloody hurts. I don't know how Haas
No pun intended?
No, not at all, mate. Not smart enough for that. So the one that intrigues me, and it's a question for you. So let's say 5-10 years ago, completions were everything in rugby league, weren't they? And you know, coaches at any level of the game would say, if we can go out and complete it 80+%, we have every chance and should be winning this game. The Doggies completed at 88% and were blown out of the park in the back end of the game. And we've seen this in the last few years where completions aren't everything. And I'm curious on your thoughts as to why that's changed, particularly in sort of the last 2 or 3 years, but even the last sort of 4 or 5 years, they're not everything.
Yeah, look, I think it's a mixture of two things. Defence has improved dramatically, and also the 6 again rule. It's all about momentum. You get that momentum, you put on fucking... I mean, you look at... the Raiders had For 39 minutes of the second half, they didn't have a single tackle in the Panthers. So that's purely like the momentum is just all on the Panthers side. I actually think the Raiders were like they did well to hold on the way they did because they were under the pump. So yeah, I think it's a mixture of. I think it's exacerbated the problem, not the problem, but usually the correlation between completion and winning the game. But I will say, the reason the Tigers were still in the game is because their completion was so high.
Yeah, we're going to get there. That's unbelievable.
It's unbelievable. So it's a double-edged sword. Like, you do want high completion, but you also, like, I think the year that the Roosters won the comp, they had one of the worst completion rates in the NRL.
Well, I was about to point out, I reckon at the end of 2016, Melbourne lost to Cronulla, and I think you can see the football that Melbourne have played since then. Craig Bellamy sort of came back in 2017 and sort of went...
Well, Smithy said that they went back after that game
Yeah.
and said, we need to change the way we play.
We need to change what we're doing, yeah. And for me, that's the moment where it sort of changed with your completions. The Chooks did the same thing. And yeah, it's been more so playing with more risk in your game. And as long as your defence can back up turnovers and mistakes when you are playing attacking footy, I always think back to that 2017 Storm side and go, that's sort of where it changed for me.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, I've spoken to Smithy specifically about that. And he said, we lost that finals, this just shows you how good the Storm are. They lose a grand final by 2 seconds. They go back and say, we need to change it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? We need to change the whole thing.
Yeah.
Remember how close they were to scoring on the last play?
Oh. Yeah, literally. They lost by 2 seconds. They lost the fucking grand final by 2 seconds. And I think what's also deserves credit is the Storm that we're seeing now is a direct reflection or result of the decision made at the end of 2017, because they turned from... Why I'm so happy for the Storm, like I know Storm have haters and everything, why I'm so happy for the Storm that they won the comp in the rule changes is it was a clear sign that this is not a club that just wins because it's got good wrestle. This is a club that wins because it's a good club. And the first year the rule change coming in, they absolutely blow everyone off the park and showed everyone, we're actually now... The old Storm, the old Storm stereotype in our head still lingers. But if you were to just come in watching footy from 2018 onwards, let's say that you started watching footy, Storm, 18 to now, you would actually consider Storm as an attacking, flary side.
Yeah.
But we still don't even think that. They just won by 70 points. If you said what kind of side the Storm is, people go, oh, grindy, wrestle, completion rate. But they're actually the most attacking flare side we've got in the comp. They broke the record last year. Or was it last year or the year before?
They're playing 3 fullbacks in their spine.
We haven't seen an attacking side of this arguably ever in the comp, and completion rates are down. So, yeah, I think it's all about the key for the Storm. It's all about the scramble, winning scrambles, like the missed 3 tackles, but... How many times do you see Coates fucking shoot out of the line, miss a tackle, but Hughes and that are coming around the back? So, yeah, it's all about those transition periods of, like, never being fit enough to be always moving. How often do you see, like, a try scored because, you know, let's say you got 2 defenders here and, it's coming along this way, the ball, and the inside defender, he trails in, but then that third defender is just walking.
Well.
That's where the hole is. And the Storm are so good at no matter what, they're always moving. And that's like the Penrith Panthers, they're always moving. Whereas the lower tier sides, that third and fourth player, the ball's over there, I'm clocking off, it's not my job. So that's where I think the battles are won and lost, is in the scramble. And it's actually what the Broncos, when I was playing for them, was known for. We didn't have the highest completion rate or the best defence. We had a lot of missed tackles, but our scramble was second to none. So, yeah, anyway, what did you think about the Broncos Bulldogs game?
I got some notes written down, but I try to watch the game as objectively as I can for the sake of this show, but it really warms my heart when Reynolds plays well, because he...
What's driving that point home? Jesus Christ.
At least you don't have to.
Yeah, fuck, thanks, bro.
Nah, like, he was so good, and it just shows what that bloke can do. I thought... was it Palacia? Is that how you pronounce his name? Keenan Palacia?
Oh, yeah, Palacia.
Palacia, sorry. Yeah,
You know what? It probably is said a different way to what we both said it. Let us know in the comment section, because it sounds like a Samoan or Tongan or or it sounds like a different heritage name. So if you are the same heritage as Keenan, let us know. If we're saying it incorrectly, please let us know. We're always trying to correct it.
Yeah, I thought he was great off the bench.
He's a fucking beast, Keenan. Yeah. I really rate him, and he's actually been hidden. If Payne Haas isn't in that side, we're all talking about this young gun, Keenan Palacia, that's killing it.
There was a point in the first half, I got written down here, that I think it was 3 times in a row, their last tackle options, either they didn't get to Reynolds or they fucked up the kick or something. I thought, fuck, they really need to sharpen that up, which they eventually did. But my biggest takeaway of the game was Tamari Martin. I thought he was incredibly busy, and he just wanted to be involved, and that was great to see in his first game back. I thought he was good.
You know what I liked about the Broncos, or what I thought stood out, was I think it was a real game that showed, like, there are levels in the NRL. Like, there are certain players that they just got something, that touch that's a little bit better. And Martin is one of those players. Like, we know, like, it's not like he set the world alight, but every single one of his touches had class about it. And this is his first game back in fucking a million days. Yeah. And I think Reynolds as well, he showed that even though he's, 32, 33, he has that touch of class that at the Rabbitohs, you don't notice it because he's in a premiership threat side. But you bring a guy like that to the Broncos, you see, this is the difference between a solid NRL 7 and an elite top-tier 7. And Reynolds is showing that. Even against the Panthers, his kicking game was fantastic. And Martin as well, he showed that. Like, there's a reason why Martin was considered one of the best young stars coming through, is because he's got that extra little bit of class that a lot of just solid first graders don't really have. And that was really the difference. The difference was we had 2 players that had that extra little bit of class that unfortunately the Doggies don't have. So we'll talk about the Broncos, and then we'll get into the Doggies. Reynolds, fantastic.
Yeah, I've got written in my notes, it was 14-12 or 20 minutes ago, and I just had a question mark next to it, who's going to stand up? And Reynolds, you said his whole game was good. I agree, but that last 20 minutes was exceptional.
Yep.
Beat them with the chip, beat them with the grubber, beat them with the cutout ball. If you said to me that Adam Reynolds had set up 3 tries down the right edge in the last 20 minutes, I would assume that Tony Staggs has put on an absolute show.
Yeah.
I mean, he didn't even utilise Staggs. He did it with his kicking game and using Selwyn. I thought it was incredibly impressive. Tamari Martin, you mentioned. Mate, if there was one guy that I could understand playing with fear,
mate,
it's Tamari. To do it like the way that he gets the ball, and if no one's in a better position than him, he just takes the whack.
Yes, and that's that experience, that like different level of NRL of like just to do your job, just do your job.
Every time there was a couple of inside balls he ran that they just weren't on, and I think he knew they weren't on, but he knew that's my assignment. I have to be there.
Absolutely,
for that. And he got absolutely whacked by the markers on the inside. He's tough as nail. Like he's one of the most skillful guys on his day, but he's tough.
He might be a heaven sent for the Broncos because I think that what has proven is Selwyn Cobbo is still at least 12. Minimum 12, most likely 24 months away from being a fullback in the NRL. He needs time to. So the good thing about having Martin there, if he does continue to play this well, is it releases pressure from Selwyn, and you can go to Selwyn, mate, you just be the best winger you can be. In the pre-seasons and the off-seasons, we'll work on your fullback role. You don't have to worry about, there's an injury, maybe we need to put Selwyn in there. No, you just become a gun winger, and we can sort everything else out. And also just from a personal level with Martin, congratulations, mate. Like, what an incredible journey. This guy had a brain bleed. Now he's back in the Broncos jersey in the Suncorp Stadium in a fantastic win. Yeah. Incredible. So congratulations to Martin. What did you think of the Broncos, Timmy?
Yeah, look, as I said, we touched on it a little bit before, but just halves dig into the line and the ones who probably don't get the credit on the stat sheet that you'd expect. And Adam Reynolds, it's him, isn't it? The way he digs into the line, how deep he goes whack at the last minute out the back. Every bloke outside them defensively, turn their hips in, and it creates the space for your Stags, your Cobbos and that on the weekend. And I thought it was phenomenal. And it's showing at the Bunnies this year, isn't it? Because Cody Walker hasn't been himself. They're sort of not clicking the way we expect him to. Well, you've got to go back and go, what's different? Well, there's no Adam Reynolds there, is there? And Lachlan Ilias has been good, but it's like, it shows the value of Adam Reynolds when he's fit and firing. Just fantastic. So, and on Tamari, mate, you'd love nothing more than to see him lock in that number 1 jumper. I know Tessie News back soon, and we don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but he did look very good for a first game back in a long time. I think there's promise for the Broncos. They certainly still have issues in their team, but the fact that, albeit playing against the Bulldogs, the fact they're able to pile on so many points so quickly gives you a bit of belief that's like, you know what, there's a good attacking side in this, and they can do some damage. Whether that's a top 8 sort of team, I still question, but there's signs of life.
Well, I mean, the positive is that they're sitting ninth.
I couldn't believe it when I opened the ladder last night and saw them. Like, respectfully, I just didn't... And I don't know who I expected to be at ninth, but I didn't expect it to be Brisbane.
Look, I think a lot of people after, the last few weeks would have been like, Brisbane are at least 14th. I think that's the vibe that we all got. We'll speak about the positive. We'll get to the negatives. What else did you... you were going to say something earlier?
I was just going to say before, like with Tamari Martin, I know it's early days, but for me, I'm looking at him and I'm going... I don't know which problem you've solved, whether it's fullback or 5'8", but I think you've solved one of them. Yeah. Like, once Tessie returns, I personally think Tamari Martin could be the guy to wear the 6 there. Yeah,
I thought Gamble, I love his passion, I love his energy, but I didn't think he didn't have his best game in my opinion.
Yeah, I also thought Billy Wallace was probably overplayed his hand a little bit, but Corey Pakes came in. I thought he was very impressive. So,
do you play Corey? Do you start him?
Mate, based on last week, I think I do. I've always said I really like Billy as a hooker. I've always preferred him as a hooker, but I thought he really overplayed his hand the other night and made it hard for Adam Reynolds and the Broncos in general. So I think I would go with Pakes, mate. Yeah.
What about yourself? Would you start him?
I like Walters particularly as a bench player just because he's so versatile. He can come on, he's got a good running game, so he can inject plenty of energy into a side coming off the bench. So yeah, I'd start Pakes. And I was just going to touch on that line of Corey Oates for that try was so seductive. I absolutely loved it.
Beautiful.
I love seeing a winger come off their edge and come in the middle of the field and run a line like that. God, it was like, I don't know if it was great coaching from Kevy or if it was Adam Reynolds who teed that one up.
Well, it's the line he's done for years.
Yeah,
it's a Corey Oates special.
Back in, feels like it's been a fair while, or maybe it just hasn't been as effective. But
you know what? We haven't had the players to fucking execute it. That's what it is.
Yeah, well, there you go. Jeez, it was nice.
It was beautiful. Reynolds to a T. And also, like, it's such a good play because it's like, even if you tackle him, he's such a fucking big runner of the ball. It's very hard to stop him near the line. Corey Pakes is a really interesting one because I love what he brought. I love the energy. He does seem to suit the new version of a hooker with that explosive running game. My only concern is like game management. Can he manage a game the way a guy like Walter... I know Walters didn't play the best, but I don't know. I just think maybe we give Walters a couple more weeks to find his feet a little bit. But if you were to start Corey Pakes, I would be like, he's probably earned that.
And I agree with you to some extent there, Pakes. I think he's a great runner out of dummy half, but I don't think he picks his moments overly well.
That's what I mean. It's going to be tough. Like, you put him on as a starting hooker, you're basically saying, we want him to play 60 minutes. I would just be saying to Billy, like, mate, just whatever Adam wants, just give it to him. Because we can bring Corey on to take those moments. We can bring him on for the running moments. I'll be saying to Billy, all we need from you is great service out of dummy half. Obviously, if there's something that's there, take it. But we can bring on that explosive hooker for the 20-minute period. I just think he suits that so well. But you're right. They looked much better with Corey on the field.
And so it's probably the thing that goes unnoticed. Like, I think it's hard as a viewer, whether you're Cameron Smith or you're some Joe Blow on the sideline, watching a game of footy and noticing whether that hooker is giving their halves good service or not. You notice the pass that goes a metre behind them and the rubbish stuff that hits the deck, but every single ball, every single set, whether it's good or not. And that's where I'd love to, for someone to press that. I mean, don't get me wrong, Adam Reynolds isn't going to say it or pressure and throw one of his hookers under the bus, but if you're speaking to him separately and saying, Nate, out of Jake Turpin, Billy Walters, Corey Pakes, who gives you the best service in and out? Because we might sit there and go, oh, geez, Pakes' running game's good, he's doing damage. But if Billy Walters is hitting him on the chest, out in front of him every single time, well, that's worth far more to you as a half and a football team than a couple of good runs here and there, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Where's Turpin land? What's happening with him?
I was just about to say, I don't know.
I feel a bit sorry for Turpin because he started so well and he's been the hooker through such a tough time at the Broncos and with so many different halves pairings that, like, it's understandable that he hasn't really clicked for himself yet. And he does get through a lot of good defensive work. I wouldn't count him out just yet, you know?
And, I mean, they've backed him for a long time. You've got to remember, they let Andrew McCulloch go. He was going to come back and they let him go again.
Fucking remind me.
I didn't want to upset you, but fuck, wouldn't an Andrew McCulloch be handy?
Yeah. And anyway, fuck me dead, honestly. Jesus Christ. We got no hookers in our top 30 and we get rid of our second, like, seriously. That was a tough call to swallow. Yeah, look, I wouldn't give up on Turpin yet. I actually think out of all the guys we just mentioned, him at his best is the best hooker at the club. I think that he's got the best defense for sure. I think he's probably got the best passing service out of hooker. It's just a matter of finding his groove again. So, yeah, what's tough is when he was playing really good footy, I think he signed for unders to stay at the club. It's one of those things fans won't ever thank Turpin for that. Now that he's struggling, fans will be like, don't re-sign him, sign him for unders, sign him for less. Where Turpin, he was getting talked about in Origin circles when he came in, and also had big offers from other clubs, just chose to stay loyal through a tough time. So I just think stick with it with Turpin. I think there's something there. I really do. I know he hasn't been that X-factor-ish, but I think just give him some time. I really do. Think you give him some time.
If all three are available this weekend, how would you select your side?
You know what? I would probably go Turpin to start at 9, and I would put Pakes on the bench.
Okay.
And Billy Walters would drop out. I think Billy he's had a few weeks in the first grade side now, and he just hasn't played as well as he did in the trials. And also the trial he did play well in was against a reserve grade side. So although I'm stoked for Billy and I think he has put some good footy together, I also believe that Corey Pakes has just offered too much, and I think that Turpin... I just didn't think Billy was good enough to take Turpin's jersey off him yet. But I think it's super close. Out of those three guys, whoever wants that jersey the most is going to get it because it's up for grabs. And I think you asked me at the start of the year, is the 9 jersey up for grabs? Is it?
Yeah.
And I said, look, I think Turpin's probably got the first dibs at it. But I think now we're truly in a position where that 9 jersey is up for grabs. If you want it, it's there to be taken.
And mate, out of the three of them, you don't even have to have an outstanding month. You just have to have a solid month.
Solid month.
It's yours.
Great service, get through your tackles, and run the ball when you see one marker. Run it and run it hard, and don't run it. Sometimes I look at hookers, and obviously not being a 9 myself, but it frustrates me when hookers see there's one marker and they get out of dummy half and they kind of jog waiting for the pass. It's like, fuck the pass, just run. And at the very least, you'll get a quick play of the ball, and that's a win. That's a win. But if you jump out and you're constantly looking for that big play, that short play or whatever, you get dominated. We just lost everything. You may as well pass it off the deck to that player. So they're not listening to this podcast, but if on the sport chance they do. Bro,
but at the same time, when you watch Melbourne, you can see if they win or play the ball. Harry Grant, he's just got tunnel vision.
Yeah.
So he should. Sometimes you see him and Brandon Smith jostle with each other who gets to take it.
And the thing is, if you get out and go and there's no one around you, that's their fucking fault.
Yep.
It's not your fault. So as a 9, I would just be saying, as soon as there is one marker, fucking go. And if they don't get close enough to you to be able to tip on, that's their fault for not being up on the play and realising that there's a big play on board. Outside of that, one little nitpick I've got that I'm starting to see with Herbie, there's no bigger fan of Herbie than me. I love him. I want him to be at the club. Him and Haas were two of the... When times were tough, they fucking turned up. Yep. But I do believe his centre play needs a little bit of work. He struggles to... A lot of centres, he's a run first, pass second centre. And a lot of the time, as soon as he gets the ball, he steps straight back inside. And whereas you're seeing even guys like Sifar, they're almost judging straight away okay, can I, get my winger one-on-one? Whereas very rarely does Herbie look and think how can I set my outside up? And I do think he needs a little bit of work on his passing game as a centre. And that's being very nitpicky. He's still one of our better players. He's still fantastic. But I did notice on the weekend, I was like, fuck, there's a few times where your first instinct was step inside and do what I want to do with the ball, which is good. That's what makes him so great. He wants to get through work. He wants to get his hands on the ball. But I think there are a few times where he could have at least just kept the option open to try and get his winger a bit of space. Is that something you've noticed or not really?
Yeah, and I mean, he comes off his left a lot, and when you're playing most of the comp, Herbie's talented enough to get away with it and still cause damage. But if you want to start to beat these top teams, I personally think you're making the job easier for you if the centre is coming off your left foot every time. So, yeah, I agree. I think Herbie's been great this year. But I agree. It's one thing that I sort of always think, geez, Corey Oates is playing good footy this year. He doesn't get much ball.
He doesn't get much ball at all. And matter of fact, he hasn't got much ball for quite a few years.
Probably why he's come in for that play the other night.
Yeah,
Gets
for sure.
his hands on the ball.
For sure. And the thing was, is like there were a few times where I was like, he absolutely could have got. They may not have scored, but he would have at least had an opportunity to finish something. Have you seen it or not seen it, Timmy?
I hadn't seen a lot of it, but the first thing that comes to mind is that, generally speaking, when a player's, let's say a left centre, is coming off their left foot and stepping infield every time, generally means they're probably on the wrong edge. Now, that's not going to happen at Brisbane because Katoni Staggs is locked and loaded on the right.
Good
but
point. Totally
you think if you're a centre, you're getting one-on-one with the bloke and you're stepping off to get to their outside fend and either draw and pass or pop it or whatever it is, he's coming back in towards the ruck, which isn't really good for anyone, particularly your winger. So, again, I could be wrong, but that's my gut feel about it.
Yeah, it's a great point. It's a great point.
Do you think he is a centre?
I don't know.
I don't know what he is, but I'm not convinced he's a centre.
That's why I wouldn't mind him as a winger, because he gets through a bunch of work. He's a fantastic ball runner. He can finish. He's pretty tall, 6'2". He's athletic. I actually think he's probably suited more, I think he can become a centre, put it that way. I think given another off-season of training, given enough off-season of learning to if he did some sessions with Steve Renoff and that, I think he definitely could be. But I think the version of Herbie right now is probably wing, because he suits the modern winger, which is 20 to 25 hit-ups, 5 to 8 tackle breaks, and a bunch of metres. Whereas, does he have a lot of passes statistics? Not really. Not really at all. If anything, I feel like Staggs, he actually looks for his winger more, that flick, than Herbie does. So I do think, if you're right, against the lower tier teams, you can get away with it. But if you really want to challenge into that top tier, you need to turn, we got 20 metres into, we nearly scored a try. But again, that's very fucking nitpicky. I'm a huge fan of Herbie. Anything else that stood out for you guys for the Broncos? Look, I love the fact that I love their fight, that they fought their way back into the contest. I love that they didn't drop their bundle. I love that they could put on a bunch of points and they were patient. They didn't allow the game to they didn't give up and allow the game, we've lost this one, or, it's not our night. It didn't seem like it was their night. So great signs for the Broncos. Now it's all about week in, week out stuff, really. Week in, week. Can you do that? Week in, week out. Another stat for Martin that is really fucking impressive is 8 tackles, 0 misses as a fullback. That's really, really good. Really good.
I thought the other thing that impressed me with Brisbane was that, the last few weeks, it's been give the ball to Katoni, see what happens. That wasn't working. So they had to go looking elsewhere to do things, which I thought was really good.
I thought Shop, we'll get to Shop. Yeah. Fuck me, he did a good job. He did a really good job. I want to give Selwyn Cobbo a rap. I really think that he seems to have found his groove a bit. I was a bit concerned there a few weeks ago of this kid probably needs a couple of weeks in reserve grade just to find his confidence. But I think that he has found his way a little bit, and he's starting to understand what it takes to be a first grader. The try that he scored and the try that he set up, fuck. Incredible.
Yeah, we said it a few weeks ago, and I'm sure you remember it, Timmy, when I forget which game it was, but he got a ball in his in goals that he never should have got out from, and he managed to get out.
Yeah.
And I remember just sitting there going, fuck, that looks like a bit of a light bulb moment for this guy, realising that this is where he should be. And since then, he's been sensational.
Yeah, been great. Now, on to the doggies.
Yeah, you mentioned Aaron Shop. I thought his defence on Katoni was sensational. I haven't seen Katoni get pushed back like he was in that game.
By another rookie.
Yeah, handed him really. And he's a guy that, I spoke about in the off-season. I absolutely loved him. I don't know what he's done at Canterbury, but he's fallen out of favour there. I don't know why.
He was one of their best players when they struggled.
Far and away.
If I had to choose a shining light for 2021, it would have been Shop. He's a rookie that's super fucking physical, got through his work, and was great in defence. Goes up against, if that doesn't give him his spot, at least for another few weeks, I don't know what will. Goes up against the Katoni Staggs and was fantastic. He really put it to him. 11 tackles, only 1 miss, 2 one-on-one tackles against Katoni Staggs. If that isn't fucking a good knock, I don't know what is.
Yeah.
And he was why they had to look elsewhere to find points.
166 metres. This is Shop's performance. Matter of fact, he might even make my team of the week. Seriously. Fucking hell. He had a try assist. He had 19 runs, 166 metres, 51 post contact, 5 tackle breaks, a line break assist, 2 offloads, 11 tackles, and only 1 miss. Against Katoni Staggs.
Beast.
That's a great knock. So, huge raps to Shop. I've been a fan of Shop for quite a while now. What did you think of the Bulldogs, Timmy?
Touching on the other centre as well, Jacob Kiraz, who's come in
100%,
out
absolutely.
of nowhere.
You know what's frustrating? Sorry to interrupt you, bro, and I'll be quick. Is if you're the Doggies, you're going, fuck, why do we spend money bringing these other people in when we got these great rookies in there?
How good was he? Like they had 3 or 4 blokes out because of COVID protocols, that sort of stuff, and just so light on his feet, just looked threatening in a side that as we know, struggles for points a little bit in the past. God, he looked good.
Yeah.
Do we know is he available this week or not? Because I don't think he was in their top 30, so there might be question marks over whether he's eligible or not, but don't have any confirmation on it. But God, like to see him not dropped after that, but not be able to play would be a killer.
Mate, I think they've earned the right to keep their spots, and I think you probably put Naden on the sting next week. Ockenbaugh, you replace Ockenbaugh with Naden. Huge congratulations to Kiraz. He just has this weird danger about him. You know what I mean? Like he didn't. It wasn't like he was this super imposing giant, but every time he got the ball, he seemed to break a bunch of tackles, get a half line break here. He was fantastic. Like really, really good. 7 tackle breaks in your debut. That's fucking not bad. 4 offloads. What a knock.
Even to have the confidence to come in and throw offloads on your debut. It's a real confidence thing, isn't it? You don't want to throw one, hit the ground and just look like an idiot. To throw them, mate, he's special.
What did you think about the Doggies, Matty?
Yeah, it was kind of disappointing how they finished. It just seemed they just ran out of steam. It's a tough question, but do you just throw Adokar at fullback? Just give him a go? Because Greg Alexander said at the start of last year he should have got the first crack.
Dufty's been good the past 2 weeks. Yeah. Dufty was good on the weekend. I'm not understanding that at all.
Just for something, I don't know. I'm asking the question just for something.
Yeah, I agree. But he scored 2 tries. This is Adokar's stats on the weekend: 2 tries, 171 metres, 43 post contact, 10 tackle breaks, 2 line breaks, and an offload. That's a great knock on the wing. Why would you want to change that? Yeah, and
I just don't think there's a place. You can get away with it, but I really don't think there's a place for a non-ball playing fullback in the modern game. I don't think there has been for a number of years. I know Dylan Edwards being in the best team in the comp, it's a little bit hard because he's not a great ball playing fullback, but there's so many great attacking players elsewhere that they can get away with it a little bit, and he has so many other great areas. But I think, if maybe Adokar's being a bit more limited and restricted, rather than put him to fullback to get him more involved as one of their strike weapons, you just say, mate, come off your wing, float around the ruck, coming out. You've got TPJ there. Just hang off TPJ's hip. Imagine having Dufty and Adokar floating around that ruck there, coming out. You have any offload, any space, gone.
Yeah, I totally agree. And just tip up the edge to everyone move out one. It's a Fox set. And he's just allowed to do everything he wants to do in the middle there, and everyone just pushes out one so that they got enough width, get the centre to keep width. I think moving Fox to fullback, it's is that the long-term fix for you guys? Is that what you're going to get into finals footy with? Even though, Fox for me is one of the greatest wingers to ever play the game. So I think he does so well on the wing. I wouldn't want to change that if I'm the Doggies.
You brought Dufty for a reason. You know that Dufty, he is going to be up and down at times, but if you're going to sign Dufty, there's nowhere else you can play Dufty outside of fullback. We know from watching the Dragons last 2 years, when they win games at football, it's off the back of Dufty. And I actually thought there was a moment in this game where it was pretty close, and I think it was the 5'8" took Dufty on the inside, threw an inside ball to him, and he was gone, and he dropped the ball. And I thought it was a real turn of momentum in this game, and unfortunate, but geez, if Dufty takes that ball, I honestly think this game could have played out a little bit differently. It's the way it goes sometimes. Mate, guy that I thought was outstanding, Josh Jackson, 150 metres, 51 tackles.
0 missed.
No missed tackles.
Jesus.
I'm going to sound like a massive hater right now.
Yep.
I love Josh Jackson, and I love those stats. That's incredible. But I just think in the modern game, you need a ball playing 13. I think those kind of stats, he should be probably in the front row, on the edge maybe. You need him in your starting 13, and you need him playing 80 minutes. I'm not denying that. I just think the biggest issue at the Bulldogs right now is I know you're big on Marshall King, but I don't know whether he has the right game management at 9. I think unfortunately Burton has really struggled, His fifth tackle options haven't been great. He's missing quite a few tackles. He just hasn't kicked on the way we thought he would. You know what? I think a lot of us knew that actually it's going to be a struggle for Burton. It's a matter of could they push through it. I just think Josh Jackson. Do you think he suits 13?
No, of course
game?
not.
Yeah.
He's a front rower.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what has really hurt Canterbury, and no one will talk about it. When they signed Johnny Asiata and he wasn't able to play, he is exactly what they sort of need through the middle, in my opinion. Josh Jackson's stats are incredible. Is what I've been saying about Taumalolo for 5 or 6 years. What he does at 13, he can do in the front row, and that's the same as Josh Jackson. But I mean, I'm still never going to underappreciate what a warrior like Jackson does. I know you're not, obviously.
Yeah.
But I just he's got to be in the team somewhere. Personally, I don't think he has the legs to be on an edge anymore either. So I just think he has to become a middle forward, which they've got an absolute heap of, but they don't have a 13 to come here and play that role. And, Jeremy Marshall-King, I like him, but there's no one that is better than him at Canterbury.
Oh, yeah, I agree.
That's the thing.
Yeah.
They've got young Josh Cook there. I don't know if you see much of him. Jackson Tapine, I cannot believe he is still not in this side.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's an attitude thing. I don't know if him and Barrett don't get along. I don't know. But every time I watch him in reserve grade, he looks incredible.
And I feel like he could probably play 13. Bit of a ball
13,
player.
Yeah, he could. He's just, I don't know. It's a bizarre little situation.
Yeah, I just think in their key spots, they don't have... look, I think they're going to be a completely different side with Marnie in it, that's for sure.
Yes.
We have to remember they have signed Marnie.
Yep.
Yeah.
And they've also signed Billy Army Kickout. Fuck. I think that's going to change. I actually think that could change. Things could change and change quickly at the Doggies because of those two key signings. Do you think they're biding their time a little bit then? Of why would we bring in another, we'll keep Marshall King there because he does a job and we don't need to go out and buy someone else right now and we're just going to wait for Marnie to get there? Do you think that could be a possibility?
Yeah, I guess so. I don't know. It sort of felt like they were doing that last year with Burton too.
Yeah.
They've tried. They've tried to get that 9. They were a whisker from Appy Coruscant a couple of years back.
We thought it was done.
Yeah, so they had they've clearly prioritised the position. Didn't land him. I think they were trying to get Marnie to get him out of his contract early and trying to get him there. That just would have changed everything because you look at we've spoken. I mean, you boys have spoken about it, myself and Guru speak about it all the time. It takes time for combinations to gel. It takes time for great combinations to gel, let alone not a throw together side. But Matty Burton played centre all last year, having come through juniors obviously as a half. But you look at a spine of Dufty, who was unmonitored at the Dragons, Burton, who's a positional shift from the best team in the comp to one of the worst teams in the comp, Kyle Flanagan, who's been here and there over the last couple of years, and Marshall King, who does a solid job, but there's not a lot of attacking flair in that spine. We know Duffy's got speed, we know Burton's got a great running game, but just to tie it all together, Amani or an Appy Coruscant, as of next year, they're going to be laughing, the Dogs. They'll have had a whole season to get these combinations gelling, but this year, it's just not there, is it?
Oh, mate, it's tough. And I do think the Doggies probably thought Burton was going to be a bit better than he was, because I knew it was going to be hard for Burton, but I've actually been a bit surprised. I don't know. I thought he started the season really well, but ever since, got a great kick. The bomb is great, but some of his fifth tackle options are not the best. Not the best. They're pretty poor. His running game doesn't seem to be what it was, and the concern I have is as a young player, you don't want him to get to a point where he's scarred. He plays a whole year and it's just shit. He hates his footy, and it's only a 2-year deal, isn't it? So that would mean technically he can sign with someone else at the end of this year.
Jeez.
I don't want to say that, Doggies fans, but can we get that for
Yeah, it is. I'll confirm it.
confirm that?
Yeah.
Is there a world where Burton's hating life and he goes, fuck?
Surely Burton's seems like a level-headed, seems like a good fella, and that I think
he's a great bloke.
Yeah, seems like a great bloke. There's a bright future in this dog side. We've just said it. Reid Marnie's going to come in next year. He's going to take a heap of pressure off him. Kickout's come in. I think they'll be massive top 8 contenders next year. And you touched on it before. They're sort of waiting for next year to come around. This year's about forming those combinations. And if I'm Burton, I'm going, you know what? I'm at a proud club with a rich history, a great fan base. I can make something out of this and make a real future here and hopefully become a long-time servant of this club. I'm not looking at going, there's no new blokes coming in, how do things change? I'm going, no, there's a future. As soon as next year. Yes, there's a world where he looks elsewhere, but I'd like to think the big fellas are invested.
2023 is going to be a big year because 2024 is a player option.
Okay, so he's got a player option.
Yep.
So technically, he could say now he's not taking it up. The big concern is like there's a big club that may be about to lose a 6.
Yeah. And this is where I agree with everything you said about Burton. I hope that's his mindset. But if Burton turns around and goes, what the fuck, 6 months ago I was winning a comp, I was a Dally M centre, I was close to winning a Clive Churchill, what am I doing? I'd go, yeah, no, fair.
He was
I can
playing Origin pretty much. Like he was going to play Origin.
It's, yeah. And I think that's the other thing with him playing 5'8" at the moment. Like you've also got to remember that, yes, he played centre, last year, so he missed out on he's only 22.
Yeah. He hasn't played this whole year at 6 yet.
Yeah, he's missed a lot of, and he spent a lot of time also coming off the bench for Penrith. So he's missed out on a lot of key development years that most halves should have. And as much as he's gained a heap of experience, he's also gained a heap of experience in the best system imaginable, on the best edge imaginable. I mean, it doesn't surprise me that he is struggling. I didn't think he'd hit the ground running like he was last year. But
did you think he'd be a little bit better?
Yeah, but I thought Canterbury would be a little bit better. To be fair,
that's true.
I was going to say, he's also not on big money, so he'll
because he signed so
early. So I think the reports were something like 550 or something like that. So
probably around 400.
If he gets a big offer. Yeah,
that's the issue. Yeah, more than anything, isn't it? If there's big money coming out,
if he's sitting on 800k a year, he's going, you know what, fuck it, I'll stay here and get the job done. Whereas I can guarantee you there's some big clubs sniffing around his manager right now going, look, I think he stays. And I don't want to, this is pure speculation. Pure speculation. There's no fucking rumblings that he's not happy. What I'm more talking about is this is how we do things, sometimes see things play out. We see these gun players go to these clubs that struggle and then Nick Kotrick's a perfect example. Origin. He was playing Origin, goes to Doggies, doesn't enjoy it.
Playing for the
Kangaroos. Goes to Doggies, doesn't enjoy it, goes back. But I still think he's such an incredible player. I still believe he's going to be one of the better sixers. He's just got so many weapons in that duffel bag. So many weapons in the duffel bag. His kicking game at such a young age, his long torpedo floater bomb. It's you almost can't teach that.
Yeah, I was about to say, you can't teach the timing of a football.
Oh, mate.
You can craft it, but you can't get a bloke who just doesn't have that natural timing to send his kicks an extra 20 metres.
No way. And so that's the weapon that he has. I think in his defence as well, he's had a bunch of different halves pairings. This is his third one. But I would be, if I'm the Doggies, I would just be I'd be constantly in communication with him just to make sure that he's happy, everything's okay. Because this side with Kickow and Reid Marnie in it are totally different sides, especially the Reid Marnie. All of a sudden, Reid Marnie has played 4 or 5 years by that point. He's almost an experienced hooker. So he can take over the role of getting him around the park and making all those tough decisions that you have to make on the fly. So, I hope he bounces back. I just... You know how unhappy you can be when you go from the fucking premiership winnings to a team that's could win the spoon? Could be tough. And on top of all that, he signed so early. You have to ask, if he had signed later, would have he still done it? Maybe not. But yeah, I think that Gus Gould, he's got it under wraps. Got it under wraps. Nothing to worry about, Doggies fans. But it is something to track and I guess make sure from an admin perspective that he's okay, he's happy, there's nothing to worry about. Thoughts on Tavita Pangai Jr. since going there?
Mate, I've never been overly high on Tavita, but mate, credit to him. Despite them not putting W's on the board, he's playing some impressive footy. I would actually argue this is probably the most consistent we've seen from Tavita.
Yeah, I reckon.
And if you would have said to me 6 weeks ago he's about to play his most consistent footy when he's starting stinks in trial matches and everything, I would have said not a hope in hell. This season started with that trial game with me thinking this will be his most inconsistent we've seen. And mate, he's played really well. You can probably talk more about it. And SuperCoach stats isn't a direct reflection And mate, you get to the end of every single game and you look at Tavita and you look at the scores that he's putting up, and then you go and check his stats and you just go, Christ, how aren't they getting off the back of what this guy is doing? And as you said before, just having Dufty off his hip, having Josh Adokar off his hip. That's what I look at Penrith. As soon as they have an offload, they get it to one of their big three players. It goes straight to Cleary, Luai, or Appy himself can go. This Canterbury side, if it's not going to Dufty or Burton, like when Jeremy Marshall-King gets it or when Flanagan gets it, it's not alarm bells. It has to go to one of those other two, which I just don't think they play well enough off the back of their second phase footy that they get from Tavita.
Yeah, the Doggies are a tough one because I think their forward pack has actually had a good year. Like, I really do think their forward pack has had a good year. I know they got towed up by the Storm, but they were in that game. Their forward pack had one field position for the first 40 minutes.
Yep.
It's just, as we've said, it's those key positions and creating that extra attacking flair. But in the first half, they scored 14 points. I don't know where to put the Doggies, because they're just not where I thought they were going to be. I thought they were going to be landing around the 12th or whatever mark, but the fact that they're sitting at the bottom of the table now, do you think most of us would have thought they'd be off the bottom of the table?
I got them at 15s to start the comp for the wooden spoon. I saw that. I was like, building towards next year, as we said. I was like, there's still, from what we've seen in recent years, I think there's a lot to play out. They'll get better, but it's, I think anyone who sort of thought top 8 and all that, this bright future, immediately, it was always going to take time. So
no way they'll be top 8 immediately. Yeah, so I think that from what I'm looking outside in, it looks like they're doing what they probably should have done last year, what is they're planning for next year.
Yeah.
I think that they pick and stick with Flanagan. They obviously stick with Burton, and they stick with a core group of players to try and build for next year. That's what I think they should do. But yeah, massive shout out to Josh Jackson. Like, what a fucking knock. 51 tackles, no miss. Massive shout out to Schupp. He was fantastic. Kiraz, great debut. And Josh Adokar, I want to give him a massive rap because I think most footy fans, or at least a lot of footy fans, pictured Adokar as a front runner. He's at the Storm, scoring heaps of tries. There's no way he's going to be a battler. And I think Adokar has proven since going to the Doggies, no, he's a fucking winner and a competitor. And it doesn't matter whether he's on the front or the back foot, he rips right in. And I don't think a lot of people thought that of Josh Adokar. And I think he's proven that, look at those stats. It's 2 tries, 171 metres, 43 post-contact, 10 tackle breaks, 2 line breaks. I just want to give him a rap. I think he has proven there's a reason why he is one of the best wingers to ever play the game.
And I think also, the thing that stood out for me, and you don't get a great insight to it on TV, but, mate, every time it flashes to him, he's talking.
Yep.
He's just, and I don't know, I don't really think of any other wingers I've seen that are talking as much as what he seemingly is. You see a small clip of it on TV, no doubt about that. But there isn't a time where I see Adokar on TV and he isn't talking to the guys inside him or screaming at blokes that are 30 metres infield. Yeah. It's impressive.
Yep, and it says a lot about his character too. There's how often we see wingers go to clubs, that they go from world-beater wingers to struggle. I was at the Broncos killing it, went to the Warriors, struggled. Whereas Adokar, he's still putting up big numbers. So incredible stuff from Adokar. Doggies fans, it's going to be a build year, but I do believe there's so much to look forward to. Reed Marnie, Gus Gould there, Kikau. I think there's a bright future.
Yeah. And we spoke about it in the preseason that their first 2 weeks were a reasonably good matchup. Cowboys, Brisbane. They came out of that with a 1-on-1 record. Since then they've gone Manly, Melbourne, Penrith, South. Lost to Brisbane. Now they go Roosters next week. So
they've had a tough run.
It has been a really tough run. Granted, it's made harder by having 3 halfbacks in that time. But I think regardless of who they had at 7, it would have been a tough run.
Yeah, I totally agree. And, it's Brisbane at Brisbane, and it required an Adam Reynolds masterclass to get them out of trouble. So keep your head up, Doggies fans. It'll turn around. The positive thing for the Doggies is you can see the plan, where it's like the Tigers, when they were struggling, it was like, what's the plan? Like, where are we going with this? And then obviously the Tigers have turned things around. Now, Cowboys v. the Titans. Timmy, what do you think of this one?
There's a lot to take from this game from both sides. First of all, the Cowboys just keep delivering I gave them very little hope at the start of the season. After being pretty sceptical of Todd Payton for good reasons in the past 18 months, you've got to look at some of the decisions he's making that have been controversial, that are all just paying off. They've got decent depth there in their back rows. They've got your Nanais and Lukies and these blokes chopping and changing big minute roles, and they've just been fantastic. On the flip side, you've then got Justin Holbrook, who I have always rated as a coach. I still rate as a coach. He's making some more questionable selection decisions. I'm sure we'll speak plenty about David Fafita. The Titans, who have had points coming out their wahoo in recent years, there was nothing to suggest they couldn't do similar this year, but they're not getting up for it, are they, at all? Like there's so many issues there. I do think things can change very quickly, but they've been very underwhelming.
What do you think, Matty?
I think the Cowboys have such a gritty forward pack, and it's like that's why they're winning games this year. Like obviously they've got Townsend and Dearden and Drinkwater and their backline all playing well, but their forward pack they can match up with any team, and I think that was certainly the difference against the Titans. Also, speaking of their forward pack, Tom Gilbert just signed with the Dolphins.
Oh, really? He's been fucking great too.
Yes, he's a young forward for them.
In saying that, like, you look at, you got Lukey, you got Nanai there, very hard for him to get a shout.
There.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, you got Leilua, that's a great signing now. When you add that Leilua to the team they got now, fucking hell.
I said earlier, like, my ladder for the year, I had Cowboys last, and I egg on my face. Like, I really like their team, especially their full pack. It's just, it's really impressive.
Gurina.
Yeah, disappointing from the Titans. I mean, here we are, round 7. They're 12th, which isn't a disaster, but they've won the same amount of games as the Raiders that are 15th. You know,
who would have thought that they would be becoming the worst out of the Queensland sides?
Yeah,
which is crazy to think.
Yeah. It's insane. And look, they've been in every single game up until this point, but I never really felt like they were in that game on the weekend. And you know what? Credit to the Cowboys; they're a damn good side. They're 5th at the moment. I'm not sure if this top 8 changes, to be honest with you.
Yeah, really.
Like teams like the Dragons and the Warriors, I don't think their seasons are Red Rover yet. Brisbane could still click, but I think we've got to give credit to the Cowboys and how well they are playing. I had them for the spoon at the start of the year, and if you would have said to me the Cowboys are 5th after 7 weeks,
mate, it's I had Cowboys at the start of last season as the biggest swing side. I thought I was really bullish on Payton. I loved what he did to the Warriors. And I think that it just got delayed a year. It just took him a year longer for the people to buy into his systems and what he was trying to do. Because it was very clear when he rocked up that he rocked the boat. He changed things. They changed the way they play. Taumalolo plays a very different game to what he played, before. He still has his barnstorming runs, but, Cowboys of yesteryear, it was basically like the whole game plan was around Taumalolo. Like however Taumalolo turns out is how we're going to play it. Whereas this year, it's more like Taumalolo is the cherry on top for us. Like when we need some yardage, he's going to give it to us. I think that the Cowboys need massive raps. They're all getting the best out of players. I think Jordan McLean is easily having the best year since he got there. Easily.
By far and away.
I cannot, we're seeing, people forget this guy was the shit. 4 or 5, when he was at the Storm and he signs for the Cowboys, it was a big marquee signing.
He was the Kangaroos front rower.
Yeah. Kangaroos front rower. And then just really struggled the last few years. And that's a testament to the Payton as a coach, how good he is, because you've taken a guy here who was the best down to was struggling to make even first grade side to now back to playing best footy of the last few years. Testament to him. Chad Townsend, I think he's brought so much to the side when it comes to the intangibles, the stuff you can't measure. Dearden, love his work. 15 tackles, no misses, 109 metres, a try. He has gone leaps and bounds. Again, testament to Todd Payton. We got a Dearden at the Broncos system that he was the crowned next coming. Then he gets shifted on. His confidence is absolutely shot. Todd Payton turns him around. Look at him now. Ballantyne Holmes, he came back as a big signing, struggled. He's turned things around. The common denominator here is Todd Payton. Is Todd Payton. He deserves the raps. And I'm with you, bro. There was a lot of decision last year. I was like, I don't know if I agree with that. Now, to be fair, I do think Payton has also stepped back a little bit from that as well. I think he's found a grey area where I think when he came in, he was very black and white, like I need it my way or the highway or whatever. Whereas I think this year his approach is more, it seems anyway, we don't know what's going inside, it seems like he has allowed a bit of grey area, like even Taumalolo, let's say 10 is where he used to play, 1 is where he was playing last year. I feel like he's about in the 5, right in the middle of that. Like they're not fully relying on them, but to take that extra step, they do need him to break games apart for them. Mate, the Cowboys look fantastic, and I think they play finals footy.
No, it's hard to push back on at the moment. You mentioned Tamalolo on that 1 to 10 scale. Like, if 10 is running 300 metres and breaking records, you weren't winning games of football when he was a 10.
Yep.
I think you want him to be in that 6, 7 sort of.
Well, sustainable. That's sustainable.
Yeah, exactly right. And then it then forces other guys to sort of lift up. I felt like for a few years there, it was a pack that was sort of standing around watching Tamalolo, just going, "No, you do it.
Yeah.
We're here, but you do it."
Yeah.
We've mentioned the last few weeks, Hamiso, he was on the extended bench.
Interesting, isn't
What do you
it?
do?
Jeez, it's interesting.
No one deserves to get dropped, but I don't think Hamiso doesn't deserve to come back into this team. And once again, credit to Todd Payton.
Yeah. Look, I'll be honest, and this fucking hurts my wee little heart to say, I think he can't make changes after that win.
Yeah, I agree. You're 5th.
Look, Guru, I've had my heart broken a few times, mate.
No doubt.
Very, very sad times. Very sad times. Laid in my bed crying, thinking about what is life? What's the purpose of everything? And I think this heartbreak of Hamiso not being in the side may be just as severe. I may need a few weeks off to recover, but me wee little heart can't take it. Hamiso may not be in the side next week. Would you start him to me?
I don't know, but going back to bench makeups, one of the most interesting ones I've seen all season is Payton going with 4 forwards, and more often than not, like 4 middle forwards or blokes who can play between sort of an edge and middle. I do think there's definitely room to bring him on as that X factor off the bench in a bit of a utility role. I know he doesn't probably cover a lot of positions. He can slot in. Well, he can cover the whole outside backs.
But who do you take off though?
Well, I mean, you've got Ruben Cotter there who can cover Robson at 9 at hooker if needed. They've got a stack of blokes who can play edge, who can play middle and whatnot. So I'm looking at Jake Granville going there, who's also very versatile and a great bloke to have on the bench. But if they really want the hammer in there, I do think like he's a cracking X factor to have there.
But what I mean though is, who do you take off in that back line at the 60th minute or the 40th?
Sorry, in that sense. Well, I mean, that's how you have to work where you put him on, don't you? Because do you bring him on for 10, 15 at the end of the game as the X factor and just roaming through the middle, a little bit like what Walker does at Manly, but then you're looking at his body in defence and you're going, geez, you wouldn't want to get him too many one-on-ones.
Well, the only person you can really, the only people you can take off is the outside backs. And what's the point of taking... You lose a bench spot to put him on the wing for a few minutes. You can't take Drinkwater off because he's the key to their attack.
Yeah. Mate, if I'm Jake Granville, I'm going, fuck, I'm a decent hooker, I'm experienced, and with all due respect, I was your best fullback and your best centre last year when you fucking called upon me.
It's hard,
I see your point though.
And I'm not saying I'd do it. I'm saying I think based on what we're all saying there, I don't know where he comes back into the starting side. If he's going to play, I think it's probably as a bench utility.
Mate, I honestly... Payton, toughest call. What do you got, Matty? Would you start bring Hamiso back in or not?
It's funny. I watched this game at my house, mate. We pretty much spent the whole game discussing this, and we didn't come up with anything.
Yeah.
I guess a few weeks ago, I'd say, like after Drinkwater's first good game, I'd say maybe it makes sense to put Drinkwater on the bench and bring him on, but you can't now. Like you can't. Drinkwater was almost their best player on the weekend. I literally, if I give you an answer, it would be with no confidence. I don't know, but I think Hamiso has. Yeah, he has to be in the side somewhere. Maybe on his return game, throw him on the bench and see what happens. But honestly, I can't change that back line. Straight, simple as that.
And you look at like a position he may come in at is centre. Like if you really want, Todd Payton really wants to pick him, you go, all right, you're not dropping Val Holmes. Then you look at Peter Hiku and you go, who's not the flamboyant, exciting centre, most attacking bloke in the NRL, although he's good, he busts tackles, he's pretty solid and whatnot. Cowboys the second best defence in the NRL, which is worlds away from what we've seen in recent years. They've conceded 9 more points than Penrith, who are first, 9 less than the Storm, which is crazy to think as well that they're 4-3 and they've had this defence very good. Hiku's a massive part of that. He's always been a tremendous defender.
Yeah.
And while Hammer might come in and set up a couple of tries with some big plays, he doesn't have the defensive impact that Hiku does. And people want to see flamboyant, exciting outside backs, but a good defensive centre is just as valuable, if not more.
Yeah. It's tough.
It's tough. And, mate, if I'm playing the Cowboys this week and Todd Payton names Hammer over Drinkwater at fullback, as good a player Hammer is, I'm happy with that. Because it's less things to worry about. You know the Hammer's quick. You know you have to have eyes on him. Drinky can kick. Drinky can pass.
So good.
It's tough. I don't know what the right answer is. And I feel sorry for whoever gets dropped. Because Hamiso deserves his spot back.
Yep.
But Drinkwater
he deserves a spot back.
He deserves a spot back. But Drinkwater also deserves to keep his fullback spot. He's been one of their best players the last 3 weeks. I don't know what you do. The good thing is this is not a problem the Cowboys had last year or even the year before.
Yeah.
They didn't have this problem. It's a great problem to have. A guy like Hamiso, who's an Origin player, struggling to push his way back into the side.
Yeah.
So,
just on them, as great as they've been, we're about to find out if they're a top 8 side or a top 6 side coming up. They've had arguably the softest draw to start the season. As far as I think top 8 sides from last year, the only team they've played there, they had the Roosters there in round 4.
Yeah.
They're about to come up against Parramatta, Newcastle Tigers, Storm, Panthers. So, all right, can they put it together against the big 3 there, Penrith, Melbourne, Parramatta? And look, they don't have to go out and win those games, to get me wrong, but if they can compete in those games, you'll be like, all right, they're the real deal.
They're the real deal.
I will say as well, last year, rounds 5 to 12, they won 6 games. After round 12, they were sitting in 7th. So it's going to be interesting to see if they've kind of learnt their lessons from last year, because after round 12, they only won 1 game.
Jeez. No, it's interesting. I think they're a different side this year, I really do. But, again, we don't know. We really don't know. Someone else that is really interesting to see his development is a guy like Jeremiah Nanai. Now, obviously burst onto the scene a few weeks ago. I thought he was really good. I think I brought him up to you about him last year. As in, I spoke about how he played last year and his debut was really good. But what's really interesting about a guy like Nanai is we're watching him being moulded in front of our eyes. He's still so rough around the edges. 1 week, it'll be his defence. So he comes out the next week, 0 missed tackles. Then the next week, it's the penalties. And he comes out, you know what I mean? It's all these little things. So, for example, this week, he scores a try, which is great. He just seems to be one of those back rowers that finds the line, which is what you want. He misses 0 tackles, but he does have a few penalties. He's actually given away, I think, 7 penalties or errors in the past 2 weeks. So something that, he needs to kind of, sort out.
And once again, 18 tackles, 0 miss this week. It's
just great to see.
There's always just something every week. He's young. It's coming together. I was having a look. I'm pretty sure he scored all of his tries this year off kicks.
Wow.
I think he scored 6 tries off kicks in the first 7 weeks, which I don't have it in front of me, but I'd love to know a back rower that's got close to that in the past. It's crazy.
Yeah, well, Kikau is probably one of the other back rowers that gets kicked to a lot because he's so big. What do you think about a guy like Nanai?
I love Nanai, and you nailed it. It's so good watching him develop because he is so raw. He's so green. And you touch on, I'm sure you've spoken about it in the past, but missed tackles this season. None on the weekend. Brilliant. 5, 6, 7, 2, 11, 3 every other game this year. Missed tackles can be a very misleading stat.
Yes.
There's missed tackles where you fall off a tackle or whatever, and then there's missed tackles where you let it try through.
Yeah.
So I don't particularly love them, but regardless, that's a big count, isn't it?
Yeah.
He's got all the attributes to be one of the great back rowers without hyping too much, but it's hard not to on what we've seen. If I'm being critical, I'd like to see him just up his impact a little bit more. So he just doesn't get that involved. 8 runs on the weekend, not too bad. 6 runs the week before, 7 the week before that. I'd love to see him as an 80-minute back rower. I'd love to start seeing that being 12 and 13 and eventually 15, 16 runs because he's young, he's fit, he's still finding his feet in the top grade. So it's being a little bit harsh.
Yeah.
But, with a full season behind his belt by the end of this year, he's something special. Calls for Queensland and that I think are quite premature and early days.
Way too early.
It's always going to happen, isn't it, when you see
part of the beast.
But he's a great prospect.
Yeah, incredible. The tough thing for wide running forwards is you have to keep your width. You are the width guy. If you go in, it changes the whole momentum of a thingo. I think Kurt Capewell is actually suffering from a similar situation where I watched the Broncos and I'm like, fuck, I wish Capewell would just get the ball more. but he's caught between a rock and a hard place. Do I go in and be selfish and look for work? But my coach is saying, we don't need you to do the work. Yeah. We need you to stay out on the edge there so that offence don't fucking cream in. What do you think, Matty?
My favourite moment on the game was the drink water try, but outside of that, my favourite moment was when Nanai, in the first half, he dropped the ball in good position and it was a shit error. He let his teammates down. And then on tackle 1 of the next set, he forced an error.
Yep.
And that's the thing I love about Nanai. Obviously, so much to work on, but the upside in Jeremiah Nanai is ridiculous.
Oh, it's ridiculous. But I love that we're truly witnessing this is what is important about rookies. Like, they take time, they need to be moulded, their games aren't perfect. I'm really buoyed by the 0 missed tackles. It means that he listens, he's humble, he's respectful, he understands that he needs to sort that out. But he's just one of those electrifying players that you love to watch. Like, you love him as a part of the game. I mean, I know they just lost Tom Gilbert. Recently just announced that Gilbert has signed with the Dolphins. But it's just tough. Like, where do you fit a guy like Gilbert? Now he's starting at the moment and he's playing some really good footy. But when you got guys like Lukey coming in, you got Leilua coming in, you've got Nanai there as well. Like, you really can't. Even though Gilbert is playing career best footy, where do you put him?
Mate, how good's Lukey?
Yeah,
he had 50 minutes on the weekend. Try, line break. 80 metres in 8 runs, good going, 6 tackle breaks.
Yep.
You have them two pumping down either edge. They both run good lines. They're both strong as hell. Plenty to work with.
And then you've got Leilua coming next year, which no one remembers.
Yeah, it's going to be unreal when you can bring one of these 2 young guys off the bench. Look at
the impact Lukey had.
Yeah, exactly. And just they're just such different body shapes to the rest of their middle forwards.
Now, Cowboys fans, I need you to put 3 pairs of undies on because I'm about to say something that may cause you to get a bit excited. A side coming out of their own end, one hit up Taumalolo, the next hit up Leilua. Oh. That is fucking wild. Think about that as a defence. Like, Leilua is one of the hardest, if not the hardest bloke in the NRL right now to tackle. Imagine you're getting jammed in defence and then Taumalolo just rops up and then Leilua. Like, that 1-2 combo. And Payton deserves credit. When he signed Leilua, I was like, ooh, I don't know, that's a big signing. They got some good young guys coming through. But you put Leilua on this side, Cowboys are looking good, man. The Cowboys are looking good, and Payton has got the boys revved up, ready to go. He wears 4 pairs of undies every time he coaches, allegedly, reportedly. That's just all word on the grapevine. But he may need 5 pairs of undies next year.
Yeah, and mate, credit to the Cowboys where they've managed to get themselves to. We've spoken about it before. Thurston retires. That should have put them in a hole for 10 years.
Yeah.
Morgan is then forced to retire. Mate, we just spoke about Tamari Martin, how he's going to solve a problem for Brisbane. He should have been up there too. So they've had a lot of things go against them. They've had a rough few seasons. But mate, I just remember looking at them last year and just going, these blokes can't be buying into what Todd is doing.
Yeah.
They can't be enjoying themselves. It just doesn't look like it's working up there. And
you know what I reckon the difference is, though? It's Chad Townsend. Because Townsend goes up there and he is Payton's man, because Payton has showed faith in Townsend, giving him this big contract. So Townsend is amongst the playing group. He's won premierships. He's a leader. So it's very easy for him. Like, it's one thing the coach telling you one thing. It's another thing for when you just have the players together. Because, like, a lot of people don't realise that players have a lot of autonomy. They talk between themselves, and it's not an us versus them, but there always is, like, we are the fucking playing group. At the end of the day, we're the ones that go on the field, and we're the ones that are responsible for the wins or losses. He can only do so much. And so I think Townsend has been basically his ear to the ground, and also he delivers the messages that Payton wants to deliver, but from a player's perspective. And that's why I think it's all coming together for him.
Just to round off their spine, I think Reece Robson's pretty sharp out of dummy half as well. And they signed him from the Dragons a couple of years ago. He's come through all the New South Wales pathways, but I think he's been great for him.
Reece Robinson's been really good, but I do think he needs a little bit of work on his delivery out of dummy half. Would you, yes or no?
Yeah, I agree, and I think that as much as I love Reuben Cotter and he's the guy that you can bring on at 9, same as Granville, I don't think any of them have unreal service.
Yeah.
I think they're all solid 9s, but I think if you were to put like a Reid Marnie, who I think has some of the best service in the game, I think you'd see a noticeable difference there.
The good thing for Robson, though, that's can work on. Like, that's not a skill that is natural. That's pure repetition.
Yeah.
Repetition. So the good thing is he's tough as anything. When he does run, he is a strong runner of the ball. Yeah, man. They're looking good. What about Ruben Cotter starting in the front row? Fucking small. That's a small front row, man.
Yeah,
small front row. And he's tough as shit. So, look, exciting times for the Cowboys, man. And it's funny. Rugby league's a funny game. Last year, Peyton's under pressure. Right now, if they keep going like this, obviously if they struggle, Peyton looks like a genius.
Yep.
Looks like a genius. Now, on to the Titans. What do you see, Timmy?
Big thing for me, there's a lot, but it's David Fafita, and all right, we could go on about the centre experiment for hours and say why it failed and why it wasn't a good move. We saw Scotty Drinkwater skin him off that scrum, which was like, I mean, Fafita's about 125 kilos sitting in the back line one-on-one with one of the quickest players in the NRL. Who saw that coming? Everyone. But for me, with Fafita, and people go on about misuse of him and that he needs early ball, and you mentioned before how what people don't probably appreciate too much is that you do have to hold your width as an edge back rower. Maybe you can come in and do some of the dirty work out of your own end through the middle, but I don't think the issue, and let's talking about more Fafita as a back rower than say a centre, because I think that'll be a 1 week's experiment. It's not so much getting him early ball, because people say that. Get him early ball and he'll do damage. He just needs early ball. When he gets early ball, he also gets 3 blokes swarm him and he just gets massacred. I mean, not massacred, he still hurts them. But I think you need to play to your shapes, which the Titans do so well. They've got great shape. They have blokes who run great lines. And you get those one-on-ones with him or even two-on-ones flood at the line where you just can't stop him. And they're not in a position to have 3 blokes cram on him, because then they'll play out the back where the space opens up. So I'd like to see them run to that shape and just be hitting him short and trying to get those one-on-ones, two-on-ones where they won't go close to him. So that was it for me. And please tell me Corey Thompson was unavailable still, because he was on the extended bench 2 weeks in a row, which suggests that, you know, maybe he should have been pretty close to being fit to go. So if they've picked Fafita at centre rather than putting Corey Thompson back into that back line, who I think is an exceptional footballer, I'd just blows my mind.
Yeah, you move Patrick Herbert, who's one of the better defensive centres, and you put Fafita there. I won't give my thoughts, actually. The great kangaroo.
No, I agree with everything that Tim said. And I know it's easy to say in hindsight, but when I saw this team list come out, I just sort of went, why?
Is it Talakai? Is that why, do you reckon?
It'll sound silly, but I think it plays a role.
Yeah.
I really do. I think a guy like Talakai, what he's doing, we say it all the time, it's the exception, not the example.
Yeah.
It's not going to work every single time.
But also Talakai, what they've got, if that is the case, let's just say it is, we don't know. But Talakai, just because he's the same shape as Fafita, they don't even run the same.
Yep.
Fafita's, a lot of his lines is over, jumping over, fending. Talakai punches lines and holes. And so if you put Fafita even in attack, what you're doing is you're actually taking away space that he used to have to go overs and get around certain players. You put him in the centre position, he's not a hole runner. So you're giving him 10 metres less to do his overs line that he does so well, where he fends off a bunch of people. I was shocked. And there's actually, I'm with you as well. I was really bullish on Holbrook, and I still am bullish on Holbrook. But to be playing Asako over Campbell and Fafita in the centres over Thompson and Herbert in the back line, that's 2 coaching decisions that I strongly disagree with.
Yeah, and, you know, Jaden Campbell, he played for Tweed Heads on the weekend. And
so he was good. He was good to play.
Yeah.
And I did say I thought he was good to play.
Hopefully that's just bringing him back in. But I agree. I think if Jaden Campbell is available, you bring him in. You bring him in straight away.
Just on Fafita as well, like another difference between Talakai and him, Fafita's one of the best back rows in the comp. Like, it's not like Talakai had been, like, I don't know why they're changing what they pay that guy so much money to do.
And then already a young side that haven't played together much. Like, they need time together.
And as much as to us, the Talakai to centre is a little bit foreign, he came into first grade as a centre. He was a centre growing up. Like, it's not,
People undervalue, I can't believe how often, and I wouldn't think a Justin Holbrook would be one of these people, although the decision says otherwise, how people underestimate how hard it is to be a defensive centre and you probably do the least work on the field between attack and defence, but it's the hardest position defensively on the field, having to make those decisions. We spoke about poor old Harper outside DC earlier, and you see you half jam at the last minute, and all of a sudden you have to jam despite being up and out defensive style. It is brutal. You can't just put a 125 kilo bloke out there who's never played centre before and expect him to slot in and work out these with new combinations of how to do it. It doesn't work. And they said Talakai, at least he had centre experience when they moved him out there.
And it's also like, let's say Fafita is 115 kilos or 110 kilos. It's also just the way his body moves. Like he's never been this explosive lateral guy. Like he's just explosive. Like he jumps overs, and then explodes through things. And so, the Fafita to centre was just, it was like, I was shocked. Like I was honestly shocked. I couldn't believe that they'd got a guy there. And what's crazy as well is he had 14 tackles, 0 misses. So it shows you that it's not about the physicality. It's about you need specialists in there to make the right decisions. You've got other centres that missed 4 tackles but had a better defensive game. Why? Because it's all about the reads. It's not about the physical work. It's about the reads. So
talking about the missed tackles being a misleading stat.
Yeah.
He didn't touch string quarter, did he?
Exactly.
Right.
So it's sweet. It doesn't, you look at that stat and you go, oh yeah, but again, it's all just about the reads. Like it's about making the right reads. It's about knowing, that Drinkwater could gas you, so you need to get up a bit further and just commit to him rather than, hang off him.
And, if you are going to move someone out to centre and you've got no other options, it's Beau Fermor every day of the week first, isn't it?
It's tough because I feel like I'm like a Dave Fafita, always apologising for him. But I feel like it was a pretty unfair. Like the pressure that Fafita is already under. He's under the pump in the media, getting called like the worst player in the side. And like last week we come out and we say, look, if you actually look at his stats last 2 weeks, he's been putting in the work. Then he gets moved to centre. Now I know from Holbrook's perspective, it's like we don't give a shit what's happening in the media. We're just trying to do what's best for our team. But I just thought with the pressure that Fafita's under, with how much is going on, keep him in his spot, to ask him to move to a different possession. Because you know what? Now the magnifying glass is even bigger on Fafita. Even bigger. He
had a slow start to the season. As I said, peppered in the media, came out and played his 2 best games of the week, of the season, should I say, comfortably. And then they moved him to centre. It's like, bloody hell, poor
I mean, even at centre, in a 30-4 loss, he had a try assist, he had a line break assist, he still ran for 100 metres. Like, it was far from ideal, but once again, what we expect out of Dave Fafita, what we get, we don't have the same expectations for other guys, and he just gets unfairly pizzled for it. He didn't pick himself at centre.
I know.
Tell me when the coach came and said I'm going to play at centre, in his mind he didn't go, what the fuck, why?
Right, it's tough. And look, to be fair, he's a first grader. You've got to make your tackles wherever you are. Yep. So this was still a poor game from Fafita. We're not saying that at all. But I just think that the coach didn't help him. Like that decision didn't help him one bit. And fingers crossed that experiment was over. If Corey Thompson is named on the extended bench, if Jaden Campbell is playing on the weekend, at the worst, you could put a Sarko there. Put a Sarko on the wing. Put her, that's what blows my mind. Is like, a Sarko is a winger. I think he's a better winger than he's a fullback. So you've got Campbell, who we know definitely played on the weekend, who probably should be starting fullback anyway. He doesn't get named. Corey Thompson, he may or may not have been okay, but let's assume he's okay. There's 2 options that you have over Fafita. That's not even including Fermor if you want to put Fermor there.
You could have played Will Smith at 6 or 1 and moved. Like, there's so many different options.
So many different options. So, I mean, you got Paul Turner there at 18th man as well. Look, I think that maybe he has or hasn't, but that was a poor coaching.
It felt like a
decision.
hidden hope to me.
Yeah. And unfortunately, that coaching call was a huge reason why they got beaten the way they did. That edge got schooled 3 times for 3 tries?
Yeah.
Or at least at the minimum 2. Minimum 2. You take 2 tries away, all of a sudden the game is 12-4 with however many minutes to go. So again, let's not excuse the players. Like they didn't perform at all. They were their worst enemy, their own worst enemy. Was there anyone that stood out for you that played well?
It was a pretty disappointing performance. I thought that, the outside backs, still quite a few of them over 100 metres. I thought Paddy Herbert again, 150 metres. Tino, he played huge minutes. I felt like he played like 60, 65 minutes, 61 minutes. But, yeah, pretty disappointing game all round for me.
What's interesting is, like, Cowboys made 13 errors and the Titans made 14 errors. So it was, like, a lot of errors in the game, which is surprising because you would have thought the Cowboys were clinical.
Yeah.
I was going to say as well, with the errors, one thing I noticed, particularly in the first half, some of the errors were like, they were bad errors. Even like there was a forward pass just before halftime, there were just so many unforced errors. Even little things like, I know captain's challenges aren't the end of the day, aren't the end of the world, but Brian Kelly's captain challenge was just like it's ridiculous.
That was a bad captain's challenge. Oh man, it must be. It is tough though, because like when you're in the heat of the battle, you don't know really what's happened. Like when you get in tackles, it's very hard to. Like, I'm tackled, my face is getting pulled that way, and, like, you know what I mean? And then someone hits the ball out. Was it me? Was it someone? You don't really know. But I think with Captain's Challenge, certain, like, players and clubs are going to have to be, like, really have a captain that is really smart to go, look, what time is it in the game? I saw what happened. Is that, like, a grey... You know what I mean? Is it one of those calls that does get turned around or not turned around? Is it something that it's very hard to turn around? So, look, yeah, the Titans were just a disappointing afternoon. But I will say this is where you've just got to stay the course. I know I've said this every week with the Titans, but they are so young.
But it's true. Yeah.
You just got to somehow stay the course. You've got to somehow keep Sexton's confidence up because, like, Sexton, he had... one run for 5 metres, kicked for less than 300 metres, 11 tackles, 6 misses. That's a tough gig.
Tough day out.
Tough day out. And the concern I have with Sexton at the moment is like, it seems like his performances are getting progressively, not as good. He started the year so well. And so Holbrook has got it cut out for him to keep this kid's confidence because he has to be the guy.
Yep.
You threw all your eggs into that basket, so you got to make it work. And some clubs, I feel like they have a tendency to kind of have a us versus them mentality of like, oh, this half isn't playing good, so we'll drop him because he's the reason we're losing. When it's like, well, instead of that, it should be we chose him. Like, he's the guy that we chose to go with, so we need to make it work. It's on us. It's our responsibility as coaches. This is where coaching comes into play. This is where what we get paid to do is to make players better versions of themselves. And I think Sexton is in a real crossroads, at the very least for this year. And I think if you're Holbrook, you're just confidence. What do you think?
Yeah, and this is where, Sexton is the same guy he is now as he was 6 months ago when you let Fogarty go and you made this decision to back him in. You know he's raw, you know he's young, you know it's going to take time. You also know that you haven't put the pieces around him to make him develop straight away. It's going to take time. I mean, I look at this with Sexton and go, fuck, yes, he's probably isn't moving forward at the moment. Fuck, he's going to learn a lot from everything that's going against him at the moment. And you didn't put all your eggs in this basket for Sexton to be a good player in round 8 this year. You put all your eggs in this basket for him to be a good player in 2.5 years. And it's going to be a big test for the Titans. And we said this all pre-season, that it's going to be a test because these sort of games are going to happen. They've happened already this year. They're sitting in 12th at the moment. If their for and against was different, it could be second last. They just have to back these guys in.
Yeah, that's what's so surprising is why are you not playing Preston then? This spine needs to play as many games as possible together as soon as possible. Preston Campbell, did anyone... What?
Jaden.
Oh, Preston. Jaden Campbell. I mean, he looked... The way he plays is so similar. Jaden Campbell, did anyone feel he was playing that bad before he got injured?
Put it this way, the first 3 rounds before he got injured, the Titans scored 20-plus points in each game, which is good stuff. And you talk about tying into Sexton there, who... he helps him. He complements him well. He's another attacking weapon out the back of the back line, sliding out the back. And then you go Osako, who you very briefly said it before, you prefer him as a winger, or you see him probably more as a winger than a fullback.
Absolutely.
I don't see him as a fullback at all. I never have. He's had his moments there, but not much of a passing game. I think he's a really good winger, but I think he's a specialist winger.
Yeah.
At fullback, it doesn't work. Since he's got there, not blaming him for them losing games the last few weeks, but there were results there when Campbell was there. Sexton was playing better footy. Campbell, I thought, was playing decent footy. They were scoring points. So I'm hoping Campbell can come back in this week and we can see a little bit more from them.
Yeah, I'll say this, credit to them, because as soon as he was out, Campbell, I would have moved AJ Brimson back there straight away. At least, as much as I agree with you, I don't think Osako's a great fullback. At least they've kept Sexton and Brimson partnering each other through this period, which, you know, it's a small thing, but at least it shows that they are looking at the long-term results here.
I do think, and again, I am a Holbrook fan. You got to remember where that club was when he took over compared to where it is now. There's so much hope, and a lot of that is to do with Holbrook. But I do think this is a specific case where you can look at decisions made and go, that was an error by the coach, that the players have felt the effect of. Often, we're too quick to point to the coach and go, oh, like, for, you know, you could argue the Tigers. Like, the Tigers are the ones not performing. It's not Madge's fault. But I do think in this specific case, putting Fafita in the centres there, it was an error by Holbrook. It was an error by Holbrook. And I hope that he's learnt from that. And I guess going forward, they've got such good outside backs. That's what's so surprising. They've got depth for days.
Yep.
You've got Corey Thompson that can't get into the side. You know what I mean? Like, Corey Thompson...
He's my first winger pick for that side.
Yeah,
you can't get in ahead of Fafita in the back line. Like, seriously.
Do you think that Holbrook maybe did it this week? Because their next month is brutal. They got Penrith, Roosters, Dragons, and Sharks. Do you reckon he might have tried something new because they had a inverted commas weaker opponent?
No, I think that they need wins, man. Like they can't afford to be trying. They need wins, and that's why the Preston Campbell thing is fucking dead. Jesus, Jaden Campbell is so interesting because he's a match winner. He's a match winner. It's bizarre. Look, the good thing is that big Tino for Asul Malawi, again rips and tears. I guess if I'm nitpicking, I am getting a little bit worried that this guy is a great attacking weapon, is becoming a fucking workhorse that works his dick off every week. And I do get a bit worried of people forget when he was at the Storm, they were going to him to get some line breaks and change momentum. Now he's a guy that is just working his ass off and he's not getting put in any positions to showcase his great attacking ability. So that's one thing I'm a little bit worried about with Tino. I would hate to see him just turn into another robotic workhorse when he offers so much in attack. Look, tough
It's going to
game.
be a big 2 weeks. Penrith into the Roosters.
Oh my God.
If they lose both of those, they'll be 15th in 2 weeks' time.
That's when alarm bells.
And as
are
I
ringing.
said, they're not 15th at the moment because they're for and against. If Penrith come out and play their best footy next week and put a cricket score on them, all of a sudden they could be 15th next week.
Far out. Do you let's say they finish the year at 15th, or they're getting towards the end of the year? Is Holbrook under pressure?
I honestly don't think so. I personally thought this was how their season was going to go. I know that they've got
15th.
Mate, I said in the pre-show I think they'll be a bottom 4 team. 15th's bottom 2. It's not that far off.
I didn't know that you said bottom 4.
I just think they lack so much of experience. And this competition is so hard without experience in your side. And this when they start to lose games, it starts to build. And you watch over the next few weeks, the media's going to come for Sexton.
Oh, massively.
They're going to they already have sort of started. We said this in the preseason. He's the number one guy we're worried about people turning on. Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting. I hope I'm wrong. I hope they can come out and win one of these or both of these 2 games. But it's looking like a tough gig at the moment.
What do you reckon, Timmy? If they finish 15th or they hanging around there towards the end of the year, is he under pressure?
Of course he is. You have to be. You're a side who, huge call from you, Guru. If you're right and they do finish down there, I think that'd be a ballsy old call that's paid off for you. I still think they're good enough that they can turn it around a little bit. But if they finish bottom 4, even bottom 5 sort of thing, I think there was a side that promised potential to finish top 8 and they had the attacking calibre to do it. You mentioned experience there and it's lacking experience in the side, but it's lacking experience in the spine in particular, isn't it?
Yeah.
Which is why I'm hopeful for them that they can either, as these combinations grow throughout the year, get a bit more stability, they'll improve. Massive pressure for 2023 on Holbrook if they finish bottom 4 this year.
Yeah.
I think he's comes with enough credentials and he's done enough in a short space of time to warrant 2023. But, mate, if you're a coach of a footy side in the NRL and you finish bottom 2, bottom 4, anyone's going to be under pressure, aren't they?
I also think, talking about them coming into this year as a top 8 potential side, yes, they made the 8 last year. It was the easiest year to ever make the top 8. They had a 14-10 record. They lost 4 more games and they fucking won. I don't know. Maybe I'm over top with it, but I think that last year, the way the competition was and how good the top 6 teams were compared to the rest of the comp did the Titans a lot of favours. They've lost experience since then, and I don't know how they can lose so many key guys off the back of losing 4 more games and they win, and we have them as a top 8 side. But anyway,
Brimson's the one they need to keep fit, isn't it? If they can keep, he's just been so in and out again. Injuries no fault of his own, but he still looks so good. So if he can hang around there, as I said, the call to keep him in the halves when there was the opportunity to move him back fullback was like, good. That's looking towards the future. Maybe a little bit of short-term pain, but Brimson, he does get better and better. So I think he's a big one there if he stays fit.
What do you reckon, Matty? Is Holbrook under pressure if they finish bottom 4?
I think he's definitely under pressure, but I think a few years ago when they had Garth Brennan as coach, in my opinion, I think they turfed him a bit too early. I think they didn't give him enough. I know his record wasn't great, but I don't think he got enough of a go there. So I think they'll be hesitant to turf Holbrook that quickly. But yeah, certainly if they finish in the bottom 4, he'll be under pressure.
Yeah.
But I think it depends on what unfolds. I'd be hesitant to sack him.
Well, if he gets sacked, what message does that send? I don't. They've gone in with this plan to do this, back the young guys in, do this. Didn't go well the first season, so we're throwing it out the window and we're going to bring in a new coach. It seems very Gold Coast Titans of the last 10 years to me, which I was hoping they'd moved past.
Yeah. Well, look, they haven't, and there's been no. We're just
for sure. But if it goes down that track, which I personally think it will, I don't think they can sack him. I think they've got to give him more time and stick with it. You would know from working New South Wales Rugby League, Garth came in with a fantastic resume. All the guys that have played under him in his career before he got to the Titans loved him.
He worked with all the Penrith Panthers you've seen.
Yeah, and I agree with you. I think they got rid of him far too early as well.
Yeah, look, my personal opinion is no one asked, so who gives a fuck? But no, you got to stick with him. I think I've been watching a lot of sports docos, like a lot of soccer ones and NFL one now, All or Nothing. Man, get on Amazon, boys. If you love fucking sports docos or just sports in general, there are so many gun sports documentaries on Amazon Prime. It's outrageous. Outrageous. Anyway, I think that you got to, the Titans have put themselves in a position where I think they have a bright future. And to get rid of the coach, if that is I know we're talking about something that hasn't happened and hasn't even been hinted at happening, but they're currently sitting 15th. And I'm sure, if I'm being honest, I have seen comment sections from the Gold Coast Titans, and a lot of people do say Holbrook, needs to go or whatever. I totally disagree. I think you've got to give him time. I know he's had a few years, but look at the roster he's managed to put together. We have to remember that this is a team that was already down the bottom of the table. They scraped into the finals last year, which is a win. I think give them time. They've got a new 7, a new rookie fullback essentially. Brimo moved to 6, young as anything. They're still, I would say they probably need a hooker. Like Aaron Clark is solid, but I think he's more of an impact player. They've got a really young captain. I think give Holbrook time because in a few years, if they can keep this entire core together, I think they'll be a scary side.
Also, that was shocking on the weekend. But before that, they've been in every game.
Yeah, they've just been so up and down. It's fuck, just give me 80 minutes, please. Imagine being the coach.
And the games they're in, you sort of sit there and you go, fuck, how are they in this game? But they do just find a way to hang in the contest, which is credit to them. But
and it shows you that it's a team that's on board with the coach.
Yeah,
you don't fight in games unless you're respect the coach and everything like that. So look, really really tough week for the Titans. Hopefully it's a reckoning, and hopefully we see a side that is selected for the right positions and they can just go forward with that. I think we have to show enough respect to the fact that Fafita was put in centre, and if he wasn't put in centre and it was a proper centre, maybe the game's much closer. That was a big decision that backfired on them. And so if he gets put back in the back row, they could be a different side next week. But I don't think it's panic stations at all for the Titans. It was just a really, really poor outing. I think Sexton just needs a bit of confidence to get back to where he was and bring Campbell back into the side, and they could be I do believe, I know you've got them bottom 4. I think they'll be fighting for the 8. I still believe that. I think they'll be fighting for the 8. If they make the 8, I'm not sure, but I think they'll be fighting for the 8 for sure. Now, on to a huge clash. Tigers v. the Rabbitohs. What did you think of this one, mate? Guru?
Yeah, really good game. Tigers, mate, there was a period there where the Tigers were up 12-0 against 13 players. Bunnies lost a player and the Tigers lost that period 10-0. And I just sort of thought, once AJ and Cody Walker started to click in that 10-minute period, I just thought, geez, how are the Tigers going to pull their way out of this one? Mate, once again, they just found a way. Mm-hmm. Just the halves, they're just playing so well. I had Brooks in my team of the week, and I just thought for him to have that moment at the end of that game, sensational. It's funny how that sort of stuff happens. Here we are a year ago, Luke Brooks runs the length of the field to score the match-winning try against the South Sydney Rabbitohs, gets sent upstairs, taken off him. It's just another heartbreaker in the story of Luke Brooks. For him to have this moment where I thought he played really well, then to kick that winning field goal, very impressive stuff.
Yeah, it's Tigers, eh? What do you think, Timmy?
Just so happy for Tigers fans. All the heartbreak they've gone through for like more than a decade now. I know it's only 2 weeks, but it was 2 massive weeks for them. And just to see the buzz about Hastings and Brooks after those games and how happy the club were. You talk about winning becoming habit and that. Look, it's a very small sample size to say they've turned a massive corner, but at the same time, winning form, it can become habit. And they now believe that they'll have softer games coming up, having had Parramatta and the Rabbitohs, 2 top 4 contenders in a row, beaten them both. They'll come against bottom 8 sides and go, we can't just beat them, like we can smash them, sort of thing.
Yeah.
So awesome for them. I mean, Hastings has made a massive difference, hasn't he?
We have to put in a spotlight. They beat the Eels and the Rabbitohs.
Yeah.
They didn't beat fucking the Broncos and the Doggies struggling. They beat the Rabbitohs and the Eels. Incredible.
So, massive.
What else were you going to say with Hastings?
I mean, it's no coincidence that he came back. They started the season, those first few rounds, not terrific. But I mean, even round 1 against Melbourne, they were sort of in that game for a lot of that up towards the end. We've seen what Melbourne have gone on to do. Hastings missed 3 games in a row there. Tigers capitulated a bit. He comes straight back in and they win those 2 games of footy. So, talking about spotlights, it's hard to look past him, isn't it?
Well, mate, I remember us talking a few weeks ago and Ben Hunt had 90 touches in a game and we went, fuck, that's a lot. Jacko had 102 on the weekend.
That's what you want. Incredible.
46 of 48 completions.
So good.
Unbelievable.
So good. What did you think, Manny?
Of the game, the biggest difference of the Tigers, I thought defensively they were good. They made plenty of forced errors out of the Rabbitohs. I don't know. It was kind of not similar to last week. Like last week, they brought the energy and I felt like they dominated Para. In this game, I felt it was slightly different. They didn't completely dominate the game, but they just did enough the whole game. And when it mattered at the end, they stood up and they iced their opportunity.
Yeah, I felt like against Parramatta, they were just on a high all game. Whereas with South Sydney, the game went through lulls and they just stayed in the contest. They held in there and they got the job done. I thought they were very impressive. They play the Dragons next week. I can't wait to watch Ben Hunt and Jackson Hastings go head-to-head. I think that'll be an unreal little matchup, a real old-school sort of battle of halfbacks there. 2 guys that really own their team. 2 guys that are in really good form at the moment as well.
Yeah, look, what a win. What a bloody win from the Tigers. Who would have thought that they would be this kind of gritty, grindy, get the job done kind of team? I think it's crazy because I actually don't think Brooks played that well, if I'm being honest.
No.
He put so many balls to the deck. Like his passing was way off. But what I loved about it was that didn't affect him. If you go back and watch the game, I think there was about 5 passes of his that went to the deck. But what I love for Brooksy is it shows you that if they get the win, I know he was the one that, the drop goal and the try, but like it erases all the bullshit. Like, yes, the balls went to deck. I actually thought he played better the week before, but because he gets that win, it just changes the whole narrative for him, which is so important because that's what Brooksy needs right now. He needs just the narrative to change. Like he needs it to be, oh, we love Brooksy. He wins matches for us, and that's like when you look back on a few years ago, he was a Dally M halfback of the year.
Yep.
But the narrative was, fuck, this guy's on $1 million. We don't fucking win games, and we're not in the finals, whatever. Whereas, like, fast forward now, in my opinion, I thought he had a pretty poor start, a few balls to the deck, but he gets the match winner, and it's fuck yeah, Brooksy. And so I'm just stoked for Luke Brooks, because although if you said to me at the start of the year, if you asked me, should he be at the club, it would have been resounding no. And that's not because I don't rate Brooksy. It's because I do rate Brooksy, and I want him to be the best player he can be. And I think that it would... The jury's still out. But it's getting closer to, well, maybe he can become a great player of the Tigers. But at the start of the year, I just thought that it's best for both parties to separate. What's beautiful at the moment is Brooksy just needed someone in his corner. He just needed someone in his corner to say, mate, I fucking rate ya and I got your back. And now we have a Brooksy that's winning matches with tries and field goals. And congratulations to him. Think about the shit he's been through. Like, he didn't pay himself. Like, he doesn't... Like, imagine if you're him, you win the Dally M 2018, you win Player of the Year last year, although I thought Adam Dewey was their Player of the Year, or Dane Laurie. And a couple of years, like 2019, I think he was solid as well. Even still, the fans just fully off you, like constant pressure. And I just love the fact that he's finally getting some positive feedback from the fans, and rightly so. He earned the win. So, yeah, I'm stoked as for Brooksy. I'm stoked as for him, and I hope by the end of his career, it'll have flipped from, you know, the guy that's the reason why we're losing to fucking love Brooksy. You know, he hung in there, and now we're going really well. And look, if there is a turnaround, this is what the start of turnarounds look like. Now, I'm not saying it will happen, but we can only go if we can go off. They've beaten 2 premiership threats, arguably.
They lost their fullback at half time, Dane Laurie, who has been so critical to them. The other guy, mate, that I thought was great in this game, he's been really good the last 2 weeks, and I'll be honest with you, I thought a few weeks ago his career might be almost over. James Tarmo.
Absolutely.
He has just gone to another level. 160 run metres off 17 hit-ups, 30 tackles, no missed tackles. Very impressive.
Yeah, I totally agree. Tarmo's gone to another level. And again, it's kind of like the Chad Townsend effect. Hastings is Madge's man. He gets into that group, he relays the messages, and it seems like the boys are all on board. Like, it seems like every player over the past 2 weeks since Hastings has been back has been fully on board with the game plan. So I'm stoked for him. I'm so happy for him. Think of the pressure that the Tigers are under, the constant headlines, and rightly so. They're a club that should be doing much better than that where they were. But for them to respond like this, like, if you took away the start of the year and you just watched their last 2 games, do they dare to dream 8 in the 8? Do they dare to dream
9th even?
Yeah, 9th.
It's talk about wrapping Jacko Hastings. The pressure on Brooks, or probably the criticism, has come over the years in that his ability to sort of close out games from the tight ones and not even necessarily nail the field goal at the end of the game, but just closing out that final 20 minutes. Hastings has come in. He's now the general of the side. As I said, a fair bit of pressure comes off Brooksy's shoulders there. Hastings has been through a lot in his career, even at a young age. He's willing to lump it, you can tell. And not only is he willing to lump it, but he can stand up to it and deliver. We've seen it quite early on. He plays so direct, Jacko Hastings, and it just gets the whole side going forward. We spoke before about how important it is, like the best halves digging into the line and creating space. Well, it's even more important to play direct, isn't it? And that's what he's bringing to him. Couldn't be happy for Brooksy and Hastings, and they look like a good combination. Then on top of that, Adam Dewey was comfortably their best player last year. He's still to come back into the side. How the side looks when he returns, I'm not too sure, but it's a good issue to have, isn't it?
Yeah, along with, if he was their best player, I'd say the front rower, Stefano, was probably their second best player.
Yeah, he's still got to come back
in. Tell you who I thought was really good in this game too, Jacob Little.
Yeah, he was really good.
I thought he was on the outside a few weeks ago. That tackle that he made on Ilias, that was a huge moment in that game.
Yeah, massive moment.
Simpkin to come back.
Mate, so what do you dare to dream the 8? Dare to dream, Garino?
I want to see a little bit. I was actually having a look at, and don't get offended, West Tigers fans, but I was having a look at, like, obviously, if I would have said to you 2 weeks ago the Tigers are going to get the spoon, no one would have pushed back on me at all. I was having a look at teams over the last few years that have got the wooden spoon. A weird amount of them, like 60% of them, have won 2 games in a row in the first 10 weeks over those years. None of them have won a third. I think if they were to beat the Dragons this week, I mean,
It's a winnable game.
it's a heaps winnable game.
Yeah.
Heaps winnable game. So, based on their form the last 2 weeks, it's hard to see them getting a spoon, that's for sure.
Yeah.
But it's a long season, so let's see how they go. But Tigers fans, be excited. Enjoy
Fucking
it.
oath. Enjoy it.
Yeah.
You didn't beat fucking bottom dwellers. You beat the Eels and the Rabbitohs. And things went against you. Calls, some calls were rough. Also, I want to give a rap to my main man, the great Alex Twal. Another game, no missed tackles. If you take away one missed tackle against the Sharks, so he had one missed tackle against the Sharks, let's pretend the statistician got that wrong. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He hasn't missed a tackle in 6 games.
Jesus
He's
Christ.
only missed 2 tackles all year. We've obviously spoke about that last year. Fuck me. He's coming off the bench playing outstanding footy. If they do turn this around, is this one of the great turnarounds in rugby league history?
Yes.
Like, if Madge keeps his job and they play finals footy in the next 2 years and he gets re-signed again, is this one of the greatest turnarounds of all time?
Be hard to knock, wouldn't it? And again, I hate trying to get ahead of ourselves, but I'm not convinced. I don't want to be the old doom and gloom coming in here. But if it's the hypothetical, that might be right up there.
Yeah, I think we've trained not trained, but let the audience know we're aware that it's just 2 games.
But
if we understand that it may not happen, look, I agree. Like, if Madge keeps his job and they turn into the club that he wanted him to be, mate, one of the great all-time turnarounds. Nofaluma, back to playing his best footy. I thought he was outstanding on the weekend. Hastings, what do you reckon they signed him for?
Not much, I don't think.
And it was a 2-year deal. Could you check?
Yeah, I think it's a 2-year deal.
How much you paying for Hastings to re-sign to the Tigers?
How much am I paying him now, or how much would I have paid him a year ago?
No, so he'd probably on minimum. I'd say he'd be on minimum now.
2 years.
So it's 2 years, so he can talk November 1st this year. He can sign.
Yeah.
How much you paying him to re-sign? Because I tell you what, there'll be a few
re-sign
clubs
at the Tigers
right now to re-sign.
It's so hard because it is such a small sample size, but he has been so goddamn impressive. 5s?
Yeah. How much you paying, Timmy?
Right now, I mean, look, we're talking to Bloke who he could be one of the premier halves in the competition. Not many premier halves or even like solid halves are on less than 700K. So I'd be pushing more towards that 600-700.
If he continues playing
that's the...
Put it this way, the success he had in England was tremendous. He wasn't... most Super League NRL players are either at the end of their careers or they get pushed out of the NRL because they're not good enough. He didn't have that issue. It was other off-field issues. He went over there, killed it. We know it's a step down from the NRL.
And he did something similar to what he'd done at the Tigers. He took Salford Devils.
He was in a worse situation.
Worse situation.
Took them. So, yes, it's a small sample size in terms of what he's done at the Tigers this season.
Yeah.
But he's been over there and done it in one man of steel in the Super League and just absolutely blitzed it over there. So, we're not going, he's had 2 good games, let's give him 600-700K.
Yeah.
He's done a lot the last few years.
Yeah, no, it's... And also, like, market pressures dictate, a club... imagine if he was at the Doggies. I think they'd fucking froth to have him at the moment. Imagine if he was partnered with Adam Reynolds. Like, they might like that. What would you pay for... Let's just assume Hastings continues this form.
If he continues this form and they make the finals, it can't be understated like how much he rallies his troops and brings the best out of his teammates. If they literally make the finals, I'd be throwing more than 750 at him for sure.
Yeah,
if they have a decent year, I'd still throw 600-700 at him.
Because it's like you got to pay it because that's just it's your 7. Like, you have to keep him no matter what.
A great point you made about a month ago, which I didn't notice, but you said it, was when he made 200 metres against the Knights and was like taking scoots out of Damien half. Like, that's the shit that the Tigers need.
Yeah.
So I think that, like, his skill is one thing, but that can't be understated.
It's the winning mentality. It's the I will do anything to just get in there and win, get on me back, boys. So, yeah, look, Tigers fans, be excited, enjoy it. You guys are playing absolutely fantastic footy and 2 tight matches against top tier sides, getting the job done. Like even like Leilua, Luciano Leilua, like, he didn't really even play that great, and you still managed to score 23 points. Like, this is a Tigers side that could barely score last year. There was periods there where they were struggling to even get points on the board. I thought Zane Musgrove had a lot of impact. Alex Toll was great off the bench. We have to remember as well, this is a side that gains Api Coruscant and Papali'i next year.
Christ.
That's a finals footy side, like next year at least. Api Coruscant at 9, Papali'i on the edge. Fuck.
When they signed Papali'i, I thought, it's a good signing, but it'll be interesting. Seeing how he started this season, he's genuinely, he isn't the most improved guy anymore. He's genuinely a top tier best back rower.
Yep. Top tier forward.
Yeah. He can play middle, he can play edge. He's going to be unbelievable for the Tigers.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, I mean, Tigers fans, get excited. I thought Stafford Toa, I thought he had another really good game. You know, Dane Laurie is a big loss. Who do you put in to replace him? Does Adam Dewey come back?
It'll be Stafford.
Stafford? Oh, yeah, he was good last week when he was there.
A few weeks ago, so I think they'll go with Stafford.
Interesting Stafford Toa going there because he's good. And, like, Dane Laurie is really good, but would you say he's so locked down that position that Toa comes... Let's say Toa comes out and kills it. Could he steal it?
Potentially. I think they really like Dane Laurie. I thought he was great last year too. But, I mean, once again, this is the beauty of these sides. That if
hasn't he already been dropped this year? Or is that just COVID?
COVID.
No, COVID, yeah.
I thought... Yeah. Anyway, I think that... I agree with you. I think, like, Dane Laurie, he's been a shining light, especially when they were struggling. But I also believe it's kind of like Stafford Toa, if he kills it, it'll put pressure on Laurie where if Laurie does, I think Laurie will definitely get the jersey back, but if Laurie doesn't come back and kill it, you know, you just never know.
Laurie's just missed the one game.
He's just missed one game because of COVID. What I love about Laurie this year is, like, he's faced the ups and downs. You know, he had all that shit with the media. He's gone through COVID, and just the energy that he plays with, the enthusiasm, the playing above your weight. Dane Laurie is such a good player. Another player through the Penrith Panthers system. Like, that's a player that they could afford to let go. That's how good the Panthers are going. So, yeah, like, another thing as well, Luke Brooks, 146 metres, 3 tackle breaks, a try, 19 tackles. Hastings, 145 metres, 4 tackle breaks, 15 tackles. So, you know, Offa and Gow. I think Offa and Gow's been pretty good, man, through the middle there.
He's had a really good little bounce-back season this year.
I think he's been good. Now, does he offer the same in attack as a lot of other high-quality 13s? Probably not, but 41 tackles, 0 misses. You can't ask for much more. So, yeah, Tigers fans, be happy. What a last few weeks for them. Can you imagine they win 3 on the trot? Fucking hell. It's going to be a good game, Dragons, Tigers. Now, on to the Rabbitohs. Are we concerned, boys?
Yeah, they just... I don't know. They just don't seem to be... You know, and you mentioned, obviously, Adam Reynolds is gone. We don't want to come back to that all the time. But it is taking them a while to adjust to that. That's crazy. Like I said last week about the sim binnings and how they can cost your team. They copped a sim bin. They got better in that period. This is a game that I was just waiting for the Buddies to win, waiting for them to win it. Obviously, you know, Ilias, unfortunately, threw that pass. You know, he was a couple of centimetres off on that pass, but that can decide games of rugby league in the NRL. That's the reality of it. Brooksy went the length. I thought he bounced back well, Ilias, to put Colin Matangi over for a good try there. But I think this is definitely one that South Sydney and Matty, I'm sure you can talk about. I think this is definitely a game that you feel you should have won that slipped away from you.
Well, yes and no. Yes, because it was a close game. But I had a lot of Tigers fans, and this is the first time I've ever copped, like, people absolutely spray me in my DMs. I couldn't believe it. But, like, Tigers fans.
Welcome to the life of being a known person on the internet.
But I didn't actually mind it because you look at the stats. It was 16 errors to 3. Like, you just can't win games of footy like that. And, like, you could say they got unlucky with that accidental offside at the end, but they were in that position because they just couldn't hold the ball. And we say it every week, that's South's problem. But, like, it was a major problem this week. It wasn't good.
Yeah, I mean, in my preview, I discussed that. I said the biggest concern with the Rabbitohs going into this Tigers game is they have an issue with their completion rate. And I know we spoke about earlier in the year where completion rate isn't the be-all and end-all, but when you're down at like 60% or whatever for the first half, it just makes it so hard, especially with a Rabbitohs side that's already trying to find its feet with such different players in key positions. It already doesn't have Latrell. Like, if Latrell plays, he probably has this crazy play that gets him out of it. You know, that's what Latrell does. But the errors were just killing them. And this was a game where it showed that the only way the Tigers stay in the game is if they complete at 95%. If they complete at 75% or whatever, I think the Rabbitohs have too much star power to just get them across the line. But the completion rate killed them. And the problem is they don't have Adam Reynolds. I know we speak about him a lot, but he was so good at like bringing them back. Like, they make a few errors, bringing them back and go, boys, stop. Let's get back to our structures. I'm going to kick really well and defend up. Whereas at the moment, Ilias, although I think Ilias has had a fantastic year, a really good year, I actually think he's further along his development than I would have thought he would be. He's still, a little bit away from that. I am a little bit worried for the Rabbitohs. They are the side that will do this all year, where they'll go, big wins, losses, big wins, losses. But it just seems to be a bit too much of this completion for them. Like, I think the games where they've had massive wins, basically, it all is dictated on how much they complete. Like, you go back and look at their biggest wins, it's essentially their highest completion rate. When they're completing around the 65, 69%, they just make it really, really tough for them to get the win. So it's not panic stations, but at the end of the day, you look at the ladder, and the Rabbitohs, oh my God, are 8th, essentially on equal points with 3 other sides. So you just can't afford to let this get away from you. You know what I mean? If you let this get away from you, all of a sudden you're in the year and you're sitting there going, oh shit, we're fighting just to get in the 8. Whereas you would hope with the Rabbitohs, like, for example, like the Roosters, they've been so hard to put their finger on, but they just lost on the weekend. They're still sitting 6th, so they're giving themselves enough opportunity to have these games. Whereas the Rabbitohs, they play Manly and then they play Brisbane, so they just need to find a way to just stop these games from getting out of their grasp. Because what's going to happen is they're going to get to the end of the year, they're going to be 1 win or 2 wins away from the 8, and then they're going to go, fuck, that game against the Tigers, game, you know what I mean? Those little losses that we could have fixed up.
And I think the next 5 weeks, you mentioned Manly, Brisbane, Warriors, Raiders, Tigers into your first buy into Origin, where you lose
need to pick up
Latrell, you
wins.
lose Cam Murray, you lose a couple of Damien Cook. So the next 5 weeks is going to be really crucial for them. And I mean, all 5 of those games, they're winnable for me.
Mm-hmm.
If they come out of that with less than 3 and 5, that's a failure for me.
Absolutely. But this is the part of the year where you pick your wins up. You get them up so that you can afford to drop a few against the big dogs and just put yourself in the finals. And that's where it's not panic stations at all for the Rabbitohs, but it is like, oh shit, we're coming into a place where we've got to go at least 3 or 4 out of 5.
And this is the other thing. You have a look at now their run home. They go Melbourne, Cronulla, Warriors, Parramatta, Penrith, Cowboys, who look like a decent team, and the Roosters. So the next 5 weeks, I think, are going to be crucial for South Sydney.
Season defining, really.
Pick up W's,
Yeah, they can finish this, giving themselves enough of a cushion to drop a few games at the end of the year, or they can finish this with, holy shit, we need to go on a crazy run to be in there. What do you think, Timmy?
Yeah, and like you go on to that, the teams that are comfortably in the 4 or comfortably in the 8 or whatever, come round 25, they're in a position to give blokes a few rests, blokes who need it because they've got niggles and whatnot. I wouldn't be too concerned at the moment being a Rabbitohs fan, although there's issues. I just think they've really struggled to move on to life without Adam Reynolds. And I think they'll get there, and I'm with you. Ilias has quite impressed me in probably different ways to others this season. His game management's pretty good. It's more so around Cody Walker and the way the Bunnies utilise him. I think it was sort of early to mid last season where one of my biggest hates was that he'd just stay on the left side of the field and organise the left side as good as it was. And Bennett said, nah, mate, you're too good for this. You've got too much energy, play both sides, and he was sweeping both sides. And the Bunnies were unstoppable on both edges of the field. I think now that Reynolds is gone, naturally Cody being experienced running the halves feels more pressure to get them around the park and do a bit more game management, which is fine, and that's a natural progression. And as Ilias gets more experience up, he'll sort of take control of this team and let Cody play both sides. But he's just sitting on that left side of the field, and I just don't think they're getting out of him what they have in previous years. So I'm hoping Ilias can get to the point where he goes, I'm the number 7 in this team. I'll run the show. Yep. Cody, you just sit on my outside, mate. Sweep, and do your thing.
Do you think that's a coaching call, though?
I definitely think it's a coaching call.
Demetrio, sorry?
Yeah, because I think it has to be a coaching call. Because if he wanted Cody playing both sides of the field, he'd have Cody playing both sides of the field.
Cody's the kind of player that wants the ball in his hands all the time.
Yeah, he's a rabbit in more than one way. He just follows the ball, doesn't he? And he's just, I think... Yeah, and it's probably trying to take a little bit of pressure off Ilias as well, being so inexperienced. So I'm hoping soon enough they just go, Cody, mate, both sides of the field sweep. And it didn't matter in the past sort of season or two if Latrell was in or out or whatever, whoever was playing fullback, Cody could still sweep both sides of the ruck. And the Bunnies, as a result, were just an unreal team because I think the forward pack are doing a job. They've got one of the better forward packs in the comp. They're agile, they're mobile, which we know is big in the current day footy. Yep. So I don't think they have any excuses.
Yeah, it's interesting. Actually, I've got in my notes 10 in the bin. It's just too much. Fuck me dead. What was the 10 in the bin again?
There was 2. There was Tane Milne, the swinging arm, and then there was the Alex Twal professional foul, offside.
Yeah. Oh, that was... I thought that was a bit rough on Twal because, like, the other guy made the tackle. But yeah, the Tane Milne, oh, man, I don't know. 10 minutes for that? Ooh.
I heard you boys talking last week about the sin bins, the big deep dive. You went into it. I think Maddie was talking about the 5-minute sin bins. I'm like, I don't want to beat around an old bush, but I just think it's perfect for things like that. It's just, it doesn't have to be 10 every time. 5 will hurt a team enough. Like,
10 for an unintentional, you know what I mean? Yeah. It's tough, but I think I just have to come to the acceptance, and maybe you guys too, is like, this is just the way we go. Like, stop fighting it.
Get over it.
Yeah, stop fighting it. That's the way it is now. They're doing it for good reasons, which is great. You know, we do want to keep players safe, but it's just tough. You know, you sit there going, "Fuck."
It makes it hard. Yeah. Like I look at what Tane did, and he got Simon. I look at what Daniel Tupu did.
Yeah, and you're like, "What?
Like, fuck? How does that equate? Like, it's bizarre."
I want to give a massive shout out to Cam Murray, 66 tackles, 66 tackles, and I think he ran for over 100 metres. I'll just get up here. 66 tackles, 120 metres, 31 post contact, a tackle break, 17 runs. I mean, they didn't lose for a lack of trying. Cam Murray, holy shit!
80 minutes as a middle,
incredible. Look, I thought Cookie was pretty good. Keon, he continues to impress me. I mean, the New South Wales back row, it is just getting too hot to handle. Like, who do you bloody put in there? You got, like, Schuster hasn't even played a game yet. You got Olakawatu. You've got Keon. You've got Tyson Frizzell. Wade Graham is out injured.
Liam Martin.
You got Liam Martin. Is Keon in? Are you New South Welshman, Timmy?
Bloody oath I am.
Fuck you.
Die hard.
Now, does Keon make your 17 for game 1?
I don't think so. No, I don't think he'll be there. If he was to get picked out, I wouldn't push back on it, but I think there will be other guys that will have that spot over him. I think that Freddie will be pretty loyal to the guys that did it last year. I think that Crichton and Tariq Sims will be there game 1. So I can't find a spot for Colin Matungi as much as he probably does deserve it.
Keon? You reckon, Timmy, do you have Keon there?
Well, look, probably not quite at the moment, but weekend, 22 runs, 32 tackles, 7 tackle busts. Like, hard to get much better than that. You look at the back rows from last year, Tarek, who's, again, there's some internal issues at the Giants with him, obviously leaving the club, but flat out starting for them. He's been used as a middle a lot, as well as being on the edge and that. And then you look at Angus Crichton, who I'm one of his biggest fans. He's had a pretty underwhelming year. He's played 3 or 4 games off the bench for like 30 or 40 minutes. Nat Butch has been preferred to him at times. So, you know, I wouldn't say that their spots are locked in there, but like particularly Tarek. I think Crichton will be there because he's a favourite of Freddie's and he's done enough in the past to be there.
Yeah.
But like, I'd be surprised if Tarek was there. I know Freddie's very loyal, but with all those blokes you just mentioned knocking the door down, we spoke about Hamole, like he's been enormous. So they brought Kaloamatangi into the squad. Was it for Game 3 last year in the extended squad, just to get him some experience? That's all going to help, and that'll all play into his hands for this year. He's clearly, Freddie's a fan of him. So I think he's every chance of being there. And I said with Guru, I wouldn't argue if he was.
Yeah, look, I think the internal struggles of the Dragons may hurt Sims a bit. So I think if there is a player that may miss out, it might be Sims, which is so unlucky because he was incredible the last series.
Yeah, I think the other one you got to remember too is that Dale Finucane didn't play that series until Game 3. Are you seeing him being picked in this side?
Yeah, that's an interesting one. I mean, he offers so much flexibility. The standards he brings. I think Finucane probably gets the spot.
I can't see Freddie leaving Sims and Finucane out. I can understand what you're saying on Sims, but I can't see him leaving both of them. I just think, and it's credit to the situation New South Wales are in.
And
so many
but
guys.
who you put on the edge though? Finucane's not going to play on the edge. You got Murray, Yo, and then who would you put on that?
Murray, Yo. I reckon he will go Angus personally.
Yeah, Crichton, and off the bench.
He loves
Haas, Liam Martin.
Loves Liam Martin.
Is Daniel Saifidi going to stay in the team, do we think?
I don't know. I honestly don't know about that.
Does Clemmer get a recall?
Ooh, I don't know. I don't think Clemmer. I think for Freddie Fittler, he really likes that new style of footy of like high pace, and I wonder whether Clemmer has that. He's a really good club player, and he was really good in Origin. But does he have that explosive high pace? I mean, you've got guys like you've got Haas. You've got Josh Aloiai, I'd say, would be eligible. I think he's been outstanding. I know he's Samoan, so apologies if he's pledged to Samoa and he'd rather play for that. There's another player we were speaking about recently that maybe they'll get a crack in the front row.
Campbell Gillard?
Sorry?
Campbell Gillard?
Campbell Gillard. That's who we were
yeah.
talking about. I think Campbell Gillard is a real smoky.
Yeah, and he's been there before. He's done a job there. As I said, you could put together about 8 different forward packs in New South Wales, and I'd go, fair shout, that could be it. So, but Koloamatangi, he's doing nothing to hurt his chances, though.
Absolutely.
No doubts about that whatsoever.
Tommy Burgess came on. I thought he had a pretty good knock when he came on, like when it comes to metres-wise. So look, Rabbitohs fans, the good thing is you're sitting in the 8. You lost Wayne Bennett, you lost Adam Reynolds. There was a reality where by round 10, Rabbitohs were on the back page and the front page every single fucking day. There was a reality where journos are sitting there going, fuck, if the Rabbitohs implode, they're such a big club. So I think from a Rabbitohs fan's perspective is they've avoided that. And the fact that they've avoided that, I think, shows they're further along than we probably thought they would be. But this next 5 weeks will really ascertain as to how far along they are and how much change needs to happen going forward. Like if they can't pick up three at the minimum, 4 wins, then it is like, oh shit, we may miss the 8 this year.
All things considered for how poorly this could have gone, considering their draw, considering Wayne, considering Reynolds, considering Gagai.
They had the toughest draw to open season pretty much.
Had a brutally tough draw.
Yeah.
So they've done pretty well, despite us not praising them. I think all things considered, they have done well, but it'll be the next 5 weeks that
it'll define their season. The next 5 weeks for me, season defining.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't matter how well they run into the finals, if they can't win here, it's if you want to be a premiership threat, you need to go 3 or 4 from 5 in this next 5 weeks, which I think they can. I think Jairo's actually had a fantastic year.
If you're Tane Milne, are you nervous about giving Isaiah Tass a free shot at your jersey?
Yeah. Mate, I thought Tass was pretty good when he come on.
Yeah, I thought he looked great.
The other week, sorry. So look, not panic stations, but the next 5 weeks, Demetrio, his work is basically season defining, really is. Because if let's say they go 2 from 5, I think that's when the stories will start being cranked out. Then the pressure ramps up. Look, Cam Murray, he'll lead them to victory. He's too good looking not to.
Pressure ramps up. You get to Origin. They lose Cam Murray, Jairo, possibly Kaloamatangi, Damien Cook.
Latrell.
The engine room isn't there, Latrell. And then all of a sudden you go, and shit, not only are we just out of the 8, but we've got a massive Origin period to get through. So.
Yep. Yeah, oh mate, absolutely agree. So I think they can do it though. I've actually been really impressed with the way they've handled. Think about the history of post-Wayne clubs. They've handled the best out of any club pretty much. You know, the Broncos, I think after Wayne left, the first time they went okay, but this team they had was like star-studded. Then a few years later, they missed the finals for the first time. You know, so, and look where the club is now, post-Wayne. So outside of the Broncos, they're a little bit of a different case study because they're the Broncos, they're a one-team town for so long, all that kind of stuff. But, you know, you look at the Knights, you look at the Dragons, I think the Rabbitohs have handled it pretty well.
Yep.
Pretty well. Now, Knights versus the Eels. Holy bejeebers. Speak to me, Timmy. What's going on? What's doing?
Where do we start? I mean, Para, great bounce back week. We're fantastic. Newcastle, it's hard to put a finger on it exactly because they blew expectations out of the water to start the year, didn't they?
Yeah.
And then they've regressed back to sort of, I don't think anyone saw this coming, but to what we sort of expected of them. They've been horrendous. And you can go credit to Parramatta, but Newcastle are just, they're not putting it up at all. Kalen Ponga, I've spoken to Guru about it a lot. It really frustrates me the way Newcastle played Ponga, just with these sweeping plays out the back. And you blokes have probably spoken about it. I just want to see him playing flat and fast, hit him at first receiver or off one pass, two pass, whatever. Get a retreating defensive line, like on the back track. He's unstoppable, mate.
Yeah.
When they sweep him out the back in these like monotonous block plays and that, it just gives the defence time to respond and that. And I just don't think they're using Ponga the way they should. That's not the only thing they're doing wrong. There's bigger issues than how they're using Ponga, but they've got some issues.
Yep. Gurina?
Yeah, play the Melbourne Storm next week too, so it doesn't get any easier. If anything, it gets heaps fucking harder. We mentioned, you know, they went 2-0 to start the season. If they lose against Melbourne, it's 6-2, and I think they're a better side than that, as we said last week. But fuck, it's hard to recover from losing 6 games in a row.
Yeah.
Especially when you feel like you exceed expectations to start. I honestly thought they were a shot to win this game. After the KP re-signing up there in Newcastle, sunny afternoon, I just thought this has got Newcastle written all over it. I'm not sure if I've ever been more disappointed in the Knights.
Yeah, I haven't seen a performance like that from the Knights in quite a while. What do you reckon, Matty?
I thought the biggest concern was they made errors, which is one thing, but then they didn't defend their errors. Like, I think Para's first try, Lane, like their goal line defense was terrible. Lane shouldn't have scored; he just crashed over, and both of Papali'i's tries. Like, yeah, it was a bad game for the Knights with and without the ball.
Yeah, look, I think it's time to start worrying. Time to start worrying for the Knights. You know, we've been very positive, upbeat about the Knights. They had a lot of things go against them in the games that they did lose. Whereas I think this week, after, you know, the monumental signing of Ponga, they're at home, a beautiful day. The Eels, although the Eels were really, really good, I think Knights squad definitely is good enough to challenge that Eels squad. I still believe Eels is a little bit better, but enough to challenge them. Yeah, very, very concerning for the Knights, and I'm not sure. I'm getting concerned now. Like, I'm getting to the point where even Adam O'Brien, after I think last week's game, or even this might have been this week's game, he said maybe we're not as good as we thought we were after those first 2 games, and after this performance, I think it's real. They've got to start having some real honest meetings with each other.
Yeah, and this is what we spoke about last week. Yes, they've had a few things go against them, but the NRL doesn't care.
Yeah.
Your opposition doesn't care when they show up to Newcastle, and good God, it showed the other day. They were like, I think Newcastle led 2-0 after 8 minutes, so from the 72nd minutes onwards, it was 39-0.
Not a single forward over, not 100 metres, 90 metres.
Shit.
Yep. That's crazy.
Yeah. Sean Lane was the only Parramatta starting forward to go sub 100.
Yeah, wow. That's concerning, man.
Para's back 5. They all ran for 120 plus metres and 40 post contact. Edric was the only one that got past 40 post contact.
Edric actually ran for nearly 200 metres.
Yeah,
big game for the big fella.
Yeah.
Just in the last month as well, they've had 2 games where they didn't score a try and 1 game where they scored 1 try.
Yeah, it's really concerning, and I like Adam O'Brien. I really do, and I really believe the Knights should stick with him. The concern is just like you can't be putting up these performances. Like you just cannot. They are a top 8 squad. They're a top 8 squad. Look, I do think Adam Clune seemed a little bit underdone in the sense that I think he was still carrying that injury.
He's not all there at the
and
moment.
And he is key. He is so key to them. Clifford just hasn't really hit the form that, we saw him hit in the first few games. And unfortunately, a few weeks ago, I thought they were the most underrated halves pairing in the competition. I really did. Whereas unfortunately, fast forward today, they're not. They're really not.
You look at the squad there and all the talk of the pre-season, I know we spoke about it, was the Knights have a top 8 roster. Particularly, they've got the engine room for the back line to work off and KP to do some special things, like gun forward pack. It was the spine. And you look at KP and then you went Clifford, Clune, a bit of a Dragons discard, although, he's done some good stuff in the past and are very solid, particularly for what he'd be worth. He does a good job. And then Chris Randall at hooker, and it just doesn't scream like finals footy, spine does it. 2 rounds in, we're going wrong.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Like, we know they can do it, but they have regressed now to probably more of what we've expected. Whether that's off the back of the forward pack not doing their job and they're not giving Clifford and Clune a platform to work off, possibly. But it is a concerning spine, particularly with KP missing a lot of games of footy here and there through injuries, other things. If he's out and you've got a Tex Hoy coming in, you just go, it's not a great spine.
Yeah, it's tough times for the Knights, and I'm very concerned that they will drop to bottom 4, which I hope they don't. I hope this is a blip on the radar. I hope the re-signing of Kalen Ponga can really galvanise them. They've proved the thing is with the Knights, they've done it. They've proven they can mix it with the best of them. They've mixed it with the best of them, but they have one of the hardest runs in the next month, unfortunately. They play all the top-tier clubs pretty much. So, yeah, look, it's warning signs. I think, like some of the errors just in poor position, but it wasn't really the errors for me when I was watching the Knights. It was just the energy. Like, they just didn't have... what surprised me or impressed me so much about their first 2 rounds, it was like they were playing like they were the best side. Like they were a finals footy side. Not only a finals footy side, they were like a top 4 side. They were playing with aggression and a high energy and always working for each other. But I just think these last few weeks, that energy and that will to just bend the line, it just isn't there as much as it was. And so they've got the troops. They've proven it. It's just about week in, week out, bringing that energy that they just don't seem to be, like Bradman Best has been really quiet. Dane Gagai has gone from the form centre in the competition to pretty quiet. So definitely concerning. And they need to do something quick, because otherwise it's going to be tough.
I remember sitting here in the first few weeks for you and saying, they'd win, and we go, fuck, that was a good performance considering they're missing a Saifidi. They're missing a Clemmer. All of a sudden they've got all those guys back now. And the pack, they didn't even land a blow.
Yeah.
They were just, you mentioned that guy there, and how on earth did he stay on the field?
Oh, man.
There was 2 shots there that he should have got HIA'd for. There was the first one that was like off the ball, that was on the sideline. That was brutal. I couldn't believe that he stayed on the field.
So
they did
KP gets taken off for like a little knee in the back of the head. It's like, I know he went down for a little bit, but it's like, okay, if you're taking him off, then you've got to take other people. And then who got absolutely... Jason Taumalo got flat, like you see him knock out in the air, doesn't get taken off. And then there was another person, was it yesterday? Got absolutely fucking flatline, didn't get taken off. There was someone, who was it? Someone got majorly done and didn't get taken off. Maybe in the Roosters Dragons game. Anyway, Knights, very concerning. Hopefully they can bounce back. Eels.
Yeah, impressive win. I'll be honest with you, I know they won. And once again, coming back to this, why play guys at centre, the Dill Brown thing, it just doesn't
make any sense to me.
I felt like yesterday band-aided a really poor decision there that just made no sense. You have a look at the rest of that squad between Maddo, Cartwright. Like, there's other guys that you can play at centre and they can handle themselves. Why on earth you're moving your I would say he's their best player so far this year.
I think he's the best player this year.
I just makes and the thing that annoys me about it is that it turns people off Jake Arthur.
It's not his fault.
It's not his fault at all, but it starts to write that narrative of, which is bullshit. But I feel so sorry for Dylan Brown that he gets moved around like that. And he can handle himself there. It's all good and well. He scored a try, so that sort of covered up a little bit. Newcastle didn't get off the bus, but I don't understand how we're 8 weeks into this season and Parramatta are moving their best player in 5'8" to centre. It
You
just
told
makes
him
no
a day before the game. Like I understand everyone should, do what's best for the team, whatever the coach says, but Dylan Brown has earned the right to not be moved from 6.
Yeah.
And he is a player that is not only one of the form players in their team, one of the form players in the competition. And he gets moved to centre. Like, I just think that, what message does that send to Dylan? Like, it sends not you're expendable, but there's two ways you could look at it. It could be Brad Arthur trusts him so much and rates him so highly that he's going to do a job out there. But the other way to look at it is like, well, we can afford to not have you in 6, and I just disagree with it. I really do. I couldn't believe, and the thing is, and I said it to you before in the text, I said, I bet you Dylan Brown plays really well, and it makes it look like the decision was right. Yeah. And Dylan Brown played really well. A try, 131 metres, 6 tackle breaks, 12 tackles, only 1 miss, a line break. I totally don't get this decision, and Dylan Brown, there are other people, as you said, that could have been put in that position. Mitchell Moses and Brown and Gutho and Reed play as many games as possible together.
Keep them together. Yes. Why change your spine?
Crazy to me. And look, the only thing, and I was thinking about this last night, the only thing I can think of is Brad Arthur is just essentially preparing his depth. So if he gets Arthur in there and he moves Brown to the centre, it gives Arthur a full game of footy so that later in the season, if one of their halves goes down, Arthur is more prepared to pick up the slack. That's the only thing I can think of. What did you think about this decision, Timmy?
It changes the whole way they play as well. And as I said, it's hard to argue when they've won 39-2. Yeah. But again, we've mentioned how flattered they were by the Newcastle defence. Dylan Brown, going back to halves running direct, Dylan Brown is one of the best in the game at squaring up blokes in front of him, getting blokes to turn their hips and go and whack. Pushing him to centre just changes all of that. Yep. And again, that they shouldn't say they got away with it on the weekend because they were very good, but that left edge at the Eels is becoming one of the best, most dominant attacking edges in the game because we're seeing new winger after new winger after new winger come in there due to injuries and just excel and scoring bags of tries. Yeah. Largely off the back of how good Dylan Brown's been.
Well, 2 of their tries were off short side plays that Brown called.
Yeah. So same thing. I don't get it, but
yeah.
And I understand the whole play wherever, make it work. If you're saying that to a second rower to move in the front row,
it's different.
I get it, but you don't, like, it's just such common sense. You don't say it to your spine.
Yep. And the day before a game too.
It's just bizarre.
It just makes, and also and you should never have to grovel or anything to a player. Not at all. I'm not saying that. But Dylan Brown, I'm pretty sure he's off contract and he has a player option maybe. You want to keep that bloke happy because I'm telling you right now, every other club would have a crack at Dylan Brown. Yep. On top of that, I highly doubt he's on a big contract. I bet you he's on, $400K max.
2023 he's off contract.
So
next year's his last year.
Next year's last year. So November 1st he can sign.
Yep.
It really doesn't make sense to me. If I'm Dylan Brown, I'm like, fuck, man. I'm the 6. Why am I getting moved? Let's bring a centre in or a forward that doesn't mind being moved around and wants more game time.
Which you've got heaps of.
Heaps of. And what sucks is they had a great win, and we're talking about that. So anyway, we just wanted to get that out of the way. I disagree with the Brown decision, strongly disagree. But Brad Arthur, he has taken this club from wooden spoon to a premiership threat, so we have to trust that he knows what he's doing.
Hard to knock.
Hard to knock. He's done everything right to this point, so maybe he's just trying to build depth in his squad. Outside of that, what a bloody game by the Eels. I thought they were fantastic. I thought they were so enthusiastic, and I think that each week they are realising they're coming more and more clear as to what team they are, and that's an aggressive forward-pack team that has crazy line speed, but makes it a point to dominate the opposition, and they did that.
Those forward packs, they're just a bunch of dogs, aren't they?
They love it.
Pabali, I said him before, he's great. 2 tries, 2 line breaks, but it's the 150 metres and the 31 tackles there in 68 minutes. And, Nathan Brown, Junior Polo, they're just going at it. And I love watching them play, Parramatta. I love watching this pack. And this year, it feels like they're playing more direct. You know how last year, they sort of get into those spaces.
Well, when they lost, they were going
sideways.
Yeah,
they're going sideways. Now they're just going up and down, and they look so much better. Very impressive win for them. And I think if they can just keep going forward with their pack, they can beat anyone.
Just don't get caught up in this sideways stuff. It's just their Achilles heel. It's like they click into this gear and they just turn into that old team that thinks they need to score all the time.
And it's been Mitchy Moses' career, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Just crabs across field, crabs across field. Mate, just straighten up. And as Guru said, he's playing more direct this season. D-Bags is probably the most direct ball running half in the competition, but because the forward pack are just relentless, like they've got Maddo coming off the bench. Like, how good's your side when Madison's coming off the bench? They've all got a good offload on him as well. So Mitchy Moses, he excels in second phase, like broken field play, and just tears them to shreds every time. So seriously, sky's the limit. And you look through their team, there's not many out-and-out stars. There's not your Munsters and your Pongas and your these sort of guys. Moses and Brown, decent-sized names. Gutho, similar. But there's not a lot of stars. But 1 to 17, you're flat out finding a more solid side across the park with depth behind them.
That forward pack, the depth of that forward pack and the top-tier quality of it, like, look at this, Regan Campbell-Gillard, Reid Marnie, Bolo, Sean Lane, Papali'i, Nathan Brown, Madison, Makatoa, Kofusi, like, it's just, mate, it doesn't stop. So great signs for the Eels. I think they're a premiership threat. I really do. I think if they're going to win a comp in this next foreseeable future, it's going to be this year with Reid Marnie playing career best footy, Regan Campbell-Gillard playing career best footy, Mitchell Moses playing career best footy. Like, that's when comps are won, when you have multiple players playing the best they've ever played. Dylan Brown, obviously. So, look, exciting times. I thought Wilt Bensini was really good.
They've got these guys that they aren't paying much money that are playing really well in Penrith. Hasn't Makatoa been a find?
Yep.
He's been great. Like, they've got a really good 1 to 17, but all the guys that they're not paying much money are really playing well. They've still got Micah Sivo to come back into this side as well. So, there's a lot more growth in Parramatta.
Absolutely. What do you reckon about
obviously, so good, but there's one little thing that kind of not bugged me, but at the start of the game, like coming off a loss against the Tigers where maybe they were a little complacent, maybe they didn't look over every single 1%. I thought at 0-0, giving the Knights an easy 2 points, going for that short dropout, I thought maybe that was, like, I remember watching that thinking I don't think they should have done that because it went out in the full. Such a low percentage play, again, especially after the loss last week. But other than that, Sean Lane, like we said, like last week I said Madison should start, but Sean Lane was great. He scored a try, but that pass he threw for the try assist, that was great. But yeah, clinical.
Yeah, Eels looking so good, so good. Who else we got here? It was spoken about the Knights. Now, on to Panthers, Raiders. We'll try and fasten this up because I think we have been going for a very long time. Apologies, people. Apologies. Now, Raiders versus Panthers. Wow, what an absolute clinic. I actually think the Raiders deserve raps for it only being 36-6. And I'm not saying that disrespectfully at all. I'm saying that because they were so under the pump. Think about this. They only lost 36-6 in today's modern game, six against. They had essentially 0 tackles in the opposition's half in the second half, and they managed to keep the game, respectable for most of it. But at the end of the day, Panthers were absolutely incredible. What do you think, Timmy?
A lot of thoughts out of this one, being a Raiders man myself, but just, as you said, it's easy to say Canberra were no good and got belted off the park, and they were belted off the park because they played a far superior football team, didn't they?
Yep.
Unfortunately, the Raiders just don't have the quality there this season. I think their playing style is not terrific at the moment, but with what Penrith produce week in, week out, I don't think the Raiders stood a chance going into this. I think, they're regressing as a club. We've seen that. There's ways out of it for them.
Yeah.
There is options for them, but the way they're playing their footy at the moment, I think needs a revamp and a rethink. They're playing towards a lateral sort of footy. You look at their team 1 to 13, you go, all right, where's our strike power? And you go, it's our forward pack. And they've made grand finals in recent seasons, preliminary finals, with a pretty similar forward pack of just this gung-ho, like agile, ball-playing, offloading fullback, your Tapneys, your Josh Papalis. Their forward depth is unbelievable. They've added Adam Elliott this year. Corey Hawes was back from, lengthy injury stint. And they're just looking to go laterally, and they don't have the strike power on the edge. So I'd just love to see him go, let's knock the door down. A bit like what we just said with Parramatta.
Yeah.
Parramatta go, look at our pack, how good is it? Let's knock the door down and create that second phase play for your Mitchy Moshe, Dylan Browns. And they're carving up, and I just think the Raiders need to think through the middle, not laterally. You've got to earn that right. It's an old cliche in footy, but it's correct, isn't it?
Absolutely. What do you think, Matty?
I think it was... I know the scoreline was 36-6, but it was kind of like the grand final last year, how Penrith just dominated the whole game. Like, they had the sheer weight of possession. And because of that, especially in the first 20 minutes, or first half an hour of the first half, I think the first 20 minutes of the second half, like, Canberra did really, really well to shut them out, or to, keep them to such a low score in that period. And they just ran out of gas in the end.
Yeah.
My favourite part of the game, though, is when it was kind of weird how I didn't expect Mitch Kenny to get dropped for the new bloke, Sonny Luke, but I was really, really excited. Like, there's nothing better than a debutant doing something cool.
Yeah.
But him running out of dummy half and setting up that try.
Guru sent me a message before the game, and he was like, mate, I'm telling you, this debutant, he's got something.
There you go.
Boom, called it. Guru, what'd you think?
I wasn't going to mention it. I was definitely going to mention it. Mate, a little bit similar to last week. You have Brisbane took on the Panthers, held together for the first 50 minutes. You look up 25 minutes later and it's 40 to 6. It's just, I thought Canberra...
What's interesting, though, I thought the Broncos probably gave them more of a crack than the Raiders.
Yeah, I like the Canberra. They had to do so much work, the Raiders. They did so well to hang in this game. I think it was at the 34th minute. The Raiders had already made, I think it was 73 more tackles than Penrith. And, they're a tough team, the Raiders. They're tenacious, but when you're going to do that much work against this side, it's going to cost you at some point, and you saw it at the back end.
Yeah.
They were just out of gas. The more I look at this Panthers side, they're just in a league of their own at the moment.
Yeah, I think that they've got a great squad, but their game plan is very new age. And so I thought I'd do a little one-off segment. Coach Kemp, how would you beat the Panthers? Because I feel like everyone watching that game was like, they can make no meters. How are the Raiders, it's almost the Raiders were like, what else can the Raiders do? Because, they're getting absolutely dominated and they can't, the line speed of the Panthers is impossible to beat. So what I noticed with the Panthers is, and it seems, and this is just eye view, I don't have stats to back it up, but when it comes to restarts or kickoffs or whatever, they'll use their forwards to hit up in that. But any time they start going into a grind of back and forth, they just go pretty much all outside back runs, and they essentially make their forwards rest for the whole set, so that their forwards, when the defence comes, obviously just shoot off the line. And that's what makes it so impossible for the Raiders, is because they're sitting there going, we're usually dealing with forwards that have just gone through a whole set of taking hit-ups, so they're a little bit tired. Whereas Panthers' game plan is literally, once we go outside of the restarts, we just go outside back runs. So the Panthers have essentially 60 seconds to fully recover. And any professional athlete, if you give them 60 seconds, they're essentially good to go. And some of the players that didn't take a run or didn't defend or whatever, they've got 120 seconds to do. So that's why their line speed is crazy. And it is a real game plan from the Panthers of literally forwards don't take hit-ups. When we're in the back and forth and we're in the grind, we want to increase the speed of the game so much that it's impossible to go with. So I thought, how do you beat that? And I think that the Storm are really the only team that would have identified what to do. But what I was surprised that the Raiders didn't do, and it's a testament to two things. Whiten, obviously, he's not a structured half. He's more of a ball runner. Schneider, he's really young, and I think he's had a good start. But I do think we're starting to see they need an experienced 7 to make big calls in those situations. But the amount of times the Raiders were just getting bashed, and they just kept running one out, and I was like, where is the 7 to go, oi, we're getting bashed here? And Storm do it really well. Anytime the Storm get a slow play the ball, Munster stands essentially middle of the field, and they go 20-metre pass to 20-metre pass, and they hit on the 3-in on the opposite side of the field. And what that does is they don't make any metres. Usually when they do, it's great. If they make heaps of metres, that's great. Even if they lose ground, they get a quick play of the ball, and also the defence has their spacing between them splits up. The problem with the Panthers is if you get tackled in a corner, they just compress the shit up. And even if you've got good footwork, you still get jammed because there's no space beside either person. And so what was surprising with the Raiders, I was like, how come no message is going out to them to go long pass, hit on the 3, yes, you lose meterage, but the next guy, he's going to make the meters. And yes, it's easy to say that. But it's really the only way to combat it. It's outside of that, you are just going to get bashed constantly. So I think the best ways to beat a Panthers side is to slow the game down dramatically, kick it out when you can, all that kind of stuff. Also, high kicks, so that as soon as their fullback catches the ball or their wing or whatever, you tackle them, you slow the play right down so that the next runner has a full line ready to go to tackle him. And then I think in attack, when you're trying to get out of your own end, you as soon as you get tackled in one corner, you immediately long pass to widen, long pass to, doesn't even have to be a long pass, a short pass to a winger or a forward or whatever, going straight at the 3-in defender, so that then you go again and you stay down that tram line. So you don't go long pass, and then long pass. You go long pass, you hit in again behind the markers, you hit it against behind the markers, in against behind the markers, boom, kick again. And that's where I think the Raiders, if they had a 7 like Fogarty, he probably would have identified that, I think, and be like, boys, we can't just keep taking one-off rocks. We're getting bashed. So that's how I think you beat the Raiders. The Panthers.
It was frustrating watching them do the same thing. It wasn't working.
I mean, it's tough as fuck. Fair play to them. But
it was frustrating to watch.
Every set. I mean, did you feel the same?
Yeah, I did, massively. And I like the call about the bombing to sort of nullify your Tagos, your To'os when he's there. You're dealing with these mad ball runners who just eat up meters. And it's the one you'll often sit there watching footy with mates and a half will put up a bomb that, is 5 or 10 metres deep, and they say, oh, you've got to be dropping it short and be a more of an aggressive kick. And it's like, well, no, it's a defensive one to keep him down there and jam him down that end, isn't it? It's like, doesn't look that pretty to the eye, but it's effective.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you're right, mate, just those... You say like they move from one side to the other and swing across, get them moving, break up the defensive line a bit, unsettle them. It doesn't even have to be as sort of complex as that. It can just be a little like... hooker hits front rower, got a front row going up with him, plays out the back to your Munster, whoever it is, who tips onto the second rower.
Yep.
And just that rush of line speed coming up at them, you can beat it. And it's like, it's going to make life a lot easier than it has to be.
Yeah.
Question for you. When you're talking about Penrith, how good they are, just going like back 5, coming out of their end, the forwards are good for the defensive set coming up.
Yeah.
If that's the blueprint, which it clearly is and it's working for Penrith, why isn't every club doing it? And I understand that Penrith have the cattle in To'o and May and Targo and able to do this. Not every club does, but it's obviously working for them. Surely you just copy it as best as you can.
Well, I think that it's very easy to have a game plan. It's another thing to have 17 blokes that buy into it. So you may have, boys, this is a game plan, but then a forward, like, I haven't had a run in 2 sets. Like, give me the ball. Do you know what I mean? Or a back doesn't get in there, or your outside backs, like, they cat it and they're like, oh, the ball's on the other side, so it's not my run or whatever. So it's just about buying in. And Penrith, as a whole, buy into it to a T. Yeah. Like, the amount of sets where you see, like, no forward taking a hit up, you're like, what? But they're all just like, we know the game plan, because our job isn't the hit ups. Our job is shooting out of line and jamming blokes in that defensive set. Another thing as well that I couldn't understand, and Ben Hunt actually did it. So Roosters jammed first 2 tackles, start of the game. Dominate the Dragons. Benny Hunt just goes, fuck it. Second tackle, big kick up the field. Seems crazy, but that's upsetting their momentum. So all of a sudden, Panthers go, oh, fuck, their outside backs aren't ready to take the next hit up. The kick chase for Dragons has to be good. But also, their forwards go, oh, shit, we're going to get behind the ball again. And their whole rhythm is upset. So that's another thing I was like, look, yes, it may be a kick that only lands on the halfway line, but at the very least, you've mixed up their momentum. And their forwards and also outside backs aren't going to be there ready for the next hit up. You'll win that first tackle, especially if all the players are on board and they know that you're going to kick. We used to call it like a red set, where it was like, red set is we're kicking early. And it's all about, nothing to do with the attack. It's all about the next set of D and the dominating effect. So that's where I felt the Raiders really lacked a guy like Fogarty and also Hodgson. And that's where, although it is a really disappointing season for the Raiders, and we are starting to get into the territory of like, I don't know what's going to happen to the Raiders here, they could really fall low. If they had Hodgson or Fogarty, I think they probably wouldn't have won, but in games like this, different decisions would have been made.
They're 2 blokes that have been so undervalued, losing them.
Absolutely.
I don't. We said it last week. I don't think they're getting enough attention for what they have lost.
Yep.
There, it's huge.
So, just with the Panthers, like, what is there to say about the Panthers? They're fucking incredible. They're incredible. They are absolutely a premiership threat. The system they've got built out there is outstanding. When you've got guys like Crichton, who has been the centre that we haven't been talking about much, scoring 3 tries, 5 tackle breaks, 2 line breaks, 9 tackles. His defence was outstanding. You've got Isaiah Tungwall, who is fantastic. Tylen May. Brian To'o hasn't even come back. They're amazing. They're incredible. If they're not in the grand final, I'll be shocked.
Yeah. And, everything we just spoke about, like that whole game plan, your backs come in and do a heap of work to give your forwards a rest to pick up your lines, but they haven't reinvented the wheel.
Yeah.
It's just how they do it, and just no one is on their level.
Yeah, and everyone's on board.
They're a bit hard to talk about, aren't they? When I was jotting down notes over the week and I got to Penrith, I'm like, what do you say about them? Like, they're nearly perfect week in, week out.
Yeah.
We'll get to Melbourne in a second, aren't too far off, and it's like, how the hell do you knock what they're doing in any way?
What can you say? Like, it's outstanding, and they're fucking incredible, and they've got an incredible system, and Ivan Cleary deserves massive raps that I still don't think he gets. They're amazing. They're absolutely amazing. Nathan Cleary is just... He's getting into the territory of, like, we are basically... He's delivering us 9 out of 10 every week, and we're just like, oh, yeah, sweet, whatever. Any other half doing that, we'd be sitting going, holy shit. Nathan Cleary does, it's like, oh, yeah, sweet, whatever.
Yeah.
So amazing. With the Raiders, just quickly... Oh, man, I don't know what's going on, man. I thought Sutton had a real crack, 46 tackles, only 1 miss. Adam Elliott had a real crack, 31 tackles, 0 misses, but something's going on there. I don't know what it is, though. What do you reckon?
Well, 258s don't work. I said it before, and I'll say it again, and I've been a firm believer in it for a long, long time. You mentioned how big a loss Fogarty was there, who's probably not a traditional organising halfback, but he's got it in him, and he's that good a quality player that he could have done it. And it has an impact in a lot of ways. They haven't been able to close games out this season truthfully well because they don't know where to go in that back end of games. But then it also, Jack Whiten needs an organising half to unleash him. So one thing that kills me and has always killed me with the Raiders, whether they've had sort of 258 in there or Georgie Williams or whoever it might be, like, do what the Bunnies did with Reynolds and Cody Walker. Jack is comfortably the best player on your team, give or take. Big Papa, different role. Get an organising half in there, a traditional halfback to steer the ship.
Yep.
Get Jacko just swinging both sides, getting one-on-ones with the halves and the centres and that, and he just runs over the top of him because he's a gun. Jack is trying to organise this team because it's not a knock on Schneider even. Like, well, he's had a few issues this season. He's done some good things as well.
Yeah. And
it's hard as a rookie half coming in and going, mate, not only do you need to sort of lift this side, but we need you to not play your natural game and start running the show when he's a ball running 5'8".
Yeah.
So it's the same thing. Like an organising half with Schneider would probably open up Schneider more as well.
Yeah.
So I honestly believe that they need an organising half there. And then just, I mentioned it earlier, but playing through the gut, you've got plenty of great offloaders, and then you can bring Jackie White in with that second phase play. That's how I'd be approaching it.
This is how good the Penrith Panthers game plan is. Brad Snyder made 33 tackles.
Yeah.
33 tackles. That's how good their game plan is. That's how good Cleary is. Think about how top tier of a halfback you've got to be to week in, week out, nail your job. It's not easy. It's one thing to say, oh, yeah, we're going to land on the halfback, but once the play happens and the forward doesn't run the right line or whatever, 33 tackles as a rookie. So I don't agree with the Charles Nickel-Kluxter on the bench. I really don't. I think he should be fullback. I think Savage has a ton of potential, but I think that he needs a little bit longer to learn the game.
And there's nothing wrong with that either.
There's nothing wrong with that. He's 18 or 19. He's a gun. He's a gun. But I think that Jordan Rapana offers so much from wing, and I think Charles Nickel-Kluxter, yes, he had a couple errors the other week, but I think he's a good fullback. I really, really do. So I don't know what the answer is at the Raiders. I really don't.
And Rapana's role doesn't change from wing to fullback. He can't pass the footy anyway and never wants to.
Yeah.
And
you don't want him to either.
No, and when he plays on the wing, he's a madman. He just roams the field and plays wherever he wants and follows ball. Like, he's playing as a second fullback. So I was like,
Oh, I thought it was very strange, especially after Ricky's comments last week that, this is why I hadn't played Savage. He needs to work on this, he needs to work on that. To then play him on the wing and not send him back to reserve grade to work on, I thought it was bizarre.
It felt a bit like I'm going to send a message here of like, all right, you'll play first grade and I know you're not ready and I know that you're going to get that message now. You know what I mean? Like, not prove me right, but...
Fuck, I hope that's not it, though.
You know, but that makes sense. Like,
I agree with you.
What else makes sense? Now, and I understand where Ricky's coming from. Like, he's trying to show, mate, here's your opportunity. You've got all this hype, but first grade's a different beast. So I can understand where Ricky's coming from. I really can.
Penrith in Penrith.
Yeah.
Thanks, mate.
Tough gig. Tough gig. But at the end of the day, like, you know, there's plenty of rookies that have debuted against some really, really good sides and they do a good job. And unfortunately, you know, Savage, he's just a bit green. A bit green. I would have started the year with him on the wing, not at fullback. A lot of people at fullback, I was like, nah, on the wing. But I think that he just needs a season in New South Wales Cup, comes in when the team's doing really well so that can protect him a little bit, and then gets his confidence. He'll be an incredible player. He just needs time and patience. But yeah, the Raiders, I don't know. I honestly don't know how you... What changes are going to be made?
Just a stat to round this off, pretty interesting. The Panthers made 200 less post-contact meters than the Raiders did meters.
Yeah. Which shows you they're just all about speed. Quick play the balls.
So they made, 1,000 less meters in general, but crazy.
That's insane.
Yeah. So it's all just about speed and upping the tempo of the game. And that's what they did. They just get it so quick. Because, like, when you think about it, I know a lot of people, we love, like, forwards that, you know, they hit the line and then they slowly walk forward and we're like, yeah, fucking oath, fucking great run. But it's like, actually, no, it's bad because now the next guy's getting fucking flogged. Yeah. You'd rather a forward go, boom, hit the ground, and then the next guy makes a line break. So, and that just proves it. Like 200 or 300 less close contact and 1,000 less meters.
That's a great stat.
And they tout them up. It just shows you that it's not actually about meters, it's about speed of the game. How do we make it so quick that we can break them apart? So, yeah, I just want to be sure, though, to pay respect to Raiders' great effort. I know fans are going to be upset, and yes, there absolutely is some really concerning signs of the Raiders, but I thought they fucking tried their absolute heart out. Now, that doesn't win games, but it's respectful.
Just Penrith, by the way, I think that's their 21st win at home. They're chasing the Broncos, who won 23 at home.
Crazy. And they'll get it. They'll get it, yeah. Well, and then they can start chasing St George. I think it was 57 or something. Oh, wow. They won't get that. That's insane.
I think I heard on the call as well that Panthers now have led 43 times at halftime and gone on to win. All those times.
They're incredible. They're absolutely incredible. The whole system they got out there. The scary thing is, imagine a Melbourne Storm system in a rugby league heartland. Yeah, that's what's scary. The Melbourne Storm are down in fucking Melbourne. They have no pool of any great talent coming through. The Penrith Panthers seems to be the same, like not the same system, but same quality of system. Obviously, they don't have the runs of ball, blah, blah, blah. I'm just saying, like, it seems at the moment that it's building into that. Plus access to the best talent rugby league has to offer. It's a scary prospect, and if they do things right, they essentially will be unstoppable for the next decade.
Guess who's playing in the SG Ball Grand Final this weekend?
Penrith Panthers.
Yeah.
Wow. Now, on to Dragons Roosters. We're going to try to get through this quicker because holy shit. Fucking hell. Great game of footy. Massive congratulations to the Dragons. You could see from the get-go they were there to try their absolute heart out, and they got it. And this is a real win that Hook can build off and say, boys, there's the answer. That's the answer. Now we need to do it each week. What do you think of this game, Guru?
Yeah, Benny Hunt, man of the match. I thought he was outstanding. Had a couple of fit tackle options here and there that weren't fantastic, but just as a whole, I thought that last play, for him to be there to knock that ball down, for them Blake Laurie to be there to scoop the ball up. Yeah, as you said, it's something that Hook can really build off as a real courageous win for the Dragons. Impressive stuff. I thought Moses Sully, shout out to him. That's probably the biggest game of his career. SCG, Anzac Day against Joey Manu. He had an injury. I thought he really held his own very well. That's the sort of game that the Moses Sully that I thought I knew a couple of years ago would have probably thrown in the towel for. So credit to him. Good performance.
What do you think, Timmy?
Yeah, I just think about teams needing something to believe in and have a reason to say, you know what, we can match it with the best. The Dragons now have that game for them, don't they? We
Yep.
spoke about the Tigers. They've got it behind them now. The Knights, even early on in the season, had them couple of good wins, and they're sort of going, all right, even when times are tough, we know we've got the formula and we can win games. The Dragons now go, shit, we've beaten the Roosters on the biggest stage in the regular season. We can threaten and push for, maybe to stretch, say, finals footy, but they've got the recipe there if they can bring it week in, week out. Roosters are another story, but the Dragons, it's a starting point, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And they've still got guys like Sloan to come back in if he does get selected again. I think he should. I'm still surprised that he's not there. They had Jack Bird go off. Amone comes
tough
on.
is Jack Bird?
Yeah, broke his fucking wrist. Arm essentially. Comes back on. Really, really good win. Really good. Benny Hunt. I mean, how much has the narrative flipped on him? He was paid too much, this, that, next thing. I don't think there's a Dragons fan out there that doesn't love Benny Hunt.
Yep.
And I love that shit. He stuck to it. He cops so much shit. He has been outstanding. And you know what? It shows how much stats can be misleading. He missed 6 tackles, but they weren't. You know what I mean? They clearly weren't crucial tackles.
Yeah.
And he's one of the better defensive halves in the comp. As we talked about, Francis Molo, outstanding. I thought Maguire, this is the best footy Maguire's played in years. He looks trimmer. He looks fitter. I thought when he got down to the Dragons, I don't know whether they were trying to bulk him up to play front row, but fuck, he looked much bigger. Looks trim as anything now. And he brought so much energy. I thought Jack DeBellin, he's an elite level 13 that doesn't really get that many raps and doesn't really get noticed, but it's week in, week out. Top class stuff.
Just on Moose, there was a tackle he made on Sam Verrills that I don't think got spoken about enough. He held him up over the line. He looked like he was going to score for all money.
He did 2 try saves in a row.
So impressive.
Yeah.
And it shows the faith they've got in him, don't they, to come in. He's a veteran. He's getting, obviously, in the twilight of his career.
Yeah.
They've started him over Origin back row Tarek Sims, and he's done a job. They've won the game. He was tremendous.
Yeah, absolutely. Blake Laurie, he's had a great few weeks.
Yeah.
Great few weeks. He's my team of the week last week. Another 129 metres in 49 minutes, 64 post contact. So great win. Great win for the Dragons, and it's all just about building from now on. It's all about building forward. It's about looking at this game and going, this is how we do it, boys. And as I said, that the positive thing for the Dragons is they've got a makeshift 6 and a makeshift 1. So half their spine, literally half their spine, is 2 players that, aren't naturally those players. So if they can get Salone and Amone playing good footy in those positions, fuck, the world's their oyster.
Now that Ben Hunt's injured, Amone has to come in, doesn't he?
Bird's injured.
Bird is injured, sorry.
surely.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He's
absolutely.
good off the bench, Amone.
Yeah,
Made
I thought
a
he was good.
cracking run there late in the game.
Great signs for the Dragons. As I said, we've been going for quite a while, so apologies, Dragons fans. We probably can't go that deep into it. Roosters. The good thing about the Roosters is they continue to show fight, but they're nowhere near where I think a lot of us thought they would be. Teddy, he ran for 300 plus metres. He had a red hot crack. But what's weird is I don't think a lot of people are talking about the fact that Teddy ran 300 plus metres. How do you see the Roosters in this game?
Yeah, look, I feel like I keep sitting here saying the Roosters, they're going to click. I sort of feel like their middles just aren't winning it at the moment.
Mm.
They're just, I don't know if it is a factor of them clicking or if they
Do you
just...
think, even Robbo, he's making a lot of different decisions. Like, he had Victor Radley off the bench. He had Hargreaves also off the bench. He's moved his forward pack.
They reckon
quite
that was
a lot.
because they all had a flu during the week. But for Anzac Day, I don't know. I think if you said to Rhea Hargreaves and Radley, I know you've been a bit crook this week, but they're the sort of guys that I think they just get up for the contest, This is what I said to you a few weeks ago, though. This is why I think that he started with Angus Crichton playing as a middle forward. I kind of think he might go back to that because I don't think... They're just not winning the centre third. They're getting pushed back. They're not getting any momentum.
Yeah, I think even Trent Robinson is unsure as to what his best forward pack is. What do you think, Timmy?
Well, I think Victor Radley has to be a 13, as you said, whether there's flu or this or that. He's just the perfect 13 in today's game with ball in hand in defence. That made no sense to me. I think Angus Crichton is that good a player that he has to be starting and playing, if not 80, 60, 65 plus minutes. Nat Butcher's a very good footballer. Tupanu's a good footballer, but they're not Angus Crichton.
Yeah.
And you've nailed on the head, the pack aren't doing what they've done in previous years. The go forward isn't there, but even at times when they do have the go forward, they're just not gelling Sammy Walker and Keary as well as I think they'd have anticipated. They've both played that role as like a sweeper in attack, outside halves in their time, which Teddy's obviously doing as well as a fullback. I'm pretty confident the Roosters are going to come good, and I still think they can threaten come back into the season despite what we've seen so far. I go back, and I've sort of said this a few times on different sort of areas, but go out to the Roosters when Cooper Cronk signed there, and the first 10, 12 rounds, they were ordinary. They had this stellar team. They went on to win the comp, and it just took time for Cronk to gel. This is one of the greatest organisers of all time with the blokes around him. Now, I know there's not a completely new look players there, but obviously Keary and Sammy Walker hadn't played much together. It's just taking time for them to find those combinations. They're going around like headless chooks, sort of sweeping both sides of the field. Then one of the halves will be out of position, and they'll get there. Whether or not they get there in time this season to be genuine premiership contenders, I'm not sure. But when they do, I think they're going to be frightening. And Trent Robinson is way too good a coach not to work that out in time.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I want to give a shout out to Sam Verrills, the knock, 50 tackles, 0 misses, and I thought he had some quality touches. I agree. I think the Roosters, they're going to click. They're going to click. It's just a matter of when they're going to click. I personally think they're going to make a run at the end of the year. I've said it from the start. Even from round one, it seemed to me, and I said obviously to you, Guru, it seems to me Trent Robinson is still tinkering. He's still unsure as to what his best 17 is. Even look at the back, Momorowski, he had a few errors. Suwali has come onto the wing. That's two positions in the back line that are they cemented, are they not cemented? I thought Suwali was actually fantastic. Then in their forward pack, does Hargreaves start? Does Tokiaho start? Crichton, is he on the edge? You know what I mean? There's actually still quite a lot of questions as to what is the Roosters' best 17? Where are the best players being placed? Because they have so many star players that can play multiple positions as well. I mean, Manu could even play 6 or 1. So, yes, tough loss, disappointing loss. But the Roosters, in my opinion, they are going to make a run at the end of the year. I'd be very surprised if by the last 5-6 rounds we aren't going, holy shit, there's the Roosters. They're right there. Now, the only way I can see that not being the case is if they've just been up for so long, so high for so long, that they're just a bit fatigued. That's the only thing I can think of. Because they've got the fucking squad. They've got the squad.
They've got the depth as well.
Yep.
You spoke about those backline spots.
Yeah.
You got Billy Smith that doesn't necessarily come back in, but he'll be back soon, available from injury. Kevin Guama did a pretty decent job when he was there.
Yep.
We've just spoken about the pack and how hard it is to find a spot. You got Warrior Hargreaves and Victor Radley coming off the bench, Crichton coming off the bench a lot of weeks. They've got the depth, which will allow them to account for a few injuries if they do come later in the year.
Yeah. We've already spoken about it quickly. It's the second week in a row where the Roosters have had very lucky calls in the 10-minute in the bin situation. I thought Teddy should have been sent this week. Tupou, again, love Bloke, both the blokes. I think Teddy and Tupou, great, great players, great servants to the game. But both times they should have been sent to the end of the bin. There's no doubt in my mind, especially the Tupou one, is that's 10 in the bin. In today's current climate, that's 10 in the bin. In matter of fact, fuck me, even a few years ago, that may be 10 in the bin. It wasn't malicious, but he had plenty of time to pick his spot, and it just horribly went wrong. It all just went horribly wrong. So I was very surprised. Quick thoughts?
I think it makes it worse because it just buys into a lot of fans' narratives about the Roosters.
Yeah.
Let's call it what it is.
Yeah.
It's heaps worse because it is the Roosters, and I don't understand how neither of them went.
And what's crazy is I actually think they're one of the most penalised clubs in the comp. I think maybe could be wrong, but
certainly when they won the comp in 2013, that even though people say the refs are with them, but
so when they won the comp, they were the most penalised team in the comp.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely,
so it's not a reality, but the narrative that exists is they get calls. What are your thoughts, Tim?
Yeah, big time. I mean, we could go into the narrative for ages, couldn't we?
Yeah.
But both of them, in my opinion, both had to go as well.
Yeah, totally agree. So hopefully the NRL can sort that out because it's a lottery. It really is a lottery. You don't know whether you're going to get 10 in the bin for an absolute love tap or you're going to fully take someone's head off and not get 10 in the bin. It's truly a lottery, and I feel sorry for players in the clubs. But yeah, I think I don't think the Roosters have to be too disappointed, and I think the Dragons, I think they should be stoked with it. Good win for them, not too bad for the Roosters. They'll bounce back. It's just going to take time for them to click. Now, 70-10, a record win for the Storm. They're the first team ever to score 70 points twice, apparently, at least in the NRL era. Thoughts on this game, gentlemen?
Yeah, this one is what it is, unfortunately. We've been saying for a number of weeks, Melbourne Storm, every week it's like one of the spine players stands up. We've been saying for a while, the week that all four of them stand up, going to be in some fucking curry and 70 points. Just crazy. I mean, the first few tries the Melbourne scored were from their own end. They got an intercept. Like, once again, the Warriors sort of held their own for the first 15 minutes despite a heap of mistakes and everything. And the Melbourne Storm, you give them an inch, they just take an absolute mile.
Incredible.
It was crazy watching that last night.
Yeah, it was. And what's so disappointing for Warriors is 50 minutes in the game, they were right in it, right in it, and then boom, just the floodgates opened, and two of the tries were just purely not luck, but against the run of play. Unfortunately, Kossi had a really poor game. I think he needs quite a few weeks in reserve grade to get confidence back, because that'll be a game that will scar him for quite a while.
Yeah.
And also, it's about trust with the team and with the coach. Like, there's you can have a couple errors and whatever, but he had quite a few. It's going to be very hard for Brownie to, if I put you in, are you going to? We can never have that happen again. So, I feel sorry for Kossi, because it's one of those games where nothing went right for him, literally nothing. So he'll go back and hopefully he'll bounce back, because he has so much natural ability. He just needs to sort out, the drop balls and that. What do you think about the game, Timmy?
Well, just curious stat-wise, and one of you blokes will have an answer for me, surely, but 54 points in a half of footy from one team, that's got to be pretty damn close to record, doesn't it? Let alone 54 points in 33 minutes. They didn't score till the 47th minute in the second half. That's wild. Ridiculous, hey?
I remember watching them last year. I think it was the Tigers they gave it to. I think they led 38-0 at halftime or something. I remember thinking, that's unbelievable. This was... They scored 9 tries in the last 30 minutes. The longest time they went without a try was 6 minutes.
Nearly has to be a record, doesn't it, for us?
Nah, so the record's 60-something, set in 1935 by the Roosters. I looked at it last night.
So the record, it'd be the record in the NRL era.
Dave Brown would have scored about 8 tries in that one.
Yeah, we'll go through the Storm quickly. As you said, Guru, we've been talking about when all of them click, it's fucking trouble. It's trouble. And essentially, at least for a half of footy, every single one of them clicked, and they were unstoppable. Unstoppable. Jerome Hughes, 2 tries, 3 try assists. Cam Munster was outstanding. 3 try assists, 190 metres, 7 tackle breaks, 2 line breaks, 2 line break assists, 2 offloads. Papanusan, 2 tries, 3 try assists. I mean, there's not what else? What is there to say about the Storm? They were absolutely incredible, and it is them and the Panthers, and then there's a gap between the rest of the team, comp at the moment. Maybe Eels could be there or thereabouts, because they have beaten the Storm 3 games in a row, but the Storm are just looking scary as anything. Scary as anything. I thought Tepe Mairoa. I thought he was outstanding when he came on at the end. He took some massive hit-ups. So look, scary times. The Storm are definitely going to be there. Again, it's looking like another Penrith Storm grand final. It'll just be interesting to see if they play before the grand final.
Yeah, well, I think they actually play each other the Saturday night of Magic Round, so that'll be
what a fucking game.
Little gig there. If that was this weekend, it's at a neutral ground at Suncorp.
Who are you picking?
Yeah.
I honestly have no idea. Probably Panthers, because they've put together more like 80-minute performances, whereas the Storm, they've had a few games where they've been a bit patchy, and then they just blow you apart in a 20-minute block. But I don't know. They're both incredible. Now, Warriors, thoughts?
There just seems to be lots of moving bits of the puzzle through, a lot of the time not even fault of their own, but just like whether it's backline changes, spine changes. We've seen that the halves chopped and changed a fair few times already this season, and I don't really know what's going on, because I really like their forward pack. They
had a great month of footy.
Yeah, I think it's probably... Look, he's not a superstar defender, Josh Curran, but it didn't help when he went off. Was it just before or just after half-time? Didn't play the second half when a lot of these points are gone. You've got Curran and Aitken punching holes on the edges there. Lodge and AFB up front. Tavanga at lock. It's a really good forward pack. It's quite a mobile one. A lot of attack in that side. So, mate, I don't really know what's gone so badly wrong for that to happen. But they were just And that's about 10 minutes into the second half. They were just playing different games, weren't they?
Mate, I don't know. It's just one of those games. It's almost like if you're the Warriors, you just don't even watch the video. You
Line
just
through.
Go,
Forget about it. Let's move on.
Yeah, because what can you possibly... Everyone knows that it was shocking.
Yeah.
Shocking. Everyone knows that everyone wearing that jersey would be devastated. What could we possibly say to the players that they're not already feeling right now? They'd be devastated. For the Warriors, the only thing that matters, literally the only thing that matters is how they turn up this week. That's it. Anything else is irrelevant. Anything else is noise. The only thing that matters for them right now is the next 80 minutes. Because if they don't come out and play good footy, then that will haunt them for the rest of the season.
Play the Raiders next week. Be a very interesting
big game.
Bad
Big
week for
game.
the Raiders to get them because they have to respond.
Yeah, have to respond. If they don't respond, then this loss will haunt them for the rest of the year. So,
And they've shown over the last 2 years they're not the team that's going to lie down.
Yeah,
Either now.
For sure.
So, I want to wish DWZ all the very best.
Yeah, absolutely. That
Not
was
many
scary.
knees I want to
Fuck.
hit, but Nelson's is definitely not one of them. That was brutal. That was
Scary, man.
sickening to watch. Yeah.
So the word is, like Nathan Brown said after the game, he was up about talking and that. So
He posted on his IG. He said
still
he's
good,
all right.
just concussion.
Yeah.
Thank God. Far out. Thank God. So there's not much to say. Look, I actually thought Harris Tavita had a great start to the game.
But that ball he threw.
Yeah. I thought he had a great start to the game. I thought the Warriors were fantastic to start the game. They were up. They earned their tries. They weren't flukes. That's what's so bizarre about the situation. It's not like they came out and were shit. They were great. Line through it. And only thing that matters is how you play in the next 80 minutes and what that jersey means to you and what the privilege of NRL means to you. And they can show that in this next 80 minutes. And this can be a blip on the radar and they move forward. Because what's crazy is just some of the most consistent footy they've played in years. 4 weeks against, they were very unlucky to lose to the Roosters from tough calls. They could have gone 4 wins on the trot.
Yep.
So anyway, that is us for the day. Apologies for the length, guys. We will absolutely try to keep a fucking time next time. I was a bit against it because I was like, I don't want to squeeze everything in. But anyway, apologies for the length, guys. And also apologies if we had to rush through your team at the end there. But it was just getting a bit too long. But make sure to follow the Great Guru on Instagram, at Rugby League Guru, and the podcasting app, any good podcasting app. Also, SC Playbook 1 on Instagram, Facebook, and podcast. Grab a case of Bloke in a Bar. Bloke merch coming soon. Go to bloke.shop for all other merch, and I'll go and fuck myself. Thank you.